The Best Audiobooks presents. You are listening to the book Ninth House. Part 1. A novel by Leigh Bardugo. Read for you by Michael David Axtell and Lauren Fortgang. Introduction. Ninth House is an outstanding novel by author Leigh Bardugo, published in 2019. The book tells the story of Alex Stern, a young girl with the ability to see and interact with mysterious spirits. Alex is accepted into Yale Academy and joins the Council of Ancient Masters who control the magical sects and activities of the night at the university. Here, she must solve dangerous mysteries and intrigues within the shadowy world of the rich and powerful. With a sophisticated and artistic writing style, Ninth House delivers a fascinating and surprising story about magic, mystery, and the battle between truth and danger. In 2019, this novel attracted great attention from readers who love the horror and mystery genres.
Hay una moza que non se espanta de la muerte porque tiene padre y madre y sus 12 hermanos casados. Casa de 3 tabacades y un cortillo enladriado. En medio de aquel cortillo había un manzanale que da manzanas de amores, en invierno y en verano. Adentro de aquel cortillo, 7 grutas hay fraguada. En cada gruta y gruta hay echado cadenado. El huerco que fue ligero se entró por el cadenado. La moza y el huerco. There is a girl who does not fear death because she has her father and her mother and her 12 hunter brothers, a home of 3 floors and a barnyard farmhouse. In the middle of the farm, an apple tree that gives love apples in the winter and summer. In the farm, there are 7 grottos, each and every grotto secured. Death was light and slipped in through the lock. Death and the Girl. Sephardic Ballad. Prologue. Early spring. By the time Alex managed to get the blood out of her good wool coat, it was too warm to wear it. Spring had come on grudgingly. Pale blue mornings failed to deepen, turning instead to moist, sullen afternoons. And stubborn frost lined the road in high, dirty meringues. But sometime around mid-March, the slices of lawn between the stone paths of Old Campus began to sweat themselves free of snow, emerging wet, black, and tufty with matted grass. And Alex found herself notched into the window seat, in the rooms hidden on the top floor of 268 York, reading suggested requirements for Lethe candidates. She heard the clock on the mantel tick, the chiming of the bell as customers came and went in the clothing store below. The secret rooms above the shop were affectionately known as the Hutch by Lethe members, and the commercial space beneath them had been at varying times a shoe store, a wilderness outfitter, and a 24-hour Wawa mini-mart with its own Taco Bell counter. The Lethe diaries from those years were filled with complaints about the stink of refried beans and grilled onions seeping up through the floor. Until 1995, when someone had enchanted the Hutch and the back staircase that led down to the alley, so that they smelled always of fabric softener and clove. Alex had discovered the pamphlet of Lethe House guidelines sometime in the blurred weeks after the incident at the mansion on Orange. She had checked her email only once since then on the Hutch's old desktop, seen the long string of messages from Dean Sandow, and logged off. She'd let the battery run down on her phone, ignored her classes, watched the branches sprout leaves at the knuckles like a woman trying on rings. She ate all the food in the pantries and freezer, the fancy cheeses and packs of smoked salmon first, then the cans of beans and syrup-soaked peaches in boxes marked emergency rations. When they were gone, she ordered takeout aggressively, charging it all to Darlington's still-active account. The trip down and up the stairs was tiring enough that she had to rest before she tore into her lunch or dinner. And sometimes she didn't bother to eat at all, just fell asleep in the window seat, or on the floor beside the plastic bags and foil-wrapped containers. No one came to check on her. There was no one left. The pamphlet was cheaply printed, bound with staples, a black and white picture of Harkness Tower on the cover. "We are the Shepherds," printed beneath it. She doubted the Leigh House founders had Johnny Cash in mind when they'd chosen their motto, but every time she saw those words, she thought of Christmas time. Of lying on the old mattress in Len's squat in Van Nuys, room spinning, a half-eaten can of cranberry sauce on the floor beside her, and Johnny Cash singing, "We are the shepherds. We walked across the mountains. We left our flocks when the new star appeared." She thought of Len rolling over, sliding his hand under her shirt, murmuring into her ear, "Those are some shitty shepherds." The guidelines for Leigh House candidates were located near the back of the pamphlet and had last been updated in 1962. High academic achievement with an emphasis on history and chemistry. Facility with languages and a working knowledge of Latin and Greek. Good physical health and hygiene. Evidence of a regular fitness regimen encouraged. Exhibits signs of a steady character with a mind toward discretion. An interest in the arcane is discouraged, as this is a frequent indicator of an outsider disposition. Should demonstrate no squeamishness toward the realities of the human body. Mors vincit omnia. Alex, whose knowledge of Latin was less than working, looked it up. Death conquers all. But in the margin, someone had scrawled irumat over vincit, nearly obliterating the original with blue ballpoint pen. Beneath the Leigh requirements, an addendum read, "Standards for candidates have been relaxed in 2 circumstances. Lowell Scott, B.A. English, 1909, and Sinclair Bell Braverman, no degree, 1950, with mixed results." Another note had been scratched into the margin here, this one clearly in Darlington's jagged EKG-like scrawl. Alex Stern. She thought of the blood soaking the carpet of the old Anderson mansion black. She thought of the dean, the startled white of his femur jutting from his thigh, the stink of wild dogs filling the air. Alex set aside the aluminum container of cold falafel from Mamoun's, wiped her hands on her Leigh House sweats. She limped to the bathroom, popped open the bottle of Zolpidem and tucked one beneath her tongue. She cupped her hand beneath the faucet, watched the water pour over her fingers, listened to the grim sucking sound from the mouth of the drain. Standards for candidates have been relaxed in 2 circumstances. For the first time in weeks, she looked at the girl in the water-speckled mirror, watched as that bruised girl lifted her tank top, the cotton stained yellow with pus. The wound in Alex's side was a deep divot, crusted black. The bite had left a visible curve that she knew would heal badly, if it healed at all. Her map had been changed, her coastline altered. Mors irumat omnia. Death fucks us all. Alex touched her fingers gently to the hot red skin surrounding the teeth marks. The wound was getting infected. She felt some kind of concern, her mind nudging her toward self-preservation, but the idea of picking up the phone, getting a ride to the undergrad health center, the sequence of actions each new action would incite, was overwhelming, and the warm, dull throb of her body setting fire to itself had become almost companionable. Maybe she'd get a fever, start hallucinating. She eyed the thrust of her ribs, the blue veins like downed power lines beneath her fading bruises. Her lips were feathered with chapped skin. She thought of her name inked into the margins of the pamphlet. The 3rd circumstance. Results were decidedly mixed, she said, startled by the husky rattle of her voice. She laughed and the drain seemed to chuckle with her. Maybe she already had a fever. In the fluorescent glare of the bathroom light, she gripped the edges of the bite in her side and dug her fingers into it, pinching the flesh around her stitches until the pain dropped over her like a mantle, the blackout coming on in a welcome rush. That was in the spring. But the trouble had begun on a night in the full dark of winter, when Tara Hutchins died, and Alex still thought she might get away with everything. Skull and Bones, oldest of the landed societies, first of the 8 houses of the Vale, founded in 1832. The Bonesmen can boast more presidents, publishers, captains of industry, and cabinet members than any other society. For a full list of its alumni, please see Appendix C. And perhaps boast is the right word. The Bonesmen are aware of their influence and expect the deference of Leigh delegates. They would do well to remember their own motto, rich or poor, all are equal in death. Conduct yourself with the discretion and diplomacy warranted by your office and association with Leigh, but remember always that our duty is not to prop up the vanity of Yale's best and brightest, but to stand between the living and the dead. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the 9th House. The Bonesmen fancy themselves titans among piss ants, and ain't that a bite. But who am I to quibble when the drinks are stiff and the girls are pretty? Leigh Day's Diary of George Pettit. Saybrook College, 56. 1. Winter. Alex hurried across the wide alien plain of Beinecke Plaza, boots thudding over flat squares of clean concrete. The giant cube of the rare books collection seemed to float above its lower story. During the day, its panels glowed amber, a burnished golden hive, less a library than a temple. At night, it just looked like a tomb. This part of campus didn't quite fit with the rest of Yale. No gray stone or Gothic arches, no rebellious little outcroppings of red brick buildings, which Darlington had explained were not actually colonial but only meant to look that way. He'd explained the reasons for the way Beinecke had been built, the way it was supposed to mirror and slot into this corner of the campus architecture, but it still felt like a 70s sci-fi movie to her. Like the students should all be wearing unitards or too short tunics, drinking something called the extract, eating food in pellets. Even the big metal sculpture that she now knew was by Alexander Calder reminded her of a giant lava lamp in negative. "It's Calder," she murmured beneath her breath. That was the way people here talked about art. Nothing was by anyone. The sculpture is Calder, the painting is Rothko, the house is Neutra. And Alex was late. She had begun the night with good intentions, determined to get ahead of her modern British novel essay and leave with plenty of time to make it to the prognostication. But she'd fallen asleep in one of the Sterling Library reading rooms, a copy of Nostromo gripped loosely in her hand, feet propped on a heating duct. At 10:30, she'd woken with a start, drool trickling across her cheek. Her startled, "Shit!" had gone off like a shotgun blast in the quiet of the library, and she'd buried her face in her scarf as she slung her bag over her shoulder and made her escape. Now she cut through Commons, beneath the rotunda where the names of the war dead were carved deep into the marble, and stone figures stood vigil. Peace, devotion, memory, and finally courage, who wore a helmet and shield and little else, and it always looked to Alex more like a stripper than a mourner. She charged down the steps and across the intersection of College and Grove. The campus had a way of changing faces from hour to hour and block to block so that Alex always felt as if she were meeting it for the first time. Tonight, it was a sleepwalker, breathing deep and even. The people she passed on her way to SSS seemed locked in a dream, soft-eyed, faces turned to one another, steam rising off the cups of coffee in their gloved hands. She had the eerie sense that they were dreaming her, a girl in a dark coat who would disappear when they woke. Sheffield's Sterling Strathcona Hall was drowsing too. The classrooms closed up tight, hallways cast an energy-saving half-light. Alex took the stairs to the second floor and heard noise echoing from one of the lecture halls. The Yale Social screened movies there every Thursday night. Mercy had tacked the schedule to the door of their dorm room, but Alex hadn't bothered to study it. Her Thursdays were full. Trip Helmuth slouched against the wall beside the doors to the lecture hall. He acknowledged Alex with a heavy-lidded nod. Even in the dim light, she could see his eyes were bloodshot. No doubt he'd smoked before he showed up tonight. Maybe that was why the elder Bonesman had stuck him on guard duty. Or maybe he'd volunteered. "You're late," he said. "They started." Alex ignored him, glanced once over her shoulder to make sure the hallway was clear. She didn't owe Trip Helmuth an excuse, and it would look weak to offer one. She pressed her thumb into a barely visible notch in the paneling. The wall was supposed to swing open smoothly, but it always stuck. She gave it a hard nudge with her shoulder and stumbled as it jolted open. "Easy, killer," said Trip. Alex shut the door behind her and edged down the narrow passage in the dark. Unfortunately, Trip was right. The prognostication had already begun. Alex entered the old operating theater as quietly as she could. The room was a windowless chamber, sandwiched between the lecture hall and a classroom that grad students used for discussion sections. It was a forgotten remnant of the old medical school, which had held its classes here in SSS before it moved on to its own buildings. The managers of the trust that funded Skull and Bones had sealed up the room's entrance and disguised it with new paneling sometime around 1932. All facts Alex had gleaned from Leigh, A Legacy, when she probably should have been reading Nostromo. No one spared Alex a glance. All eyes were on the haruspics, his lean face hidden behind a surgical mask, pale blue robes spattered with blood. His latex-gloved hands moved methodically through the bowels of the patient, subject, sacrifice. Alex wasn't sure which term applied to the man on the table. Not sacrifice. He's supposed to live. Ensuring that was part of her job. She'd see him safely through this ordeal and back to the hospital ward he'd been taken from. But what about a year from now? She wondered. 5 years from now? Alex glanced at the man on the table. Michael Reyes. She'd read his file 2 weeks ago when he was selected for the ritual. The flaps of his stomach were pinned back with steel clips, and his abdomen looked like it was blooming, a plump pink orchid, plush and red at its center. Tell me that doesn't leave a mark. But she had her own future to worry about. Reyes would manage. Alex averted her eyes, tried to breathe through her nose as her stomach roiled and coppery saliva filled her mouth. She'd seen plenty of bad injuries, but always on the dead. There was something much worse about a living wound, a human body tethered to life by nothing but the steady metallic beep of a monitor. She had candied ginger in her pocket for nausea, one of Darlington's tips, but she couldn't quite bring herself to take it out and unwrap it. Instead, she focused her gaze on some middle distance as the haruspics called out a series of numbers and letters, stock symbols and share prices for companies traded publicly on the New York Stock Exchange. Later in the night, he'd move on to the NASDAQ, Euronext, and the Asian markets. Alex didn't bother trying to decipher them. The orders to buy, sell, or hold were given in impenetrable Dutch, the language of commerce, the first stock exchange, Old New York, and the official language of the bonesmen. When Skull and Bones was founded, too many students knew Greek and Latin. Their dealings had required something more obscure. Dutch is harder to pronounce, Darlington had told her. Besides, it gives the bonesmen an excuse to visit Amsterdam. Of course, Darlington knew Latin, Greek, and Dutch. He also spoke French, Mandarin, and passable Portuguese. Alex had just started Spanish, too. Between the classes she'd taken in grade school and her grandmother's mishmash of Ladino sayings, she'd thought it would be an easy grade. She hadn't counted on things like the subjunctive. But she could just about ask if Gloria might like to go to the discotheque tomorrow night. A burst of muffled gunfire rattled through the wall from the screening next door. The haruspics looked up from the slick pink mess of Michael Reyes's small intestine, his irritation apparent. Scarface, Alex realized, as the music swelled and a chorus of rowdy voices thundered in unison. "You wanna fuck with me? Okay, you wanna play rough?" The audience chanting along like it was Rocky Horror. She must have seen Scarface 100 times. It was one of Len's favorites. He was predictable that way. Loved everything hard. as if he'd mailed away for a how-to-be gangster kit. When they'd met Helly near the Venice boardwalk, her golden hair like a parted curtain for the theater of her big blue eyes, Alex had thought instantly of Michelle Pfeiffer in her satin shift. All she'd been missing was the smooth sheaf of bangs. But Alex didn't want to think about Helly tonight, not with the stink of blood in the air. Len and Helly were her old life. They didn't belong at Yale. Then again, neither did Alex. Despite the memories, Alex was grateful for any noise that would cover the wet sounds of the haruspics pawing through Michael Reyes's gut. What did he see there? Darlington had said the prognostications were no different than someone reading the future in the cards of a tarot deck, or a handful of animal bones. But it sure looked different, and sounded more specific. You're missing someone. You will find happiness in the new year. Those were the kinds of things fortune-tellers said, vague, comforting. Alex eyed the bonesman, robed and hooded, crowded around the body on the table. The undergrad scribe taking down the predictions that would be passed on to hedge fund managers and private investors all over the world to keep the bonesmen and their alumni financially secure. Former presidents, diplomats, at least one director of the CIA. All of them bonesmen. Alex thought of Tony Montana, soaking in his hot tub, speechifying, "You know what capitalism is?" Alex glanced at Michael Reyes's prone body. "Tony, you have no idea." She caught a flicker of movement from the benches that overlooked the operating arena. The theater had 2 local Greys, who always sat in the same places, just a few rows apart. A female mental patient who'd had her ovaries and uterus removed in a hysterectomy in 1926, for which she would have been paid $6 if she had survived the procedure. And a male, a medical student. He'd frozen to death in an opium den thousands of miles away, sometime around 1880, but kept returning here to sit in his old seat and look down on whatever passed for life below. Prognostications only happened in the theater 4 times a year, at the start of each fiscal quarter. But that seemed to be enough to suit him. Darlington liked to say that dealing with ghosts was like riding the subway. Do not make eye contact, do not smile, do not engage. Otherwise you never know what might follow you home. Easier said than done when the only other thing to look at in the room was a man playing with another man's innards like they were mahjong tiles. She remembered Darlington's shock when he'd realized she could not only see ghosts without the help of any potion or spell, but see them in color. He'd been weirdly furious. She'd enjoyed that. "What kinds of color?" he'd asked, sliding his feet off the coffee table, his heavy black boots thunking on the slatted floor of the parlor at Il Bastone. "Just color. Like an old Polaroid." "Why? What do you see?" "They look gray," he'd snapped. "That's why they're called Greys." She'd shrugged, knowing her nonchalance would make Darlington even angrier. "It isn't a big deal." "Not to you," he muttered and stomped away. He'd spent the rest of the day in the training room working up a cranky sweat. She'd felt smug at the time, glad not everything came so easily to him. But now, moving in a circle around the perimeter of the theater, checking the little chalk markings made at every compass point, she just felt jittery and unprepared. That was the way she'd felt since she'd taken her first step on campus. No, before that. From the time Dean Sandow had sat down beside her hospital bed, tapped the handcuffs on her wrist with his nicotine-stained fingers and said, "We are offering you an opportunity." But that was the old Alex. The Alex of Helly and Len. Yale Alex had never worn handcuffs, never gotten into a fight, never fucked a stranger in a bathroom to make up her boyfriend's vig. Yale Alex struggled but didn't complain. She was a good girl trying to keep up. And failing. She should have been here early to observe the making of the signs and ensure the circle was secure. Greys as old as the ones hovering on the tiered benches above, didn't tend to make trouble, even when drawn by blood, but prognostications were big magic, and her job was to verify that the bonesmen followed proper procedures, stayed cautious. She was play-acting, though. She had spent the previous night cramming, trying to memorize the correct signs and proportions of chalk, charcoal, and bone. She'd made flashcards, for fuck's sake, and forced herself to shuffle through them in between bouts of Joseph Conrad. Alex thought the markings looked okay, but she knew her signs of protection about as well as her modern British novels. When she'd attended the fall quarter prognostication with Darlington, had she really paid attention? No. She'd been too busy sucking on ginger candy, reeling from the strangeness of it all, and praying she wouldn't humiliate herself by puking. She'd thought she had plenty of time to learn with Darlington looking over her shoulder. But they'd both been wrong about that. "Vorhoft," the haruspics called, and one of the bonesmen darted forward. Melinda? Miranda? Alex couldn't remember the redhead's name, only that she was in an all-female a cappella group called Women Rhythm. The girl patted the haruspic's forehead with a white cloth and melted back into the group. Alex tried not to look at the man on the table, but her eyes darted to his face anyway. Michael Reyes, age 48, diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. Would Reyes remember any of it when he woke? When he tried to tell someone, would they just call him crazy? Alex knew exactly what that was like. It could be me on that table. "The bonesmen like them as nuts as possible," Darlington had told her. "They think it makes for better predictions." When she'd asked him why, he'd just said, "The crazier the victima, the closer to God." Is that true? "It is only through mystery and madness that the soul is revealed," he'd quoted. Then he'd shrugged. "Their bank balances say yes." "And we're okay with this?" Alex had asked Darlington. "With people getting cut open so Chauncey can redecorate his summer home?" "Never met a Chauncey," he'd said. "Still hoping." Then he'd paused, standing in the armory, his face grave. "Nothing is going to stop this. Too many powerful people rely on what the societies can do. Before Leigh existed, no one was keeping watch. So you can make futile bleating noises in protest and lose your scholarship, or you can stay here, do your job, and do the most good you can." Even then, she'd wondered if that was only part of the story. If Darlington's desire to know everything bound him to Leigh just as surely as any sense of duty. But she'd stayed quiet then, and she intended to stay quiet now. Michael Reyes had been found in one of the public beds at Yale New Haven. To the outside world, he looked like any other patient, a vagrant, the type who passed through psych wards and emergency rooms and jails, on his meds, then off. He had a brother in New Jersey who was listed as his next of kin and who had signed off on what was supposed to be a routine medical procedure for the treatment of a scarred bowel. Reyes was cared for solely by a nurse named Jean Gadula, who'd worked 3 night shifts in a row. She didn't blink or cause a fuss when, through what appeared to be a scheduling error, she was slated for 2 more evenings in the ward. That week, her colleagues may or may not have noticed that she always came to work with a huge handbag. In it was stowed a little cooler that she used to carry Michael Reyes's meals, a dove's heart for clarity, geranium root, and a dish of bitter herbs. The doula had no idea what the food did or what fate awaited Michael Reyes, any more than she knew what became of any of the special patients she tended to. She didn't even know whom she worked for, only that once every month she received a much-needed check to offset the gambling debts her husband racked up at the Foxwoods blackjack tables. Alex wasn't sure if it was her imagination or if she really could smell the ground parsley speckling Reyes's insides, but her own stomach gave another warning flutter. She was desperate for fresh air, sweating beneath her layers. The operating theater was kept ice-cold, fed by vents separate from the rest of the building, but the huge portable halogens used to light the proceedings still radiated heat. A low moan sounded. Alex's gaze shot to Michael Reyes, a terrible image flashing through her mind, Reyes waking to find himself strapped to a table, surrounded by hooded figures, his insides on the outside. But his eyes were closed, his chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. The moan continued, louder now. Maybe someone else was feeling sick. But none of the bonesmen looked distressed. Their faces glowed like studious moons in the dim theater, eyes trained on the proceedings. Still, the moan climbed, a low wind building, churning through the room and bouncing off its dark wood walls. No direct eye contact, Alex warned herself. Just look to see if the Greys... She choked back a startled grunt. The Greys were no longer in their seats. They leaned over the railing that surrounded the operating theater, fingers gripping the wood, necks craned, their bodies stretching toward the very edge of the chalk circle like animals straining to drink from the lip of a watering hole. "Don't look." It was Darlington's voice, his warning. "Don't look too closely." It was too easy for a Grey to form a bond, to attach itself to you. And it was more dangerous because she already knew these Greys' histories. They had been around so long that generations of Leigh delegates had documented their pasts, but their names had been redacted from all documents. "If you don't know a name," Darlington had explained, "you can't think it. And then you won't be tempted to say it." A name was a kind of intimacy. Don't look. But Darlington wasn't here. The female Grey was naked, her small breasts puckered from the cold, as they must have been in death. She lifted a hand to the opened wound of her belly, touched the flesh there fondly, like a woman coyly indicating that she was expecting. They hadn't sewn her up. The boy, and he was a boy, skinny and tender-featured, wore a sloppy bottle-green jacket and stained trousers. Greys always appeared as they had in the moment of death. But there was something obscene about them side by side, one naked, the other clothed. Every muscle in the Greys' bodies strained, their eyes wide and staring, their lips yawning open. The black holes of their mouths were caverns, and from them that bleak, keening rose, not really a moan at all, but something flat and inhuman. Alex thought of the wasp's nest she'd found in the garage beneath her mother's Studio City apartment one summer, the mindless buzz of insects in a dark place. The haruspics kept reciting in Dutch. Another bonesman held a glass of water to the scribe's lips as he continued his transcriptions. The smell of blood and herbs and shit hung dense in the air. The Greys arced forward, inch by inch, trembling, lips distended, their mouths too wide now as if their jaws had unhinged. The whole room seemed to vibrate. But only Alex could see them. That was why Leigh had brought her here. Why Dean Sandow had grudgingly made his golden offer to a girl in handcuffs. Still, Alex looked around, hoping for someone else to understand, for anyone to offer their help. She took a step back, heart rabbiting in her chest. Greys were docile, vague, especially Greys this old. At least Alex thought they were. Was this one of the lessons Darlington hadn't gotten to yet? She racked her brain for the few incantations Darlington had taught her last semester, spells of protection. She could use death words in a pinch. Would they work on Greys in this state? She should have put salt in her pockets, caramels to distract them, anything. Basic stuff, Darlington said in her head. Easy to master. The wood beneath the Greys' fingers began to bend and creak. Now the red-headed a cappella girl looked up, wondering where the creaking had come from. The wood was going to splinter. The signs must have been made incorrectly. The circle of protection would not hold. Alex looked right and left at the useless bonesmen in their ridiculous robes. If Darlington were here, he would stay and fight, make sure the Greys were contained and Reyes was kept safe. The halogens dimmed, surged. "Fuck you, Darlington," Alex muttered beneath her breath, already turning on her heel to run. Boom! The room shook. Alex stumbled. The haruspics and the rest of the bonesmen looked at her, scowling. Boom! The sound of something knocking from the next world. Something big. Something that should not be let through. "Is our Dante drunk?" muttered the haruspics. Boom! Alex opened her mouth to scream, to tell them to run before whatever was holding that thing back gave way. The moaning dropped away suddenly, completely, as if stoppered in a bottle. The monitor beeped. The lights hummed. The Greys were back in their seats, ignoring each other, ignoring her. Beneath her coat, Alex's blouse clung wetly to her, soaked through with sweat. She could smell her own sour fear thick on her skin. The halogens still shone hot and white. The theater pulsed heat like an organ, suffused with blood. The bonesmen were staring. Next door, the credits rolled. Alex could see the spot where the Greys had gripped the railing, white slivers of wood splayed like corn silk. "Sorry," Alex said. She bent at the knees and vomited onto the stone floor. When they finally stitched up Michael Reyes, it was nearly 3 a.m. The haruspics and most of the other bonesmen had left hours before to shower off the ritual and prepare for a party that would last well past dawn. The haruspics might head directly back to New York in the creamy leather seat of a black town car, or he might stay for the festivities and take his pick of willing undergrad girls or boys or both. She'd been told attending to the haruspics was considered an honor, and Alex supposed if you were high enough and drunk enough, it might feel like that was the case, but it sure sounded like being pimped out to the man who paid the bills. The redhead, Miranda, it turned out, like in The Tempest, had helped Alex clean up the vomit. She'd been genuinely nice about it, and Alex had almost felt bad for not remembering her name. Reyes had been transported out of the building on a gurney, cloaked in obfuscation veils that made him look like a bunch of AV equipment piled beneath protective plastic sheeting. It was the most risky part of the whole night's endeavor as far as the safety of the society went. Skull and Bones didn't really excel at anything other than prognostication, and of course the members of Manuscript weren't interested in sharing their glamours with another society. The magic binding Reyes's veils wobbled with every bump, the gurney coming into and out of focus, the blips and bleeps from the medical equipment and the ventilator still audible. If anyone stopped to take a close look at what was being wheeled down the hallway, the bonesmen would have some real trouble, though Alex doubted it would be anything they couldn't buy their way out of. She would check in on Reyes once he was back on the ward, and then again in a week to make sure he was healing without complications. There had been casualties following prognostications before, though only one since Leigh had been founded in 1898 to monitor the societies. A group of bonesmen had accidentally killed a vagrant during a hastily planned emergency reading after the stock market crash of 1929. Prognostications had been banned for the next 4 years, and Bones had been threatened with the loss of its massive red stone tomb on High Street. "That's why we exist," Darlington had said, as Alex turned the pages listing the names of each victima and prognostication date in the Leigh records. "We are the shepherds, Stern." But he had cringed when Alex pointed to an inscription in one of the margins of Leigh, a Legacy. NMDH? "No more dead hobos," he'd said on a sigh. So much for the noble mission of Leigh House. Still, Alex couldn't feel too superior tonight. Not when she'd been seconds from abandoning Michael Reyes to save her own ass. Alex endured a long string of jokes about her spewed dinner of grilled chicken and Twizzlers, and stayed at the theater to make sure the remaining bonesmen followed what she hoped was proper procedure for sanitizing the space. She promised herself she'd return later to sprinkle the theater with bone dust. Reminders of death were the best way to keep Greys at bay. It was why cemeteries were some of the least haunted places in the world. She thought of the ghosts' open mouths, that horrible drone of insects. Something had been trying to slam its way into the chalk circle. At least, that was how it had seemed. Ghosts, were harmless. Mostly. It took a lot for them to take any kind of form in the mortal world. And to pass through the final veil? To become physical? Capable of touch? Capable of damage? They could. Alex knew they could. But it was close to impossible. Even so, there had been hundreds of prognostications in this theater, and she'd never heard of any Greys crossing over into physical form or interfering. Why had their behavior changed tonight? If it had. The greatest gift Leigh had given Alex was not the full ride to Yale, the new start that had scrubbed her past clean like a chemical burn. It was the knowledge, the certainty, that the things she saw were real and always had been. But she'd lived too long wondering if she was crazy to stop now. Darlington would have believed her. He always had. Except Darlington was gone. Not for good, she told herself. In a week the new moon would rise and they would bring him home. Alex touched her fingers to the cracked railing, already thinking about how to phrase her description of the prognostication for the Leigh house records. Dean Sandow reviewed all of them, and she wasn't anxious to draw his attention to anything out of the ordinary. Besides, if you set aside a helpless man having his guts rearranged, nothing bad had actually happened. When Alex emerged from the passage into the hallway, Trip Helmuth startled from his slouch. "Are they almost done in there?" Alex nodded and took a deep breath of comparatively fresh air, eager to get outside. "Pretty gross, huh?" Trip asked with a smirk. "If you want, I can slip you some of the tips when they get transcribed. Take the edge off those student loans." "What the fuck would you know about student loans?" The words were out before she could stop them. Darlington would not approve. Alex was supposed to remain civil, distant, diplomatic. And anyway, she was a hypocrite. Leigh had made sure she would graduate without a cloud of debt hanging over her, if she actually made it through 4 years of exams and papers and nights like these. Trip held his hands up in surrender, laughing uneasily. "Hey, just trying to get by." Trip was on the sailing team. A third-generation bonesman, a gentleman and a scholar, a purebred golden retriever, dopey, glossy, and expensive. He was rumpled and rosy as a healthy infant, his hair sandy, his skin still tan from whichever island he'd spent winter break on. He had the ease of someone who had always been and would always be just fine. A boy of 1,000 second chances. "We good?" he asked eagerly. "We're good," she said, though she was not good at all. She could still feel the reverberation of that buzzing moan filling up her lungs, rattling the inside of her skull. "Just stuffy in there." "Right?" Trip said, ready to be pals. "Maybe getting stuck out here all night's not so bad." He didn't sound convinced. "What happened to your arm?" Alex could see a big bandage peeking out from Trip's windbreaker. He shoved the sleeve up, revealing a patch of greasy cellophane taped over the inside of his forearm. "A bunch of us got tattoos today." Alex looked closer. A strutting bulldog bursting through a big blue Y. The dude bro equivalent of best friends forever. "Nice," she lied. "You got any ink?" His sleepy eyes roved over her, trying to peel back the winter layers. No different than the losers who had hung around Ground Zero, fingers brushing her clavicle, her biceps, tracing the shapes there. "So what does this one mean?" "Nope, not my thing." Alex wrapped her scarf around her neck. "I'll check in on Reyes on the war tomorrow." "Huh? Oh, right. Good. Where is Darlington anyway? He already sticking you with the shit jobs?" Trip tolerated Alex, tried to be friendly with her because he wanted his belly rubbed by everyone he encountered, but he genuinely liked Darlington. "Spain," she said, because that was what she'd been instructed to say. "Nice. Tell him buenos dias." If Alex could have told Darlington anything, it would have been "come back." She would have said it in English and Spanish. She would have used the imperative. "Adios," she said to Trip. Enjoy the party." Once she was clear of the building, Alex yanked off her gloves and unwrapped 2 sticky ginger candies, shoving them into her mouth. She was tired of thinking about Darlington, but the smell of the ginger, the heat it created at the back of her throat, brought him even more brightly alive. She saw his long body sprawled in front of the great stone fireplace at Black Elm. He'd taken his boots off, left his socks to dry on the hearth. He was on his back, eyes closed, head resting in the cradle of his arms, toes wiggling in time to the music floating around the room. Something classical, Alex didn't know, dense with French horns that left emphatic crescents of sound in the air. Alex had been on the floor beside him, arms clasped around her knees, back pressed against the base of an old sofa, trying to seem relaxed and to stop staring at his feet. They just looked so naked. He'd cuffed his black jeans up, keeping the damp off his skin, and those slender white feet, hair dusting the toes, had made her feel a little obscene, like some sepia-toned pervert driven mad by a glimpse of ankle. "Fuck you, Darlington." She yanked her gloves back on. For a moment, she stood, paralyzed. She should get back to Leigh House and write up a report for Dean Sandow to review. But what she really wanted was to flop down on the narrow bottom bunk of the room she shared with Mercy and cram in all the sleep she could before class. At this hour, she wouldn't have to make any excuses to curious roommates. But if she slept at Leigh, Mercy and Lauren would be clamoring to know where and with whom she'd spent the night. Darlington had suggested making up a boyfriend to justify her long absences and late nights. "If I do that, at some point I'll have to produce a boy-shaped human to gaze at me adoringly," Alex had replied in frustration. "How have you gotten away with this for the last 3 years?" Darlington had just shrugged. "My roommates figured I was a player." If Alex's eyes had rolled back in her head any further, she would have been facing the opposite direction. All right. I told them I was in a band with some Yukon guys and that we played out a lot." "Do you even play an instrument?" "Of course." Cello, upright bass, guitar, piano, and something called an oud. Hopefully Mercy would be fast asleep when Alex got back to the room and she could slip inside to retrieve her basket of shower things and head down the hall without notice. It would be tricky. Any time you tampered with the veil between this world and the next, it left a stink that was something like the electrical crackle of ozone after a storm, coupled with the rot of a pumpkin left too long on a windowsill. The first time she'd made the mistake of returning to the suite without showering, she'd actually had to lie about slipping in a pile of garbage to explain it. Mercy and Lauren had laughed about it for weeks. Alex thought of the grimy shower waiting in her dorm, and then of sinking into the vast old clawfoot tub in Il Baston's spotless bathroom, the 4-poster bed so high she had to hoist herself onto it. Supposedly, Leigh had safe houses and hidey holes all over the Yale campus, but the 2 Alex had been introduced to were the Hutch and Il Baston. The Hutch was closer to Alex's dorm and most of her classes, but it was just a shabby, comfortable set of rooms above a clothing store, always stocked with bags of chips and Darlington's protein bars, a place to stop in and take a quick nap on the badly sprung couch. Il Baston was something special. A 3-story mansion nearly a mile from the heart of campus that served as Leigh's main headquarters. Oculus would be waiting there tonight, the lamps lit, with a tray of tea, brandy, and sandwiches. It was tradition, even if Alex didn't show up to enjoy them. But the price of all that luxury would be dealing with Oculus, and she just couldn't handle Dawes's clenched jaw silences tonight. Better to return to the dorms with the stink of the night's work on her. Alex crossed the street and cut back through the rotunda. It was hard not to keep looking behind her, thinking of the Greys standing at the edge of the circle with their mouths stretched too wide, black pits humming that low insect sound. What would have happened if that railing had broken? If the chalk circle hadn't held? What had provoked them? Would she have had the strength or the knowledge to hold them off? Passapunto, passamundo. Alex pulled her coat tighter, tucking her face into her scarf. her breath humid against the wool, hurrying back past Beinecke Library. "If you get locked in there during a fire, all of the oxygen gets sucked out," Lauren had claimed. "To protect the books." Alex knew that was bullshit. Darlington had told her so. He'd known the truth of the building, all of its faces, that it had been built to the Platonic ideal. The building was a temple, employing the same ratios used by some typesetters for their pages. The building was a book. That its marble had been quarried in Vermont. The building was a monument. The entrance had been created so that only one person was permitted to enter at a time, passing through the rotating door like a supplicant. She remembered Darlington pulling on the white gloves worn to handle rare manuscripts, his long fingers resting reverently on the page. It was the same way Len handled cash. There was a room in Beinecke, hidden on... She couldn't remember which floor. And even if she could have, she wouldn't have gone. She didn't have the balls to descend into the patio, touch her fingers to the window in the secret pattern, enter in the dark. This place had been dear to Darlington. There was no place more magical. There was no place on campus she felt more like a fraud. Alex reached for her phone to check the time, hoping it wasn't much past 3. If she could get washed up and into bed by 4, she'd still be able to get 3.5 solid hours before she had to be up and across campus again for Spanish. This was the math she ran every night. Every moment. How much time to try to get the work done? How much time to rest? She could never quite make the numbers work. She was just scraping by, stretching the budget, always coming up a little short. And the panic clung to her, dogging her steps. Alex looked at the glowing screen and swore. It was flooded with messages. She'd put the phone on silent for the prognostication and forgotten to switch it back on. The texts were all from the same person. Oculus, Pamela Dawes, the grad student who maintained the Leigh residences and served as their research assistant. Pammy, though only Darlington called her that. "Call in, call in, call in." The texts were all timed exactly 15 minutes apart. Either Dawes was following some kind of protocol, or she was even more uptight than Alex had thought. Alex considered just ignoring the messages. But it was a Thursday night, the night the societies met, and that meant that some little shit had gotten up to something bad. For all she knew, the shape-shifting idiots at Wolf's Head had turned themselves into a herd of buffalo and trampled a bunch of students coming out of Branford. She stepped behind one of the columns supporting the Beinecke cube to shelter from the wind and dialed. Dawes picked up on the first ring. "Oculus speaking." "Dante replies," Alex said, feeling like a jackass. She was Dante. Darlington was Virgil. That was the way Leigh was supposed to work, until Alex made it to her senior year and took on the title of Virgil to mentor an incoming freshman. She'd nodded and matched Darlington's small smile when he told her their code names. He'd referred to them as offices, pretending she got the joke. Later, she'd looked them up and discovered that Virgil had been Dante's guide as he descended into hell. More Leigh humor wasted on her. "There's a body at Payne Whitney," said Dawes. "Centurion is on site." "A body?" Alex repeated, wondering if fatigue had damaged her ability to understand basic human speech. "Yes." "Like a dead body?" "Yes." Dawes was clearly trying to sound calm, but her breath caught, turning the single syllable into a musical hiccup. Alex pressed her back against the column, the cold of the stone seeping through her coat, and felt a stab of angry adrenaline spike through her. "Are you messing with me?" That was what she wanted to ask. That was what this felt like, being fucked with, being the weird kid who talked to herself, who was so desperate for friends she agreed when Sarah McKinney pleaded, "Can you meet me at Tres Muchachos after school? I want to see if you can talk to my grandma. We used to go there a lot and I miss her so much." The kid who stood outside the shittiest Mexican restaurant in the shittiest food court in the valley by herself until she had to call her mom to ask her to pick her up because no one was coming. Of course, no one was coming. This is real, she reminded herself. And Pamela Dawes was a lot of things, but she wasn't a Sarah McKinney-style asshole. Which meant someone was dead. And she was supposed to do something about it? Was it an accident? Possible homicide. Dawes sounded like she'd been waiting for just this question. Okay, Alex said, because she had no idea what else to say. Okay, Dawes replied awkwardly. She'd delivered her big line, and now she was ready to get off stage. Alex hung up and stood in the bleak, windswept silence of the empty plaza. She'd forgotten at least half of what Darlington had tried to teach her before he'd vanished, but he definitely hadn't covered murder. She didn't know why. If you were going to hell together, murder seemed like a good place to start.
2. Last fall. Daniel Arlington prided himself on being prepared for anything. But if he'd had to choose a way to describe Alex Stern, it would have been an unwelcome surprise. He could think of a lot of other terms for her, but none of them were polite, and Darlington always endeavored to be polite. If he'd been brought up by his parents, his dilettante father, his glib but brilliant mother, he might have had different priorities, but he'd been raised by his grandfather, Daniel Tabor Arlington III, who believed that most problems could be solved with cask-strength scotch, plenty of ice, and impeccable manners. His grandfather had never met Galaxy Stern. Darlington sought out Alex's first-floor Vanderbilt dorm room on a sweating, miserable day in the first week of September. He could have waited for her to report to the house on Orange, but when he was a freshman, his own mentor, the inimitable Michelle Alameddine, who had served as his Virgil, had welcomed him to Yale and the mysteries of Leigh House by coming to meet him at the old campus freshman dorms. Darlington was determined to do things right, even if everything about the Stern situation had started out wrong. He hadn't chosen Galaxy Stern as his Dante. In fact, she had, by sheer virtue of her existence, robbed him of something he'd been looking forward to for the entirety of his 3-year tenure with Leigh. The moment when he would gift someone new with the job he loved. When he'd crack the ordinary world open for some worthy but barely suspecting soul. Only a few months before, he'd unloaded the boxes full of incoming freshman applications and stacked them in the great room at Black Elm, giddy with excitement, determined to read or at least skim through all 1,800-plus files before he made his recommendations to the Leigh House alumni. It would be fair, open-minded, and thorough, and in the end he would choose 20 candidates for the role of Dante. Then Leigh would vet their backgrounds, check for health risks, signs of mental illness, and financial vulnerabilities, and a final decision would be made. Darlington had created a plan for how many applications he'd have to tackle each day that would still free his mornings for work on the estate and his afternoons for his job at the Peabody Museum. He'd been ahead of schedule that day in July, on application number 324, Mackenzie Hoffer. 800 verbal, 720 math, 9 APs her junior year, blog on the Bayou Tapestry maintained in both English and French. She'd seemed promising until he'd gotten to her personal essay, in which she'd compared herself to Emily Dickinson. Darlington had just tossed her folder onto the no pile when Dean Sandow called to tell him their search was over. They'd found their candidate. The alumni were unanimous. Darlington had wanted to protest. Hell, he'd wanted to break something. Instead, he'd straightened the stack of folders before him and said, "Who is it? I have all of the files right here." "You don't have her file. She never applied. She didn't even finish high school." Before Darlington could sputter his indignation, Sandow added, "Daniel, she can see grays." Darlington had paused, his hand still atop Mackenzie Hoffer. 2 summers with Habitat for Humanity. It wasn't just the sound of his given name, something Sandow rarely used. She can see grays. The only way for one of the living to see the dead was by ingesting the Orasario. An elixir of infinite complexity that required perfect skill and attention to detail to create. He'd attempted it himself when he was 17, before he'd ever heard of Leigh, when he'd only hoped there might be more to this world than he'd been led to believe. His efforts had landed him in the ER, and he'd hemorrhaged blood from his ears and eyes for 2 days. She managed to brew an elixir? He said, both thrilled and, he could admit it, a little jealous. Silence followed, long enough for Darlington to switch off the light on his grandfather's desk and walk out to the back porch of Black Elm. From here, he could see the gentle slope of houses leading down Edgewood to campus, and far beyond, the Long Island Sound. All of the land down to Central Avenue had once been a part of Black Elm, but had been sold off in bits and pieces as the Arlington fortune dwindled. The house, its rose gardens, and the ruined mess of the maze at the edge of the wood were all that remained, and only he remained to tend and prune and coddle it back to life. Dusk was falling now, a long, slow summer twilight, thick with mosquitoes and the glint of fireflies. He could see the question mark of Cosmo's white tail as the cat wended his way through the high grass, stalking some small creature. "No elixir," said Sandow. "She can just see them." "Ah," said Darlington, watching a thrush peck half-heartedly at the broken base of what had once been the obelisk fountain. There was nothing else to say. Though Leigh had been created to monitor the activities of Yale's secret societies, its secondary mission was to unravel the mysteries of what lay beyond the veil. For years, they had documented stories of people who could actually see phantoms, some confirmed, some little more than rumor. So if the board had found a girl who could do these things, and they could make her beholden to them, well, that was that. He should be glad to meet her. He wanted to get drunk. "I'm not any happier about this than you are," said Sandow. "But you know the position we're in. This is an important year for Leigh. We need everyone happy." Leigh was responsible for keeping watch over the houses of the Vale, but it also relied on them for funding. This was a re-up year, and the societies had gone so long without an incident, there were rumblings that perhaps they shouldn't dip into their coffers to continue supporting Leigh at all. "I'll send you her files. She's not the Dante we might have hoped for, but try to keep an open mind." "Of course," said Darlington, because that was what a gentleman did. "Of course I will." He'd tried to mean it. Even after he read her file, even after he'd watched the interview between her and Sandow recorded at a hospital in Van Nuys, California, heard the husky, broken, woodwind sound of her voice, he'd tried. She'd been found naked and comatose at a crime scene, next to a girl who hadn't been lucky enough to survive the fentanyl they'd both taken. The details of it were all more sordid and sad than he could have fathomed, and he'd tried to feel sorry for her. His Dante, the girl he would gift with the keys to a secret world, was a criminal, a drug user, a dropout who cared about none of the things he did. But he'd tried. And still, nothing had prepared him for the shock of her presence in that shabby Vanderbilt common room. The room was small, but high-ceilinged, with 3 tall windows that looked out onto the horseshoe-shaped courtyard and 2 narrow doors leading to the bedrooms. The space eddied with the easy chaos of a freshman year move-in. Boxes on the floor, no proper furniture to be seen, but a wobbly lamp and a battered recliner pushed up against the long-since-functional fireplace. A muscular blonde in running shorts, Lauren, he guessed, likely pre-med, solid test scores, field hockey captain at her Philadelphia prep school, was setting up a faux vintage turntable on the ledge of the window seat, a plastic crate of records balanced beside it. The recliner was probably hers too, carted along in a moving truck from Bucks County to New Haven. Anna Breen, Huntsville, Texas, STEM scholarship, choir leader, sat on the floor trying to assemble what looked like a bookshelf. This was a girl who would never quite fit. She'd end up in a singing group or maybe get heavily into her church. She definitely wouldn't be partying with her other roommates. Then the other two girls shuffled out of one of the bedrooms, awkwardly hefting a banged-up university-issued desk between them. "Do you have to put that out here?" asked Anna glumly. "We need more space," said a girl in a flowered sundress Darlington knew was Mercy Zhao. Piano, 800 math, 800 verbal, prize-winning essays on Rabelais, and a bizarre but compelling comparison of a passage in The Sound and the Fury to a bit about a pear tree in the Canterbury Tales that had garnered the notice of both the Yale and Princeton English departments. And then, Galaxy Stern. No high school diploma, no GED, no achievements to speak of other than surviving her own misery. Emerged from the dark nook of the bedroom, dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and black jeans, totally inappropriate to the heat, and balancing one end of the desk in her skinny arms. The low quality of Sandow's video had caught the slick, straight sheaves of her black hair, but not the severe precision of her center part, the hollow quality of her eyes, but not the deep inkblot of their color. She looked malnourished, her clavicles sharp as exclamation points beneath the fabric of her shirt. She was too sleek, almost damp, less Undine rising from the waters than a dagger-toothed Rusalka. Or maybe she just needed a snack and a long nap. "All right, Stern, let's begin." Darlington rapped on the door, stepped into the room, smiled big, bright, welcoming, as they set the desk down in the common room corner. "Alex, your mom told me I should check in on you. It's me, Darlington." For a brief moment, she looked utterly lost, even panicked. Then she matched his smile. "Hey, I didn't recognize you." Good. She was adaptable. "Introductions, please," said Lauren, her gaze interested, assessing. She'd pulled a copy of Queen's A Day at the Races from the crate. He extended his hand. "I'm Darlington, Alex's cousin." "Are you in JE too?" Lauren asked. Darlington remembered that unearned sense of loyalty. At the start of the year, all the incoming freshmen were sorted into residential colleges, where they would eat most of their meals and where they would eventually sleep when they left old campus behind as sophomores. They would buy scarves striped in their residential college colors, learn the college's chants and mottos. Alex belonged to Leigh, just as Darlington had, but she'd been assigned to Jonathan Edwards, named for the fire and brimstone preacher. "I'm in Davenport," Darlington said, "but I don't live on campus." He'd liked living in Davenport. The dining hall, the big grassy courtyard. But he didn't like Black Elm sitting empty. And the money he'd saved on his room and board had been enough to fix the water damage he'd found in the ballroom last spring. Besides, Cosmo liked the company. "Do you have a car?" asked Lauren. Mercy laughed. "Oh my God, you're ridiculous." Lauren shrugged. "How else are we going to get to IKEA? We need a couch." She would be the leader of this crew, the one who'd suggest which parties to go to, who'd have them host a room for lick-or-treat at Halloween. "Sorry," he said with an apologetic smile. "I can't drive you. At least not today. Or any day. And I need to steal Alex away." Alex wiped her palms on her jeans. "We're trying to get settled," she said hesitantly, hopefully even. He could see circles of sweat blooming beneath her arms. "You made a promise," he said with a wink, "and you know how my mom gets about family stuff." He saw a flash of rebellion in her oil-slick eyes, but all she said was, "Okay." "Can you give us cash for the couch?" Lauren asked Alex, roughly shoving the Queen record back into the crate. He hoped it wasn't the original vinyl. "You bet," said Alex. She turned to Darlington. "Aunt Eileen said she'd spring for a new couch, right?" Darlington's mother's name was Harper, and he doubted she even knew the word IKEA. "Did she really?" Alex crossed her arms. "Yep." Darlington took his wallet from his back pocket and peeled off $300 in cash. He handed it to Alex, who passed it to Lauren. "Make sure you write her a thank you note," he said. "Oh, I will," said Alex. "I know she's a real stickler for that kind of thing." When they were striding across the lawns of old campus, the red brick towers and crenellations of Vanderbilt behind them, Darlington said, "You owe me $300. I'm not buying you a couch." "You can afford it," Alex said coolly. "I'm guessing you come from the good side of the family, cuz." "You needed cover for why you're going to be off seeing me so much." "Bullshit. You were testing me." "It's my job to test you." "I thought it was your job to teach me. That's not the same thing." At least she wasn't stupid. "Fair enough. But visits to dear Aunt Eileen can cover a few of your late nights." "How late are we talking about?" He could hear the worry in her voice. Was it caution or laziness? "How much did Dean Sandow tell you?" "Not much." She pulled the fabric of her shirt away from her stomach, trying to cool herself. "Why are you dressed like that?" He hadn't meant to ask, but she looked uncomfortable. Her black Henley buttoned to the neck, sweat spreading in dark rings from her armpits, and completely out of place. A girl who managed lies so smoothly should have a better sense of protective cover. Alex just slid him a sideways look. "I'm very modest." Darlington had no reply to that, so he pointed to one of the two identical red brick buildings bracketing the path. "This is the oldest building on campus." "It doesn't look old." "It's been well maintained. It almost didn't make it, though. People thought it ruined the look of old campus, so they wanted to knock it down." "Why didn't they?" "The books credit a preservation campaign, but the truth is, Leigh discovered the building was load-bearing." "Huh?" "Spiritually load-bearing. It was part of an old binding ritual to keep the campus safe." They turned right, down a path that would lead them toward the ersatz medieval portcullis of Phelps Gate. That's what the whole college used to look like. Little buildings of red bricks. Colonial, a lot like Harvard. Then, after the Civil War, the walls went up. Now most of the campus is built that way. A series of fortresses, walled and gated. A castle keep. Old campus was a perfect example. A massive quadrangle of towering stone dorms surrounding a huge sun-dappled courtyard, welcome to all, until night fell and the gates banged shut. "Why?" Alex asked. "To keep the rabble out." The soldiers came back to New Haven from the war wild, most of them unmarried, a lot of them messed up from the fighting. There was a wave of immigration, too. Irish, Italians, freed slaves, everyone looking for manufacturing jobs. Yale didn't want any of it. Alex laughed. "Is something funny?" he asked. She glanced back at her dorm. "Mercy's Chinese. A Nigerian girl lives next door. Then there's my mongrel ass. We all got in anyway. Eventually." A long, slow siege. The word mongrel felt like dangerous bait. He took in her black hair, her black eyes, the olive cast to her skin. She might have been Greek, Mexican, white. Jewish mother, no mention of a father, but I assume you had one. Never knew him. There was more here, but he wasn't going to push. We all have spaces we keep blank. They'd reached Phelps Gate, the big echoing archway that led onto College Street and away from the relative safety of old campus. He didn't want to get sidetracked. They had too much literal and figurative ground to cover. "This is the New Haven Green," he said as they strode down one of the stone paths. When the colony was founded, this was where they built their meeting house. The town was meant to be a new Eden, founded between two rivers, like the Tigris and the Euphrates. Alex frowned. Why so many churches? There were 3 on the green, 2 of them near twins in their federal design, the third a jewel of Gothic revival. This town has a church for nearly every block, or it used to. Some of them are closing now. People just don't go. "Do you?" she asked. "Do you?" "Nope." "Yes, I go," he said. "It's a family thing." He saw the flicker of judgment in her eyes, but he didn't need to explain. Church on Sunday, work on Monday. That was the Arlington way. When Darlington had turned 13 and protested that he'd be happy to risk God's wrath if he could just sleep in, his grandfather seized him by the ear and dragged him out of bed, despite his 80 years. "I don't care what you believe," he'd said. "The working man believes in God and expects us to do the same. So you will get your ass dressed and in a pew, or I will tan it raw." Darlington had gone, and after his grandfather had died, he'd kept going. The Green is the site of the city's first church and its first graveyard. It's a source of tremendous power. Yeah, no shit. He realized her shoulders had gone loose and easy. Her stride had changed. She looked a little less like someone gearing up to take a swing. Darlington tried not to sound too eager. "What do you see?" She didn't answer. "I know about what you can do. It isn't a secret." Alex's gaze was still distant, almost disinterested. "It's empty here, that's all. I never really see much around cemeteries and stuff." And stuff. Darlington looked around, but all he saw was what everyone else would. Students. People who worked at the courthouse or the string of shops along Chapel, enjoying the sun on their lunch hour. He knew the paths that seemed to bisect the Green arbitrarily had been drawn by a group of Freemasons to try to appease and contain the dead when the cemetery had been moved a few blocks away. He knew that their compass lines, or a pentagram, depending on whom you asked, could be seen from above. He knew the spot where the Lincoln Oak had toppled after Hurricane Sandy, revealing a human skeleton tangled in its roots, one of the many bodies never moved to Grove Street Cemetery. He saw the city differently because he knew it, and his knowledge was not casual. It was adoration. But no amount of love could make him see grays. Not without Orasario, another hit from the Golden Bowl. He shuddered. Every time was a risk, another chance that his body would say enough, that one of his kidneys would simply fail. "It makes sense you don't see them here," he said. "Certain things will draw them to graveyards and cemeteries, but as a rule, they steer clear." Now he had her attention. Real interest sparked in her eyes, the first indication of something beyond watchful reserve. Why? Greys love life, and anything that reminds them of being alive. Salt, sugar, sweat, fighting and fucking, tears and blood and human drama. "I thought salt kept them out." Darlington raised a brow. "Did you see that on television?" "Would it make you happier if I say I learned it from an ancient book?" "Actually, yes." "Too bad." "Salt is a purifier," he said, as they crossed Temple Street. "So it's good for banishing demons, though to my great sorrow I've never personally had the honor. But when it comes to greys, making a salt circle is the equivalent of leaving a salt lick for deer." "So what keeps them out?" Her need crackled through the words. So this was where her interest lay. Bone dust, graveyard dirt, the leavings of crematory ash. Memento mori. He glanced at her. "Any Latin?" She shook her head. "Of course not." "They hate reminders of death. If you want to gray-proof your room, hang a Holbein print." He'd meant it as a joke, but he could see she was chewing on what he'd said, committing the artist's name to memory. Darlington felt an acute twinge of guilt that he did not enjoy. He'd been so busy envying this girl's ability, he hadn't considered what it might be like if you could never close the door on the dead. "I can ward your room," he said by way of penance. "Your whole dorm, if you like." "You can do that?" "Yes," he said, "and I can show you how to do it too." "Tell me the rest," said Alex. Away from the dim cavern of the dorms, sweat had formed in a slick sheen over her nose and forehead, gathering in the divot above her upper lip. She was going to soak that shirt, and he could see she was self-conscious about it by the way she held her arms rigidly to her sides. "Did you read The Life of Leigh?" "Yes." "Really?" "I skimmed it." "Read it," he said. I've made you a list of other material that will help get you up to speed. Mostly histories of New Haven and our own compiled history of the societies. Alex gave a sharp shake of her head. I mean, tell me what I'm in for here, with you. That was a hard question to answer. Nothing. Everything. Leigh was meant to be a gift, but could it be to her? There was too much to tell. They left the green, and he saw tension snap back into her shoulders, though there was still nothing his eyes could see to warrant it. They passed the row of banks clustered along Elm, looming over Cababians, the little red rug store that had somehow thrived in New Haven for over 100 years, then turned left up Orange. They were only a few blocks from campus proper now, but it felt like miles. The bustle of student life vanished, as if stepping into the city was like falling off a cliff. The streets were a mess of new and old, gently weathered townhouses, barren parking lots, a carefully restored concert hall, the gargantuan high-rise of the housing authority. Why here? Alex asked when Darlington didn't answer her previous question. What is it about this place that draws them? The short answer was who knows, but Darlington doubted that would cast him or Leigh in the most credible light. In the early 1800s, magic was moving from the old world to the new, leaving Europe along with its practitioners. They needed some place to store their knowledge and preserve its practices. No one's certain why New Haven worked. They tried in other places too, Darlington said with some pride. Cambridge, Princeton. New Haven was where the magic caught and held and took root. Some people think it's because the veil is thinner here, easier to pierce. You can see why Leigh is happy to have you on board. At least some of Leigh. You may be able to offer us answers. There are Greys that have been here far longer than the university. And these practitioners thought it would be smart to teach all this magic to a bunch of college kids? Contact with the uncanny takes a toll. The older you get, the harder it is to endure that contact. So each year, the societies replenish the supply with a new tap, a new delegation. Magic is quite literally a dying art, and New Haven is one of the few places in the world where it can still be brought to life. She said nothing. Was she scared? Good. Maybe she would actually read the books he assigned instead of skimming them. There are over 100 societies at Yale at this point, but we don't concern ourselves with most of them. They get together for dinners, tell their life stories, do a little community service. It's the ancient 8 that matter, the landed societies, the houses of the Vale. They're the ones that have held their tombs continuously. Tombs? I'm betting you've already seen some of them. Clubhouses, though they look more like mausoleums. Why don't we care about the other societies? She asked. We care about power, and power is linked to place. Each of the houses of the Vale grew up around a branch of the arcane and is devoted to studying it, and each built their tomb over a nexus of power. Except for Berzelius, and no one cares about Berzelius. They'd founded their society in direct response to the growing magical presence in New Haven, claiming the other houses were charlatans and superstitious dilettantes, dedicating themselves to investments in new technologies and the philosophy that the only true magic was science. They'd managed to survive the stock market crash of 1929 without the help of prognostication, and limped along until the crash of 1987, when they'd been all but wiped out. As it happened, the only true magic was magic. A nexus, Alex repeated. They're all over campus? The nexes? Nexuses. Think of magic like a river. The nexuses are where the power eddies, and it's what allows the society's rituals to function successfully. We've mapped 12 in the city. Tombs have been built on 8 of them. The others are on sites where structures already exist, like the train station, and where it would be impossible to build. A few societies have lost their tombs over time. They can study all they want. Once that connection is broken, they don't accomplish much. And you're telling me This has all been going on for more than 100 years, and no one has figured it out? The Ancient Eight have yielded some of the most powerful men and women in the world. People who literally steer governments, the wealth of nations, who forge the shape of culture. They've run everything from the United Nations to Congress to the New York Times to the World Bank. They've fixed nearly every World Series, 6 Super Bowls, the Academy Awards, and at least 1 presidential election. Hundreds of websites are dedicated to unraveling their connections to the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Bilderberg Group. The list goes on. Maybe if they met at Denny's instead of giant mausoleums, they wouldn't have to worry about that. They had arrived at Il Baston, Leigh House, 3 stories of red brick and stained glass, built by John Anderson in 1882 for an outrageous sum, and then abandoned barely a year later. He'd claimed he was being chased out by the city's high tax rates. Leith's records told a different story, one that involved his father and the ghost of a dead cigar girl. Il Baston didn't sprawl like Black Elm. It was a city house, bracketed closely on both sides by other properties, tall but contained in its grandeur. "They're not worried," said Darlington. "They welcome all of the conspiracy theories and tinfoil hat-wearing loons. Because they like feeling interesting? Because what they're really doing is so much worse." Darlington pushed open the black wrought iron gate and saw the porch of the old house straighten slightly, as if in anticipation. "After you." As soon as the gate shut, darkness enveloped them. From somewhere beneath the house, a howl sounded, high and hungry. Galaxy Stern had asked what she was in for. It was time to show her.
3. Winter. Who dies at the gym? After her call with Dawes, Alex backtracked across the plaza. She'd been to Payne Whitney Gymnasium exactly once, when she'd let Mercy drag her to a salsa class, where a white girl snugly packed into taut black pants had told her to pivot, pivot, pivot. Darlington had encouraged her to use the free weights and to build up her cardio. "For what?" Alex had asked. "To better yourself." Only Darlington could say something like that with a straight face. But then again, he ran 6 miles every morning and swept into rooms on a cloud of physical perfection. Every time he showed up at the Vanderbilt suite, it was as if someone had run an electric current through the floor. Lauren, Mercy, even silent, frowning Anna would sit up a little straighter, looking bright-eyed and slightly frantic as a bunch of well-groomed squirrels. Alex would have liked to be immune to it. The pretty face, his lean frame, the easy way he occupied space as if he owned it. He had a way of distractingly brushing the brown hair back from his forehead that made you want to do it for him. But Darlington's lure was offset by the healthy fear he instilled in her. At the end of the day, he was a rich boy in an ice coat who could capsize her without even meaning to. That first day at the mansion on Orange, he'd set jackals on her. Jackals. He'd given a sharp whistle, and they'd leapt from the bushes near the house, snarling and cackling. Alex had screamed. Her legs had tangled, and she'd turned to run, and she'd fallen to the grass, nearly impaling herself on the low iron fence. But early on in her time with Len, she'd learned to always watch the person in charge. That changed from room to room, house to house, deal to deal. But it always paid to know who could make the big decisions. That was Darlington. And Darlington didn't look scared. He looked interested. The jackals were stalking toward her, slavering, teeth bared and backs bent. They looked like foxes. They looked like the coyotes that ran the Hollywood Hills. They looked like hounds. "We are the shepherds." "Darlington," she said, forcing calm into her voice. "Call off your fucking dogs." He'd spoken a series of words she didn't understand, and the creatures had slunk back into the bushes, all of their aggression vanishing, bouncing on their paws and nipping at one another's heels. He'd had the gall to smile at her as he'd offered her an elegant hand. The Van Nuys girl inside her longed to slap it away, jab her fingers into his windpipe and make him sorry. But she forced herself to take his hand, let him help her up. It had been the start of a very long day. When Alex had finally returned home to the dorms, Lauren waited all of 60 seconds before pouncing with, "So, does your cousin have a girlfriend?" They were sitting around the new coffee table, trying to get its legs not to wobble as they pushed in little plastic screws. Anna had vanished off somewhere, and Lauren had ordered pizza. The window was open, letting in the bare beginnings of a breeze as twilight fell. And Alex felt like she was watching herself from the courtyard. A happy girl, a normal girl, surrounded by people with futures who assumed she had a future too. She had wanted to hold on to that feeling to keep it for herself. "You know, I have no idea." She'd been so overwhelmed, she hadn't had a chance to be curious. "He smells like money," said Mercy. Lauren threw an Allen wrench at her. "Tacky." "Don't start dating my cousin," Alex said, because that was the kind of thing these girls said. "I don't need that mess." On this night, with the wind clawing to get into her winter coat, Alex thought of that girl, illuminated in gold, sitting in that sacred circle. It was the last moment of peace she could remember. Only 5 months had passed, but it felt much longer. She cut left, shadowed by the white columns that ran along the south side of the vast dining hall that everyone still called Commons, though it was supposed to be the Schwartzman Center now. Schwartzman was a bonesman, class of 1969, and had managed a notoriously successful private equity fund, the Blackstone Group. The center was the result of a $150 million donation to the university, a gift and a kind of apology for stray magic that had escaped an unsanctioned ritual and caused bizarre behavior and seizures in half the members of the Yale Precision Marching Band during a football game with Dartmouth. Alex thought of the Greys in the operating theater, mouths gaping. It had been a routine prognostication. Nothing should have gone wrong. But something most definitely had, even if she was the only one who knew it. And now she was supposed to contend with a murder? She knew Darlington and Dawes had kept an eye on homicides in the New Haven area just to make sure there was no stink of the uncanny, no chance one of the societies had gotten overeager and stepped beyond the bounds of their rituals. Ahead of her, Greys formed a thin gruel that shifted over the roof of the law school, spreading and curling like milk poured into coffee, drawn by the grind of fear and ambition. Book and Snake's towering white tomb loomed on her right. Of all the society buildings, it was the most like a crypt. Greek pediment, Ionic columns, pedestrian stuff, Darlington had said. He saved his admiration for the Moorish screens and scrollwork of scroll and key, the severe mid-century lines of manuscript. But it was the fence surrounding Book and Snake that always drew Alex's eye, black iron crawling with snakes. The symbol of Mercury, god of commerce, Darlington had said. God of thieves. Even Alex knew that one. Mercury was the messenger. Ahead of her lay Grove Street Cemetery. Alex glimpsed a cluster of grays gathered by a grave near the entrance. Someone had probably left cookies for a lost relative or something sugary as a fan offering for one of the artists or architects buried there. But the rest of the cemetery, like all cemeteries at night, was empty of ghosts. During the day, grays were called to the salt tears and fragrant flowers of mourners, gifts from the living left for the dead. She'd learned they loved anything that reminded them of life. The spilled beer and raucous laughter of frat parties, the libraries at exam time, dense with anxiety, coffee, and open cans of sweet, syrupy Coke. Dorm rooms, staticky with gossip, panting couples, mini fridges stuffed with food going to rot, students tossing in their sleep, dreams full of sex and terror. That's where I should be, Alex thought. In the dorm, showering in the grimy bathroom, not walking by a graveyard in the dead of night. The cemetery gates had been built to look like an Egyptian temple, their fat columns carved with lotus blossoms, the plinth emblazoned with giant letters. "The dead shall be raised." Darlington called the period at the end of that sentence the most eloquent piece of punctuation in the English language. Another thing Alex had been forced to look up, another bit of code to decipher. It turned out the quote was from a Bible verse. "Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed." Incorruptible. When she saw that word, she understood Darlington's smirk. The dead would be raised, but as for incorruptibility, Grove Street Cemetery was making no promises. In New Haven, it was best not to hope for guarantees. The scene in front of Payne Whitney Gym reminded Alex of the operating theater, police floodlights illuminating the snow, throwing the shadows of onlookers against the ground in stark lines. It would have been beautiful, carved in white and black like a lithograph, but the effect was ruined by barriers of yellow tape and the lazy rhythmic whirl of blue and red from patrol cars that had been parked to block off the intersection where the two streets conjoined. The activity seemed to be focused on the triangle of orphaned land at its center. Alex could see a coroner's van with its bay doors open, uniformed officers standing at attention along the perimeter, men in blue jackets, who she thought might be forensics based on the television she'd watched. Students who had emerged from their dorms to see what was happening, despite the late hour. Her time with Len had left her wary of cops. When she was younger, he'd gotten a kick out of having her help with deliveries because no uniform, campus security or LAPD, was going to stop a chubby kid in braids looking for her big sister on a high school campus. But as she'd gotten older, she'd lost the look of someone who belonged in wholesome places. Even when she wasn't carrying, she'd learned to keep well clear of cops. Some of them just seemed to smell the trouble on her. But now she was walking toward them, smoothing her hair with a gloved hand, just another student. Centurion wasn't hard to spot. Alex had met Detective Abel Turner exactly once before. He'd been smiling, gracious, and she'd known in an instant that he hated not only her but also Darlington and everything related to Leigh. She wasn't sure why he'd been chosen as Centurion, the liaison between Leigh House and the chief of police, but he clearly didn't want the job. He stood speaking to another detective in a uniform. He was a full half-head taller than either of them. Black, his head shaved in a low fade. He wore a sharp navy suit and what was probably a real Burberry overcoat, and ambition rolled off him like thunder. "Too pretty," her grandmother would have said. "Quien se prestado se vestió, en medio de la calle se quitó." Estrella Stern didn't trust handsome men, particularly the well-dressed ones. Alex hovered by the barricade. Centurion was on the scene just as Dawes had promised, but Alex wasn't sure how to get his attention, or what to do once she had it. The societies met on Thursdays and Sundays. No ritual of any real risk was allowed without Leigh House delegates present, but that didn't mean someone hadn't gone off script. Maybe word had spread that Darlington was in Spain, and someone at one of the societies had used the opportunity to mess with something new. She didn't think they had any real malice in mind, but the Trips and Mirandas of the world could do plenty of damage without ever meaning to. Their mistakes never stuck. The crowd around her had dispersed almost immediately, and Alex remembered how bad she must smell, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She took out her phone and scrolled through her few contacts. She had gotten a new phone when she had accepted Leith's offer, erasing everyone from her old life in a single act of banishment. So it was a short list of numbers. Her roommates, her mom, who texted every morning with a series of happy faces, as if emoji were their own incantation. Turner was in there too, but Alex had never texted him, never had cause to. "I'm here," she typed, then added, "It's Dante," on the very good possibility that he hadn't bothered to add her to his contacts. She watched as Turner drew his phone from his pocket, read the message. He didn't look around. Her phone buzzed a second later. I know. Alex waited for 10 minutes. 20. She watched Turner finish his conversation, consult a woman in a blue jacket, walk back and forth near a marked-off area where the body must have been found. A cluster of grays was milling around by the gym. Alex let her eyes skim over them, landing nowhere, barely focused. A few were local grays who could always be found in the area. A rower who had drowned off the Florida Keys but who now returned to haunt the training tanks. A heavy-set man who had clearly once been a football player. She thought she glimpsed the bridegroom, the city's most notorious ghost and a favorite of murder nerds and haunted New England guidebooks. He had reputedly killed his fiancée and himself in the offices of a factory that had once stood barely a mile from here. She didn't let her gaze linger to confirm it. Payne Whitney was always a beacon for grays, steeped in sweat and endeavor, full of hunger and fast-beating hearts. When did you first see them? Darlington had asked on the day they'd first met, the day he'd set the jackals on her. Darlington knew 7 languages. He could fence. He knew Brazilian jiu-jitsu and how to rewire an electrical box, could quote poetry and plays by people Alex had never heard of. But he always asked the wrong questions. Alex checked her phone. She'd lost another hour. At this point, she probably shouldn't even bother going to sleep. She knew she wasn't high on Turner's list of priorities, but she was in a bind. She typed, "My next call is to Sandow." It was a bluff, one Alex almost hoped Turner wouldn't fall for. If he refused to speak to her, she'd happily snitch on him to the dean, but at a more civilized hour. First, she'd go home and get 2 glorious hours of sleep. Instead, she watched Turner take his phone from his pocket, shake his head, and then saunter over to where she stood. His nose wrinkled slightly, but all he said was, "Miss Stern, how can I help you?" Alex didn't really know, but he'd given her plenty of time to formulate a response. "I'm not here to make trouble for you. I'm here because I was told to be." Turner gave a convincing chuckle. "We all have jobs to do, Miss Stern." "Pretty sure you wish your job entailed wringing my neck right now." "I understand that, but it's Thursday night." "Preceded by Wednesday, followed by Friday." Go ahead and play dumb. Alex would have been happy to turn her back on him. But she needed something to put in her report. "Is there a cause of death?" "Of course something caused her death. This asshole." "I know what you meant. Nothing definitive yet, but I'll be sure to write it up for the dean when we know more." "If a society is involved?" "There's no reason to think that." Like he was at a press conference, he added, "At this time." "It's Thursday," she repeated. Though the societies met twice a week, rituals were only sanctioned on Thursday nights. Sundays were for quiet study and inquiry, which usually meant a fancy meal served on expensive dishes, the occasional guest speaker, and plenty of alcohol. "Were you out with the idiots tonight?" he said, voice still pleasant. "Is that why you smell like pan-warmed shit? Who were you with?" That kick-me, troublemaking part of her made her say, "You sound like a jealous boyfriend." "I sound like a cop. Answer me." "The Bonesmen are on tonight." He looked bemused. "Tell them to return Geronimo's skull." "They don't have it," Alex said truthfully. A few years back, Geronimo's heirs had brought suit against the society, but it had come to nothing. The Bonesman did have his liver and small intestine in a jar, but she didn't feel this was the moment to point that out. "Where's Darlington?" Turner asked. "Spain." "Spain?" For the first time, Turner's mild expression gave way. study abroad. And he left you in charge? Sure did. He must have a lot of faith in you. Sure does. Alex flashed him her most winning grin, and for a second she thought Detective Turner might smile back because it took a con to know a con. But he didn't. He'd had to be careful for too long. Where are you from, Stern? Why? Look, he said. You seem like a nice girl. No, said Alex. I don't. Turner raised a brow, cocked his head to the side, assessing, then nodded, conceding the point. All right, he said. You have a job to do tonight, and so do I. You did your part. You talked to me. You'll let Sandow know a girl died here. A white girl who's going to get plenty of attention without you getting in our way. We're going to keep this far from the university and all the rest. He gave a wave of his hand as if he were distractedly swatting a fly instead of shooing away a century-old cabal of ancient magics. You've done your bit and you can go home. That's what you want, isn't it? Hadn't Alex just thought that very thing? Even so, she hesitated, feeling Darlington's judgment heavy on her. I do, but Dean Sandow will want... Turner's mask slipped, the fatigue of the night and his anger at her presence suddenly visible. She's town, Stern. Back the fuck off. She's town. Not a student, not connected to the societies. Let it go. Yeah, Alex said. That's fine. Turner smiled, dimples appearing in his cheeks, boyish, pleased, almost a real smile. There you go. He turned away from her, sauntered back to his people. Alex glanced up at the gray Gothic cathedral of Payne Whitney. It didn't look like a gym, but nothing here looked like what it was. That's what you want, isn't it? Detective Abel Turner understood her in a way Darlington never had. Good, better, best. That was the trajectory that got you to this place. What Darlington and probably all the rest of these eager, effortful children couldn't understand was that Alex would have happily settled for less than Yale. Darlington was all about the pursuit of perfection, something spectacular. He didn't know how precious a normal life could be, how easy it was to drift away from average. You started sleeping until noon, skipped one class, one day of school, lost one job, then another. Forgot the way that normal people did things. You lost the language of ordinary life, and then, without meaning to, you crossed into a country from which you couldn't return. You lived in a state where the ground always seemed to be slipping from beneath your feet, with no way back to someplace solid. It didn't matter that Alex had witnessed the delegates of Skull and Bones predict commodities futures using Michael Reyes's guts, or that she'd once seen the captain of the lacrosse team turn himself into a vole. He'd squealed, and then she could have sworn it, pumped his tiny pink fist. Leigh was Alex's way back to normal. She didn't need to be exceptional. She didn't even need to be good. Just good enough. Turner had given her permission. Go home. Go to sleep. Take a shower. Get back to the real world of trying to pass your classes and make it through the year. Her grades from first semester had been bad enough to land her in academic probation. She's town. Except the societies like to shop town girls and boys for their experiments. It was the whole reason Leigh existed. Or a big part of it. And Alex had spent most of her life as town. She eyed the coroner's van, parked half on and half off the sidewalk. Turner's back was still to her. The mistake people made when they didn't want to get noticed was to try to look casual, so instead, she strode toward the van with purpose, a girl who needed to get to the dorms. It was late, after all. When she rounded the back of the vehicle, she shot one quick glance in Turner's direction, then slipped into the wide V of the open van doors as a uniformed coroner turned to her. Hey, she said. He remained in a half-crouch, face wary, body blocking the view behind him. Alex held up one of the 2 gold coins she kept tucked in the lining of her coat. "You dropped this." He saw the glint, and without thinking, reached out to take it. His response part courtesy, part trained behavior. Someone offered you a boon, you accepted. But it was also a magpie impulse, the lure of something shiny. She felt a little like a troll in a fairy tale. "I don't think," he began. But as soon as his fingers closed over the coin, his face went slack, the compulsion taking hold. "Show me the body," Alex said, half expecting him to refuse. She'd seen Darlington flash one at a security guard before, but she'd never used a coin of compulsion herself. The coroner didn't even blink, only backed further into the van and offered her his hand. She clambered up behind him with a quick glance over her shoulder and shut the doors. They wouldn't have much time. All she needed was for the driver, or worse, Turner, to come knocking on the door and find her there, having a chat over a corpse. She also wasn't sure how long the compulsion would last. This particular bit of magic had come from manuscript. They specialized in mirror magic, glamours, persuasion. Any object could be enchanted, the most famous being a condom that had convinced a philandering Swedish diplomat to hand over a cache of sensitive documents. The coins took tremendous magic to generate, so they were kept in tight supply at Leigh, and Alex had been stingy with her allotted 2. Why was she squandering one now? As Alex joined the coroner in the enclosed space, she saw his nostrils flare at her smell. But his fingers were already on the zipper of the body bag, the coin clutched in his other hand. He was moving too quickly, as if in fast forward, and Alex had the urge to tell him to just stop for a second. But then the moment passed, and he was pulling the body bag open, the black vinyl splitting like the skin of a fruit. "Jesus," breathed Alex. The girl's face was fragile, blue-veined. She wore a white cotton camisole, torn and puckered where the knife had entered and retreated, again and again. The wounds were all centered on her heart, and she'd been struck with enough force that it looked as if her sternum had started to give way, the bones fracturing in a shallow, bloody crater. Alex was suddenly sorry she hadn't taken Turner's strongly worded advice and gone home. This didn't look like a ritual gone wrong. It looked personal. She swallowed the bile that rose in her throat and forced herself to inhale deeply. If this girl had somehow been targeted by a society, or was messing with the uncanny, the smell of the veil should still be on her. But with Alex's own stink filling the ambulance, it was impossible to tell. "It's the boyfriend." Alex glanced at the coroner. Compulsions were supposed to make anyone under their power eager to please. "How do you know?" she asked. "Turner said so. They've already picked him up for questioning. He has priors." "For what?" "Dealing and possession. So does she." Of course she did. The boyfriend was moving product, and this girl was too. But there was a good long leap from small-time dealing to murder. Sometimes, she reminded herself. Sometimes it's not far at all. Alex looked again at the girl's face. She was blonde, a little like Helly. The resemblance was superficial, at least on the outside, but underneath, in the cut-open places, they were all the same. Girls like Helly, girls like Alex, girls like this one had to keep running or eventually trouble caught up. This girl just hadn't run fast enough. There were paper bags over her hands. To preserve the evidence, Alex realized. Maybe she'd scratched her attacker? "What's her name?" It didn't matter, but Alex needed it for her report. "Tara Hutchins." Alex typed it into her phone so she wouldn't forget it. "Cover her up." She was glad when she couldn't see that brutalized body anymore. This was nasty, ugly. But it didn't mean Tara was connected to the societies. People didn't need magic to be terrible to each other. time of death?" she asked. That seemed like the kind of thing she should know. "Sometime around 11, hard to pinpoint because of the cold." She paused with her hand on the lever of the van doors. Sometime around 11. Right around the time 2 docile greys, who had never given anyone any trouble, had opened their jaws like they were trying to swallow the world, and something had tried to slam its way into a chalk circle. What if that something had found its way to Tara instead? Or what if her boyfriend got fucked up enough to think he could stab straight through to her heart? There were plenty of human monsters out there. Alex had met a few. For now, she'd done her part. More than done it. Alex cracked the door to the van, scanned the street, then hopped down. "Forget you met me," she told the coroner. A vague, confused expression crossed his face. Alex left him standing, dazed, beside Tara's body, and strolled away, crossing the street and keeping to the dark sidewalk, away from the police lights. In a short while, the compulsion would wear off, and he'd wonder how he'd ended up with a gold coin in his hand. He would put it in his pocket and forget about it, or toss it in the trash without ever realizing the metal was real. She glanced back at the Greys gathered around Payne Whitney. Was it her imagination, or was there something in the bent of their shoulders? The way they huddled together by the gymnasium doors. Alex knew better than to look too closely, but in that fleeting moment she could have sworn they looked frightened. What did the dead have to fear? She could hear Darlington's voice in her head. "When was the first time you saw them?" Low and halting, as if he wasn't sure whether the question was taboo. But the real question, the right question, was, when was the first time you knew to be afraid? Alex was glad he'd never had the sense to ask. Where do we begin to tell the story of Leigh? Does it begin in 1824 with Bathsheba Smith? Perhaps it should. But it would take another 70 years and many more disasters before Leigh would come to be. So instead we point to 1898, when Charlie Baxter, a man with no home and of no consequence, turned up dead, with burns to his hands, feet, and scrotum, and a black scarab where his tongue should be. Accusations flew, and the societies found themselves under threat from the university. To heal the rift and, let us speak frankly, to save themselves, Edward Harkness, a member of Wolf's Head, joined with William Payne Whitney of Skull and Bones, and Hiram Bingham III of the now-defunct Acacia fraternity, to form the League of Leigh as an oversight body for the society's occult activities. From these earliest meetings rose our mission statement. We are charged with monitoring the rites and practices of any senior societies trafficking in magic, divination, or otherworldly discourse, with the express intent of keeping citizens and students safe from mental, physical, and spiritual harm, and of fostering amicable relations between the societies and school administration. Leigh was funded by an infusion of capital from Harkness and a mandatory contribution from the trusts of each of the Ancient Eight. When Harkness tapped James Gamble Rogers, Scroll and Key, 1889, to create a plan for Yale and design many of its structures, he ensured that safe houses and tunnels for Leigh would be built throughout the campus. Harkness, Whitney, and Bingham drew on knowledge from each of the societies to create a storehouse of arcane magic for use by the deputies of Leigh. This was added to significantly in 1911, when Bingham traveled to Peru. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House.
4. Last fall. "Come on," Darlington said, helping her to her feet. "The illusion will break any minute, and you'll be lying in the front yard like a noon drinker." He half dragged her up the stairs to the porch. She'd handled the jackals well enough, but her color wasn't good, and she was breathing hard. "You're in terrible shape. And you're an asshole. Then we both have hardships to overcome. You asked me to tell you what you were getting into, now you know." She yanked her arm away. "Tell me, not try to kill me." He looked at her steadily. It was important she understand. "You were never in any danger, but I can't promise that will always be the case. If you don't take this seriously, you could get yourself or someone else hurt." "Someone like you?" "Yes," he said. "Most of the time, nothing too bad happens at the houses. You'll see things you'd like to forget. Miracles, too. But no one completely understands what lies beyond the veil, or what might happen if it crosses over. Death waits on black wings, and we stand hoplite, hussar, dragoon." She placed her hands on her thighs and peered up at him. "You make that up?" "Cabot Collins. They called him the poet of Lethe." Darlington reached for the door. He lost both his hands when an interdimensional portal closed on them. He was reciting his latest work at the time. Alex shuddered. "Okay, I get it. Bad poetry, serious business. Are those dogs real?" "Real enough. They're spirit hounds, bound to serve the sons and daughters of Lethe." "Why the long sleeves, Stern?" "Track marks." "Really?" He'd suspected that might be the issue, but he didn't quite believe her. She straightened and cracked her back. "Sure. Are we going in or not?" He bobbed his chin toward her wrist. "Show me." Alex lifted her arm, but she didn't shove her sleeve back. She just held it out to him, like he was going to tap a vein for a blood drive. A challenge. One that he suddenly didn't want to accept. It was none of his business. He should say that. Let it go. Instead, he took hold of her wrist. The bones were narrow, sharp in his hand. With his other hand, he pushed the fabric of her shirt up the slope of her forearm. It felt like a prelude. No needle punctures. Her skin was covered in tattoos. The curling tail of a rattlesnake, the sunburst bloom of a peony, and the wheel. He resisted the urge to touch his thumb to the image below the crook of her elbow. Dawes would be interested in that bit of tarot. Maybe it would give them something to talk about. Why hide tattoos? No one cares about that here. Half the student body had them. Not many had full sleeves, but they weren't unheard of. Alex yanked her cuff back down. "Any other hoops to jump through?" "Plenty." He pulled open the door and led her inside. The entry was dark and cool, the stained glass throwing bright patterns onto the carpeted floor. Before them, the great staircase wound along the wall to the second story, dark wood carved in a thick sunflower motif. Michelle had told him the staircase alone was worth more than the rest of the house and the land it was built on. Alex released a small sigh. Glad to be out of the sun? She made a soft humming noise. "It's quiet here." It took him a moment to understand what she meant. Il Baston is warded, as are the rooms at the hutch. It's that bad. Alex shrugged. Well, they can't get to you here. Alex looked around, her face impassive. Was she unimpressed by the soaring entry, the warm wood and stained glass, the scent of pine and cassis that always made stepping into the house feel a bit like Christmas? Or was she just trying to seem that way? "Nice clubhouse," she said. "Not very tomb-like." "We're not a society, and we don't run like one. This isn't a clubhouse, it's our headquarters, the heart of Lethe, and the storehouse of hundreds of years of knowledge on the occult." He knew he sounded like a horrible prig, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. The societies tap a new delegation of seniors every year, 16 members, 8 women, 8 men. We tap a single new Dante, 1 freshman, every 3 years. Guess that makes me pretty special. Let's hope so. Alex frowned at that, then nodded at the marble bust propped on a table beneath the coat rack. "Who's that?" the patron saint of Leigh, Hiram Bingham III. Unfortunately, Bingham's boyish features and downturned mouth didn't lend themselves to immortalization in stone. He looked like a perturbed department store mannequin. Dawes shuffled out of the parlor, her hands curled into the sleeves of her voluminous sweatshirt, her headphones snug around her neck. A vision in beige. Darlington could feel the discomfort radiating off her. Pammy hated new people. It had taken him the better part of his freshman year to win her over, and he still always had the sense that she might be one loud noise away from bolting into the library, never to be seen again. Pamela Dawes, meet our new Dante, Alex Stern. With all the enthusiasm of someone greeting a cholera outbreak, Dawes offered her hand and said, "Welcome to Leigh." Dawes keeps everything running and ensures I don't make too big a fool of myself. "So it's a full-time job?" asked Alex. Dawes blinked. "Evenings and afternoons, but I can make myself available to you with enough notice." She glanced back at the parlor worriedly, as if her long unfinished dissertation was a baby crying. Dawes had served as oculist for nearly 4 years, and she'd been hammering away on her dissertation, an examination of Mycenaean cult practices and early tarot iconography, all the while. Darlington decided to put her out of her misery. "I'm giving Alex the tour, and then I'll take her across campus to the hutch." "The hutch?" asked Alex. "Rooms we keep at the corner of York and Elm. It's not much, but it's convenient when you don't want to trek too far from your dorm, and it's warded, too." "It's stocked," Dawes said faintly, already scooting back into the parlor and safety. Darlington gestured for Alex to follow him upstairs. "Who was Bathsheba Smith?" Alex asked on his heels. Then she had been reading her life of Leigh. He was pleased she remembered the name, but, if memory served, Bathsheba appeared on the first page of the first chapter, so he wasn't going to get too excited. The 17-year-old daughter of a local farmer. Her body was found in the basement of the Yale Medical School in 1824. She'd been dug up for study by the students. Jesus. It wasn't uncommon. Doctors needed to study anatomy, and they needed cadavers to do that. But we think Bathsheba was an early attempt to communicate with the dead. A medical assistant took the fall, and Yale's students learned to keep their activities more quiet. After the discovery of the girl's body, the locals nearly burned Yale to the ground. "Maybe they should have," murmured Alex. "Maybe." They'd called it the Resurrection Riot, but it hadn't turned truly nasty. Boom or bust, New Haven was a town forever on the brink of things. Darlington toured Alex around the rest of Ile Baston. The grand parlor, with the old map of New Haven above the fireplace, the kitchen and pantry, the downstairs training rooms, and the second-floor armory, with its wall of apothecary drawers, all of them stocked with herbs and sacred objects. It was left to Dawes to make sure they were kept well supplied, that any perishable items were freshened or disposed of before they turned foul, and to maintain any artifacts that required it. Cuthbert's pearls of protection had to be worn for a few hours every month, or they lost both their luster and their power to protect the wearer from lightning strikes. A Leigh alum named Leigh DeForest, who had once been suspended as an undergrad for causing a campus-wide blackout, had left Leigh with countless inventions, including the revolution clock, which showed an accurate to-the-minute countdown to armed revolt in countries around the globe. It had 22 faces and 76 hands, and had to be wound regularly or it would simply begin screaming. Darlington pointed out the stores of bone dust and graveyard dirt with which they would provision themselves on Thursday nights, and the rare vials of perdition water, said to come from the 7 rivers of hell, and that were to be used only in case of emergency. Darlington had never had cause to tap into any of them, but he kept hoping. At the center of the room sat Hiram's crucible, or, as the delegates of Leigh like to call it, the Golden Bowl. It was the circumference of a tractor wheel and made of beaten 22-karat gold. For years, Leigh knew there were ghosts in New Haven. There were hauntings, rumors of sightings, and some of the societies had managed to pierce the veil through seances and summonings. But Leigh knew there was more, a secret world operating beside ours and frequently interfering with it. Interfering with it how? Alex asked, and he could see the narrow line of her shoulders tighten, that slightly hunched fighter's stance. At the time, no one was sure. They suspected that the presence of greys in sacred circles and temple halls was disrupting the spells and rituals of the societies. There were signs that stray magic loosed from rituals by the interference of greys could cause anything from a sudden frost 10 miles away to violent outbursts in schoolchildren. But Leigh had no proof, and no way to prevent it. Year after year they attempted to perfect an elixir that would allow them to see spirits, experimenting on themselves through sometimes deadly trial and error. Still, they had nothing to show for their work. Until Hiram's crucible. Alex ran her finger against the gilded edge of the basin. It looks like a sun. Many of the structures in Machu Picchu were dedicated to the worship of the sun god. This thing came from Peru? Alex asked. You don't need to look so surprised. I know where Machu Picchu is. I can even find Texas on a map if you give me enough time. You'll have to forgive my lack of familiarity with the curriculum of the Los Angeles School District, or your interest in same. Forgiven. Maybe, thought Darlington. But Alex Stern looked like the type to hold a grudge. Hiram Bingham was one of the founding members of Leigh. He discovered Machu Picchu in 1911, though that word tends to ruffle feathers, since the locals were perfectly aware of its existence. When Alex said nothing, he added, he was also rumored to be the inspiration for Indiana Jones. Nice, said Alex. Darlington held back a sigh. Of course that would be what got her attention. Bingham stole about 40,000 artifacts. And brought them back here? Yes, to Yale, to be studied at the Peabody. He said they would be returned after 18 months. It took literally 100 years for Peru to get them back. Alex flicked her finger against the crucible, and it emitted a low hum. They forget this in the return shipment? It seems pretty hard to miss. The crucible was never documented because it was never given to Yale. It was brought to Leigh. Stolen goods. Very much so, I'm afraid. But it's the key to the Orasario. The problem with Leigh's elixir wasn't the recipe, it was the vessel. So, it's a magical mixing bowl? Such a little heathen. I might not put it that way, but yes. And it's gold all the way through? Before you think about trying to run off with it, keep in mind that it weighs twice as much as you do, and that the whole house is warded against theft. If you say so. With his luck, she'd find a way to roll the crucible down the stairs into the back of a truck and melt it down for earrings. The elixir has plenty of other names besides Orasario, he said. The Golden Trial. Hiram's Bullet. Every time a member of Leigh drinks it, every time the crucible is used, he takes his life in his hands. The mixture is toxic, and the process incredibly painful. But we do it. Again and again, for a glimpse behind the veil. I get it, said Alex. I've met users before. It isn't like that, he wanted to protest. But maybe it was. The rest of the tour was uneventful. Darlington showed her the storage and research rooms in the upper stories, how to use the library, though he warned her not to use it on her own until the house got to know her. And finally, the bedroom and adjoining bath, tidied and readied for her as Leigh's new Dante. He'd moved his own things to Virgil's suite at the end of last year, back when he'd still believed he'd have a proper protege. He'd felt embarrassingly sentimental about it all. Virgil's quarters were a floor above Dante's, and twice as large. When he graduated, they would be left empty so that they would be available to him if he chose to visit. The vanity had belonged to Eliezer Wheelock. Half of the wall facing the bed was taken up by a stained glass window depicting a hemlock wood, positioned so that as the sun rose and set throughout the day, the colors of the glass trees and the sky above it seemed to change as well. When he'd moved in, he discovered that Michelle had left him a bottle of brandy and a note on her last visit. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garment green, indistinct in the twilight. Stand like druids of eld with voices sad and prophetic. There was a monastery that produced Armagnac so refined, its monks were forced to flee to Italy when Louis XIV joked about killing them to protect their secrets. This is the last bottle. Don't drink it on an empty stomach, and don't call unless you're dead. Good luck, Virgil. He'd always thought Longfellow was tripe, but he'd treasured the note and the brandy anyway. Now he watched Alex sweating amid the luxury of his old rooms that had been rarely used but much beloved. The dark blue walls, the canopied bed with its heavy teal covers, the armoire painted with white dogwood. The stained glass here was more modest. 2 elegant windows, clouds in shades of blue and violet set atop starry skies, bracketing a fireplace of painted tiles. Alex stood at the center of it all, her arms wrapped around her middle, turning slowly. He thought again of Undine. But maybe she was just a girl lost at sea. He had to ask, "When did you first see them?" She glanced at him, then at the window above her, the moon waxing forever in a stained glass sky. She picked up the Royga music box from the desk, touched her finger to the lid, but then thought better of it, set it down. Darlington was a good talker, but he was happiest when no one was speaking to him, when he didn't have to perform the ritual of himself, and he could simply be left to watch others. Alex had a grainy quality to her, like an old film. He could tell she was making a choice, whether to reveal her secrets, whether to run. She shrugged, and he thought she would leave it at that, but then she picked up the music box again and said, "I don't know. I thought they were people for a while, and it's not like anyone pays attention to a kid talking to no one. I remember seeing a fat guy in nothing but socks and undershorts, holding a remote control in one hand like a teddy bear, and standing in the middle of the street. I remember trying to tell my mom he was going to get hurt. On our trip to the Santa Monica Pier, I saw a woman lying in the water like a picture of..." She gestured as if stirring a pot. "With her hair and the flowers. Ophelia. She followed me home, and when I cried and shouted at her to leave, she just tried to push closer. They like tears, the salt, the sadness, any strong emotion." "Fear?" she asked. She was so still, as if she were posing for a portrait. "Fear. Few Greys were malevolent, but they did love to startle and terrify. Why aren't there more of them? Shouldn't they be everywhere?" "Only a few Greys can pass through the veil. The vast majority remain in the afterlife. I'd see them at the supermarket, around the hot foods case or those pink bakery boxes. They loved our school cafeteria. I didn't think about it much until Jacob Craig asked if I wanted to see his thing. I told him I'd seen plenty of them, and somehow it got back to his mom, and she called the school. So the teacher brings me in and asks, 'What do you mean you've seen lots of things?' I didn't know to lie." She plunked the music box down. "If you want to get Child Protective Services called fast, just start talking about ghost dick." Darlington wasn't sure what he'd expected. A dead highwayman lurking romantically at the window? A banshee roaming the banks of the Los Angeles River like La Llorona? There was something so ordinary and awful about her story. About her. Someone had reported Alex's case to CPS, and one of Leith's search algorithms or one of their many contacts in one of the many bureaus that they'd paid off had caught mention of those notable keywords: delusions, paranoia, ghosts. From that point on, she'd probably been watched. And that night in the apartment on Cedros? She frowned and then said, "Oh, you mean Ground Zero. Don't tell me you haven't read the file." "I have. I want to know how you survived." Alex rubbed her thumb over the edge of the windowsill. "So do I." Was that enough? Darlington had seen the crime scene photos, video taken by officers arriving on scene. 5 men dead, all of them beaten nearly unrecognizable. 2 of them staked through the heart like vampires. Despite the carnage, blood splatter indicated it was all the work of one perpetrator. Arcs of red, every vicious blow struck from left to right. Something was off about the whole thing, but Alex was never a suspect. For one thing, she was right-handed, and for another, she was far too small to have wielded a weapon with so much force. Besides, she had enough fentanyl in her system that she was lucky she hadn't died herself. Her hair had been wet, and she'd been found naked as a newborn. Darlington had dug a little deeper, unable to shake his suspicions, but there had been no blood or remains in the drain. If she'd somehow been involved, she hadn't showered the proof away. So why had the attacker left the girls alone? If the police were right and this was some kind of beef with another dealer, why spare Alex and her friend? Drug dealers who beat people to death with bats didn't seem like the spare the women and children type. Maybe the attacker had believed they were dead already from the drugs, or maybe Alex had tipped someone off. But she knew something more about what had happened than she'd told the police. He felt it in his bones. "Helly and I got high," she said quietly, still brushing her finger against the windowsill. "I woke up in the hospital. She didn't wake up at all." She looked very small, suddenly, and Darlington felt a stab of shame. She was 20, older than most freshmen, but she was still just a kid in a lot of ways, in over her head. And she'd lost friends that night. Her boyfriend. Everything familiar. "Come with me," he said. He wasn't sure why. Maybe because he felt guilty for prying. Maybe because she didn't deserve to be punished for saying yes to a bargain no right-minded person would refuse. He led her back to the gloom of the armory. It had no windows, and its walls were lined in shelves and drawers nearly 2 stories high. It took him a moment to find the cupboard he wanted. When he rested his hand on the door, the house paused, then let the lock give with a disapproving click. Carefully, he removed the box. Heavy, gleaming black wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl. "You'll probably need to remove your shirt," he said. "I'll give Dawes the box, and she can—" "Dawes doesn't like me. Dawes doesn't like anyone." "Here," she said. She pulled the shirt over her head, revealing a black bra and ribs shadowed like the furrows of a tilled field. "Don't get Dawes." Why was she so willing to put herself in his hands? Was she unafraid or just reckless? Neither trait boded well for her future at Leigh. But he had the sense that it was neither of those things. It felt like she was testing him now, like she'd laid down another challenge. "Some propriety wouldn't kill you," he said. "Why take the chance?" "Usually when a woman takes her clothes off in front of me, I have some warning." Alex shrugged, and the shadows moved over her skin. "Next time I'll light the signal fires." "That would be best." Tattoos covered her from wrist to shoulder and spread beneath her clavicles. They looked like armor. He opened the box's lid. Alex drew in a sudden breath and skittered backward. "What's wrong?" he asked. She'd retreated nearly halfway across the room. "I don't like butterflies." "They're moths." They perched in even rows in the box, soft white wings fluttering. "Whatever." "I'll need you to stay still," he said. "Can you?" "Why?" Just trust me, it will be worth it." He considered. "If it's not, I'll drive you and your roommates to IKEA." Alex balled her shirt in her fists. "And take us for pizza after." "Fine. And dear Aunt Eileen is going to buy me some new fall clothes." "Fine. Now come here, you coward." She crossed back to him in a kind of sideways shuffle, averting her eyes from the contents of the box. One by one, he took out the moths and laid them gently on her skin. One at her right wrist, her right forearm, the crook of her elbow, her slender biceps, the knob of her shoulder. He repeated the process with her left arm, then placed 2 moths at the points of her collarbones where the heads of 2 black snakes curled, their tongues nearly meeting at the hollow of her throat. "Shabash," he murmured. The moths beat their wings in unison. "Uvarat." They flapped their wings again and began to turn gray. "Memash." With each beat of their wings, the moths grew darker, and the tattoos started to fade. Alex's chest rose and fell in jagged, rapid bursts. Her eyes were wide with fear, but as the moths darkened and the ink vanished from her skin, her expression changed, opened. Her lips parted. "She's seen the dead," he thought. "She's witnessed horrors, but she's never seen magic." This was why he had done it. Not because of guilt or pride, but because this was the moment he'd been waiting for. The chance to show someone else wonder. To watch them realize that they had not been lied to. That the world they'd been promised as children was not something that had to be abandoned. That there really was something lurking in the wood, beneath the stairs, between the stars. That everything was full of mystery. The moths beat their wings again, until they were black, then blacker. One by one, they tipped from her arms and dropped to the floor in a faint patter. Alex's arms were bare, stripped of all sign of the tattoos, though in places where the needle had gone deep, he could still discern faint ridges. Alex held her arms out, breath coming in gasps. Darlington gathered the moths' fragile bodies, placing them gently in the box. "Are they dead?" she whispered. "Ink drunk." He shut the lid and placed the box back in the cupboard. This time, the lock's click seemed more resigned. He and the house were going to have a discussion. Address moths were originally used for transporting classified material. Once they drank a document, they could be sent anywhere, in a coat pocket or a box of antiques. Then they'd be placed on a fresh sheet of paper and would recreate the document to the word, as long as the recipient knew the right incantation. "So, we could put my tattoos on you?" "They might not fit quite right, but we could." "Just be careful," he waved a hand. "In the throes. Human saliva reverses the magic." "Only human?" "Yes, feel free to let a dog lick your elbows." Then she turned her gaze on him. In the shadows of the room, her eyes looked black, wild. "Is there more?" He didn't have to ask what she meant. Would the world keep unraveling, keep spilling its secrets? Yes, there's plenty more. She hesitated. "Will you show me?" "If you let me." Alex smiled then. A small thing. A glimpse of the girl lurking inside her. A happy, less haunted girl. That was what magic did. It revealed the heart of who you'd been before life took away your belief in the possible. It gave back the world all lonely children longed for. That was what Leigh had done for him. Maybe it could do that for Alex as well. Months later, he would remember the weight of the moths' bodies in his palm. He would think of that moment and how foolish he had been to think he knew her at all.
5. Winter. The sky was already fading into gray when Alex finally made it back to Old Campus. She had stopped at the hutch to shower with verbena soap beneath a hanging censer filled with cedar and Palo Santo, the only things that would counter the stink of the Vale. She had spent so little time in Leithy places by herself. She had always been with Darlington, and she still expected to see him tucked into the window seat with a book. Expected to hear him grumble that she'd used all of the hot water. He'd suggested leaving clothes there and at Il Bastone, but Alex already had so little to wear that she couldn't afford to stash an extra pair of jeans and one of her 2 bras someplace other than her ugly school-issue dresser. So when she stepped out of the bathroom into the narrow dressing room, she had to opt for Lethe House sweats. The Lethe spirit hound embroidered at the left breast and right hip, a symbol meaningless to anyone but society members. Darlington's own clothes still hung there. A Barber jacket, a striped Davenport college scarf, fresh jeans neatly folded and creased, perfectly broken-in engineer boots, and a pair of Sperry topsiders just waiting for Darlington to slip into them. She'd never seen him wear them, but maybe you had to have a pair in case your preppy card got pulled. Alex left a green desk lamp burning at the hutch. Dawes wouldn't like it, but she couldn't quite bear to leave the rooms in darkness. She was unlocking the door to the Vanderbilt entryway when a text arrived from Dean Sandow. "Have confabbed with Centurion. Rest easy." She wanted to throw her phone across the courtyard. Rest easy? If Sandow intended to handle the murder directly, why had she wasted her time and her coin of compulsion visiting the crime scene? She knew the dean didn't trust her. Why would he? He'd probably been up with a cup of chamomile tea when he got the news of Tara's death. His big dog asleep on his feet, waiting by the phone to make sure nothing went horribly wrong at the prognostication and Alex didn't humiliate herself or Lethe. Of course he wouldn't want her anywhere near a murder. Rest easy. Everything else went unsaid. I don't expect you to handle this. No one expects you to handle this. No one expects you to do anything but keep from drawing unwanted attention until we get Darlington back. If they could find him. If they could somehow bring him home from whatever dark place he'd gone. In less than a week, they'd attempt the new moon rite. Alex didn't understand the specifics, only that Dean Sandow believed it would work and that until it did, her job was to make sure that no one asked too many questions about Lethe's missing golden boy. At least now she didn't have a homicide to worry about, or a grumpy detective to deal with. When she entered the common room to find Mercy already awake, Alex was glad she'd stopped to shower and change. She had thought college dorms would be like hotels, long hallways packed with bedrooms, but Vanderbilt felt more like an old-fashioned apartment building, full of tinny music, people humming and laughing as they went in and out of the shared bathrooms, the slamming of doors echoing up and down the central staircase. The squat she'd shared with Len and Helly and Betcha and the others had been noisy, but its sighs and moans had been different, defeated, like a dying body. "You're awake," Alex said. Mercy glanced up from her copy of To the Lighthouse, its pages thick with pastel sticky notes. Her hair was in an elaborate braid, and instead of bundling up in their ratty afghan, she'd thrown a silk robe patterned with blue hyacinths over her jeans. "Did you even come home last night?" Alex took a chance. "Yeah, you were already snoring. I just got up to get a run-in." "You went to the gym? Are the showers even open this early?" "For crew and stuff." Alex wasn't actually sure this was true, but she knew Mercy cared less about sports than just about anything. Besides, Alex didn't own running shoes or a sports bra, and Mercy never asked about that. People didn't go looking for lies that didn't have a reason. And why would anyone lie about going for a morning run? Psychos. Mercy tossed a stapled stack of pages at Alex, who caught them but couldn't quite bring herself to look. Her Milton essay. Mercy had offered to give it a read. Alex could already see the red pen all over it. "How was it?" she asked, shuffling into their bedroom. "Not terrible, but not good," Alex muttered as she entered their tiny cave of a room and stripped out of her sweats. Mercy had covered her side of the wall in posters, family photos, ticket stubs from Broadway shows, a poem written in Chinese characters that Mercy said her parents made her memorize for dinner parties when she was a kid, but that she'd fallen in love with, a series of Alexander McQueen sketches, a starburst of red envelopes. Alex knew it was partially an act, a construction of the person Mercy wanted to be at Yale. But every item, every object, connected her to something. Alex felt like someone had come along early and snipped all of her threads. Her grandmother had been her closest link to any kind of real past, but Estrella Stern had died when Alex was 9, and Mira Stern had grieved her, but she'd had no interest in her mother's stories or songs, the ways she cooked or prayed. She called herself an explorer. Homeopathy, allopathy, healing gemstones, cryon, spirit science. 3 months when she'd put spirulina in everything, each embraced with the same fierce optimism, dragging Alex along from one silver bullet to the next. As for Alex's father, Mira was hazy on the details, hazier when pushed. He was a question mark, Alex's phantom half. All she knew was that he loved the ocean, that he was a Gemini, and that he was brown. Mira couldn't tell her if he was Dominican or Guatemalan or Puerto Rican, but she did know he was Aquarius rising with his moon in Scorpio, or something. Alex could never remember. She'd brought few objects from home. She hadn't wanted to return to Ground Zero to pick up any of her old stuff, and the belongings in her mother's apartment were little girl things, plastic ponies, rosettes made of colored ribbons, bubblegum-scented erasers. In the end, she'd packed a hunk of smoky quartz that her mother had given her, her grandmother's nearly illegible recipe cards, an earring tree she'd had since she was 8, and a retro map of California, which she hung next to Mercy's poster of Coco Chanel. "I know she was a fascist," Mercy had said, "but I can't quit her." Dean Sandow had suggested Alex purchase a few sketchbooks and charcoal, too, and she dutifully placed them atop her half-empty dresser as cover. Alex had tried to choose the easiest subjects possible, English Lit, her Spanish requirement, an introductory sociology course, painting. She thought at least English would be easy because she liked to read. Even when things had been really bad in school, she'd still been able to fake her way through those classes. But this English was an entirely different language. She'd gotten a D on her first paper with a note that said, "This is a book report." It had been just like high school, except she'd actually been trying. "I love you, but this essay is a mess," said Mercy from the common room. "It would probably be better if you spent less time working out and more time working." No shit, thought Alex. Mercy was going to be in for a real surprise if she ever asked Alex to jog somewhere or lift something heavy. "We can go through it over breakfast." All Alex wanted was sleep. But going back to bed didn't seem to be the thing people did after a run, and Mercy had done her the courtesy of editing her awful English paper, so she definitely needed to say yes to breakfast. Leigh had provided Alex with a tutor, an American Studies grad student named Angus, who spent most of their weekly sessions bent over Alex's work, snorting in exasperation and shaking his head like a horse plagued by flies. Mercy wasn't exactly gentle, but she was a lot more patient. Alex yanked on jeans and a t-shirt, then the black cashmere sweater she'd prized so much when she'd picked it out at Target. It was only when she'd seen Lauren's lush lavender pullover and foolishly asked, "What is this made of?" that she'd understood there were as many kinds of cashmere as there were of Kush, and that her own sad sweater pulled from the sale rack was strictly stems and seeds. At least it was warm. She gave her coat another spray of cedar oil in case any veil stink lingered, hefted up her bag, hesitated. She opened her dresser drawer and dug around in the back until she found the little bottle of what looked like ordinary eye drops. Before she could think too much about it, She tilted her head back and squeezed 2 drops of basso belladonna into each eye. It was a stimulant, a strong one, a bit like magical Adderall. The crash was brutal, but there was no way Alex was going to make it through the morning without a little help. The old boys of Leigh had all kept diaries of their time in the society, and they had plenty of tricks they used to cut corners. Alex had discovered this one after Darlington was gone. Back into the morning cold with Mercy beside her. Alex always liked to walk from Old Campus to the J.E. dining hall. But the quad looked less beautiful with a gray day on it. At night, the grubby packs of snow gleamed vague and white. But now they were grimy and brown at the edges. Heaps of dirty sheets ready for the wash. Harkness Tower loomed over it all like a melting candle, its chimes sounding the hour. It had taken Alex a few weeks to realize why Yale looked wrong to her. It was the complete lack of glamour. In L.A., even in the Valley, even on its worst days, the city had style. Even Alex's mother in her purple eyeshadow and chunks of turquoise. Even their dumpy apartment with its shawls over the lamps. Even her no-money friends gathered at backyard barbecues, recovering from the night before, girls in tight shorts, midriffs bare, long hair swinging to the small of the back, boys with shaved heads or silky top knots or thick dreads. Everything, everybody had a look. But here, the colors seemed to blur. There was a kind of uniform, jocks in backward baseball caps, and long loose shorts they wore regardless of the chill, keys on lanyards that they swung like dandies. Girls in jeans and quilted jackets. Theater kids with crests of sink-dyed Kool-Aid-colored hair. Your clothes, your car, the music pumping from it, were supposed to tell people who you were. Here it was like someone had filed down all of the serial numbers, wiped away the fingerprints. Who are you? Alex would sometimes think, looking at another girl in a navy peacoat, pale face like a waning moon beneath a wool cap, ponytail lying like a dead animal over her shoulder. Who are you? Mercy was an exception. She favored wild florals paired with a seemingly endless parade of eyeglasses that she wore on glittery strings around her neck, and that Alex had yet to see her use. Today she'd opted for a brocade coat embroidered with poinsettias that made her look like the world's youngest eccentric grandma. When Alex had raised her brows, Mercy had just said, "I like loud." They entered the Jonathan Edwards common room, warm air closing over them in a gust. Winter light slatted over the leather couches in watery squares, all of it a coy, falsely humble prelude to the soaring rafters and stone alcoves of the dining hall. Beside her, Mercy laughed. "I only see you smile like that when we're going to eat." It was true. If Beinecke was Darlington's temple, then the dining hall was where Alex worshipped daily. At the squad in Van Nuys, they'd lived on Taco Bell and Subway when they were flush, cereal, sometimes dry, sometimes soaked in soda if she got desperate, when they were broke. She'd steal a bag of hot dog buns whenever they were invited to barbecues at Eitan's place so they had something to put peanut butter on. And once she'd tried to eat Loki's dry kibble, but her teeth couldn't manage it. Even when she'd lived with her mom, it had been all frozen food, boil-in-a-bag rice dishes, then weird shakes and nutrition bars after Mira got suckered into selling Herbalife. Alex had brought protein pudding mix to school for weeks. The idea that there could be hot food just waiting for her 3 times a day was still shocking. But it made no difference what she ate or how much of it. It was as if her body, starved for so long, was ravenous now. Every hour her stomach would growl, chiming like the Harkness bells. Alex always took 2 sandwiches with her for the day, and a stack of chocolate chip cookies wrapped in a napkin. The supply of food in her backpack was like a security blanket. If this all ended, if it all got taken away, she wouldn't go hungry for at least a couple of days. "It's a good thing you work out so much," Mercy noted as Alex shoveled granola into her mouth. Except, of course, she didn't, and eventually her metabolism would stop cooperating, but she just didn't care. Do you think it's too much to wear a skirt to Omega Meltdown tomorrow night? You're still committed to this frat thing? Omega Meltdown was part of Mercy's 5-party plan to get her and Alex to be more social. Some of us don't have a hot cousin to take us interesting places, so until I'm offered a higher caliber of party, yes. This isn't high school. We don't have to be the losers waiting to get invited out. I've wasted too many good outfits on you. Okay. I'll wear a skirt if you wear a skirt, Alex said. Also, I'm going to need to borrow a skirt. No one dressed up for frat parties, but if Mercy wanted to look cute for a bunch of guys in hazmat suits, then that was what they would do. You should wear those boots you have with all the laces. I'm going back for seconds. The basso belladonna kicked in just as she was stacking peanut butter pancakes onto her tray, and she drew in a sharp breath as she came wide awake. It felt a little like someone cracking an ice-cold egg on the nape of your neck. Of course, it was at that moment that Professor Bellbaum waved her over from her table below the leaded windows in the corner of the dining room, her sleek white hair gleaming like a seal's head breaching a wave. Fuck, Alex said under her breath, and then cringed when Bellbaum's mouth quirked as if she'd heard her. Give me a minute, she'd told Mercy, and set down her tray at their table. Marguerite Bellbaum was French, but spoke flawless English. Her hair was snow white, and fell in a smooth, severe bob that looked like it had been carved from bone and set carefully on her head like a helmet, so little did it move. She wore asymmetrical black garments that hung in supremely chic folds, and she had a stillness that made Alex twitch. Alex had been in awe of her from the first glimpse of her slender, immaculate form at the Jonathan Edwards orientation, since the first whiff of her peppery perfume. She was a women's studies professor, the head of J.E. College, and one of the youngest people to ever achieve tenure. Alex didn't know exactly what tenure implied, or if young meant 30 or 40 or 50. Bellbaum might have been any of those, depending on the light. Right now, with the basso belladonna in Alex's system, Bellbaum looked a dewy 30, and the light pinging off her white hair glittered like tiny shooting stars. Hi, Alex said, hovering behind one of the wooden chairs. Alexandra, Bellbaum said, resting her chin on her folded hands. She always got Alex's name wrong, and Alex never corrected her. Admitting her name was Galaxy to this woman was unthinkable. I know you're breakfasting with your friend, but I need to steal you away. Breakfasting had to be the classiest verb Alex had ever heard, right up there with summering. You have a moment? Her questions never sounded like questions. You'll come to the office, yes? So that we can talk. Of course, Alex said, when what she really wanted to ask was, am I in trouble? When Alex was put on academic probation at the end of her first semester, Bellbaum had given her the news, sitting in her elegantly appointed office, 3 of Alex's papers laid out before her. 1 on the right stuff for her sociology class on organizational disasters, 1 on Elizabeth Bishop's Late Heir, a poem she'd chosen for its meager length, only to realize she had nothing to say about it and couldn't even use up space with nice long quotes. And 1 for her class on Swift, which she'd thought would be fun because of Gulliver's Travels. As it turned out, the Gulliver's Travels she'd read had been for children and nothing like the impenetrable original. At the time, Bellbaum had smoothed her hand over the typed pages and gently said that Alex should have disclosed her learning disability. You're dyslexic, yes? Yes, Alex had lied, because she needed some reason for how very far behind everyone else she was. Alex had the sense she should be ashamed of failing to correct Bellbaum, but she'd take all the help she could get. So now what? They were too early in the semester for Alex to have screwed up all over again. Bellbaum winked and gave Alex's hand a squeeze. "It's nothing terrible. You needn't look quite so much like you're ready to flee." Her fingers were cool and bony, hard as marble. A single large stone glinted dark gray on her ring finger. Alex knew she was staring, but the drug in her system had made the ring a mountain, an altar, a planet in orbit. "I prefer singular pieces," Bellbaum said. "Simplicity, Alex nodded, tearing her eyes away. She was wearing a pair of 3 sets for $5 earrings that she'd boosted from the racks at Claire's in the Fashion Square Mall. Simplicity. "Come," Bellbaum said, rising and waving one elegant hand. "Let me just get my bag," said Alex. She returned to Mercy and jammed a pancake into her mouth, chewing frantically. "Did you see this?" Mercy said, turning her phone to Alex. "Some New Haven girl got killed last night. In front of Payne Whitney. You must have walked right by the crime scene this morning." "Damn," said Alex, casting cursory eyes over the screen of Mercy's phone. "I saw the lights. I just thought there was a car accident." "So scary." "She was only 19. Mercy rubbed her arms. "What does La Belle Bellbaum want? I thought we were going to edit your paper." The world glittered. She felt awake, able to do anything. Mercy was being generous, and Alex wanted to work with her before the buzz began to fade, but there was nothing she could do about it. "Bellbaum has time now, and I need to talk to her about my schedule. I'll meet you back in the room." "That bitch can lie like she's breathing," Len had once said of Alex. He'd said a lot of things before he died. Alex trailed the professor out of the dining hall and across the courtyard to her office. She felt shitty leaving Mercy behind. Mercy was from a wealthy suburb of Chicago. Her parents were both professors, and she'd written some kind of crazy paper that had impressed even Darlington. She and Alex had nothing in common, but they'd both been the kid with nobody to sit next to in the cafeteria, and Mercy hadn't laughed when Alex had mispronounced Goethe. Around her and Lauren, it was easier to pretend to be the person she was supposed to be here. Still, if La Belle Bellbaum demanded your presence, you didn't argue. Bellbaum had 2 assistants who rotated at the desk outside of her office. This morning it was the very peppy, very pretty Colin Cottrey. He was a member of Scroll and Key and some kind of chem prodigy. "Alex!" he exclaimed, like she was a much-anticipated guest at a party. Colin's enthusiasm always seemed genuine, but sometimes its sheer wattage made her want to do something abruptly violent, like put a pencil through his palm. Bellbaum just draped her elegant coat on the rack and beckoned Alex to her sanctum. "Tea, Colin?" Bellbaum inquired. "Of course," he said, beaming less like an assistant than an acolyte. "Thank you, love." "Coat," mouthed Colin. Alex shucked off her jacket. She'd once asked Colin what Bellbaum knew about the societies. "Nothing," he'd said. "She thinks it's all old boy elitist bullshit." She wasn't wrong. Alex had wondered what was so special about the seniors selected by the societies every year. She'd thought there must be something magical about them, but they were just favorites. Legacies, high achievers, charisma queens, the editor of the Daily News, the quarterback of the football team, some kid who had staged a particularly edgy production of Equus that no one wanted to see. People who would go on to run hedge funds and startups and get executive producer credits. Alex followed Bellbaum inside, letting the calm of the office settle over her. The books lining the shelves, the carefully curated objects from Bellbaum's travels, a blown glass decanter that bulged like the body of a jellyfish, some kind of antique mirror, the herbs flowering on the window ledge in white ceramic containers like bits of geometric sculpture. Even the sunlight seemed more gentle here. Alex took a deep breath. "Too much perfume?" Bellbaum asked with a smile. "No," Alex said loudly. "It's great." Bellbom dropped gracefully into the chair behind her desk and gestured for Alex to seat herself on the green velvet couch across from her. Le parfum de Thérèse, Bellbom said. Edmond Runitska. He was one of the great noses of the 20th century, and he designed this fragrance for his wife. Only she was allowed to wear it. Romantic, no? Then, how do I come to wear it? Well, they both died, and there was money to be made, so Frederick Mal put it on the market for us peasants to buy. Peasant was a word poor people didn't use, just like classy was a word that classy people didn't use. But Bellbom smiled in a way that included Alex, so Alex smiled back in a way she hoped was just as knowing. Colin appeared, balancing a tray laden with a tea set the color of red clay, and placed it on the edge of the desk. Anything else? He asked hopefully. Bellbom shooed him away. Go do important things. She poured out the tea and offered a cup to Alex. Help yourself to cream and sugar if you like. Or there's fresh mint. She rose and broke a small sprig from the herbs on the sill. Mint, please, Alex said, taking the sprig and echoing Bellbom's movements, crushing the leaves, dropping them into her own cup. Bellbom sat back, took a sip. Alex did the same, then hit a flinch when it burned her tongue. I take it you heard the news about that poor girl. Tara? Bellbom's slender brows rose. Yes, Tara Hutchins. Did you know her? No, Alex said, annoyed at her own stupidity. I was just reading about her. A terrible thing. I will say a more terrible thing and admit that I'm grateful she was not a student. It does not diminish the loss in any way, of course. Of course. But Alex was fairly sure Bellbom was saying exactly that. Alex, what do you want from Yale? Money. Alex knew Marguerite Bellbom would find such an answer hopelessly crude. When did you first see them? Darlington had asked. Maybe all rich people ask the wrong questions. For people like Alex, it would never be, what do you want? It was always just, how much can you get? Enough to survive? Enough to help her take care of her mother when shit fell apart the way it always did? Alex said nothing, and Bellbom tried again. Why come here and not to an art school? Leigh had mocked up paintings for her, created a false trail of successes and glowing recommendations to excuse her academic lapses. I'm good, but I'm not good enough to make it. It was true. Magic could create competent painters, proficient musicians, but not genius. She had added art electives to her class schedule because it was expected, and they'd proven the easiest part of her academic life. Because it wasn't her hand that moved the brush. When she remembered to pick up the sketchbooks Sandow had suggested she buy, it was like letting a trivet skate over a Ouija board, though the images that emerged came from somewhere inside her. Betcha, half naked and drinking from a hole, Helly in profile, the wings of a monarch butterfly pushing from her back. I will not accuse you of false humility. I trust you to know your own talents. Bellbom took another sip of her tea. The world is quite hard on artists who are good, but not truly great. So, you wish what? Stability? A steady job? Yes, Alex said. And despite her best intentions, the word emerged with a petulant edge. You mistake me, Alexandra. There is no crime in wanting these things. Only people who have never lived without comfort deride it as bourgeois. She winked. The purest Marxists are always men. Calamity comes too easily to women. Our lives can come apart in a single gesture, a rogue wave. And money? Money is the rock we cling to, when the current would seize us. Yes, said Alex, leaning forward. This was what Alex's mother had never managed to grasp. Mira loved art and truth and freedom. She didn't want to be a part of the machine. But the machine didn't care. The machine went on grinding and catching her up in its gears. Bellbalm set her cup in its saucer. So, once you have money, once you can stop clinging to the rock and climb atop it, what will you build there? When you stand upon the rock, what will you preach? Alex felt all of the interest go out of her. Was she really supposed to have something to say, some wisdom to impart? Stay in school? Don't do drugs? Don't fuck the wrong guys? Don't let the wrong guys fuck with you? Be nice to your parents even if they don't deserve it because they can afford to take you to the dentist? Dream smaller? Don't let the girl you love die? The silence stretched. Alex gazed at the mint leaves floating in her tea. Well, said Professor Bellbalm on a sigh, I ask you these things because I don't know how else to motivate you, Alex. Do you wonder why I care? Alex hadn't, actually. She'd just assumed Bellbalm took her job as the head of JE seriously, that she looked out for all of the students under her care. But she nodded anyway. We all began somewhere, Alex. So many of these children have had too much handed to them. They've forgotten how to reach. You are hungry, and I respect hunger. She tapped her desk with 2 fingers. But hungry for what? You're improving, I see that. You've gotten some help, I think. And that's good. You're clearly a smart girl. The academic probation is worrisome. But what worries me more is that the classes you're choosing show no real pattern of interest other than ease. You cannot simply get by here. Can and will, thought Alex. But all she said was, I'm sorry. She meant it. Bellbalm was looking for some secret potential to unlock, and Alex was going to disappoint her. Bellbalm waved away the apology. Think about what you want, Alex. It may not be something you can find here. But if it is, I will do what I can to help you stay. This was what Alex wanted. The perfect piece of this office, the gentle light through the windows, the mint and basil and marjoram growing in lacy clusters. Have you given any thought to your summer plans? Asked Bellbalm. Would you consider staying here? Coming to work for me? Alex's head snapped up. What could I possibly do for you? Bellbalm laughed. Do you think Isabel and Colin are performing complicated tasks? They maintain my calendar, do my filing, organize my life, so I don't have to. I have no doubt you could manage it. There's a summer composition program that I think might get your writing where it needs to be to continue here. You could begin to think about what you might consider as a career path. I don't want to see you left behind, Alex. A summer to catch up, to catch my breath. Alex was good at odds. She'd had to be. Before you walked into a deal, you had to know if you would walk out. And she knew the chance that she could bob and weave her way through 4 years of Yale was unlikely. With Darlington around, it had been different. His help had given her an edge, made this life manageable, possible. But Darlington was gone. Who knew for how long? And she was so damn tired of treading water. Bellbalm was offering her 3 months to breathe, to recover, make a plan, gather her resources, to become a real Yale student, not just someone playing the part on Leith's dime. How would that work? Alex asked. She wanted to set down her cup, but her hand was shaking badly enough she was afraid it would clatter. Show me you can continue to improve. Finish the year strong, and the next time I ask you what you want, I expect an answer. You know about my salon? I had one last night, but I'll have another next week. You can start by attending. I can do that, she said, though she wasn't at all sure she could. I can do that, thank you. Don't thank me, Alex. Bellbaum looked at her over the red rim of her teacup. Just do the work. Alex felt light as she drifted out of the office and waved to Colin. She found herself in the silence of the courtyard. It was like this sometimes. All of the doors would close, no one passing through on their way to class or a meal, all the windows shut tight against the cold. And you'd be left in a pocket of silence. Alex let it pool around her, imagined that the buildings surrounding her had been abandoned. What would the campus be like in the summer? Quiet like this? Humid and unpopulated, a city under glass? Alex had spent her winter break holed up at Ilbastone, watching movies on the laptop Leigh had bought for her, afraid Dawes would appear. She'd Skyped with her mom and only ventured out for pizza and noodles. Even the Grays had vanished, as if without the students' excitement and anxiety they had nothing to draw them to campus. Alex thought of the stillness, the late mornings that summer might bring. She could sit behind that desk where Colin and Isabel sat, brew tea, update the JE website, do whatever had to be done. She could pick her courses, ones that had syllabi that didn't change much. She could do the reading ahead of time, take the composition course, so she wouldn't have to lean on Mercy so much anymore, assuming Mercy wanted to room with her next year. Next year. Magical words. Bellbaum had built Alex a bridge to a possible future. She just had to cross it. Alex's mother would be disappointed when she didn't go home to California. Or would she? Maybe it was easier this way. When Alex had told her mother she was going to Yale, Mira had looked at her with such sadness that it had taken Alex a long moment to understand her mother thought she was high. Guiltily, Alex snapped a picture of the empty courtyard and texted it to her mom. Cold morning. Meaningless, but evidence that she was okay and here. Proof of life. She popped into the bathroom before she headed to class, ran her fingers through her hair. She and Helly had loved wearing makeup, spending their rare bits of spare cash on glitter, eyeliner, and lip gloss. She missed it sometimes. Here, makeup meant something different. It sent a signal of effort that was unacceptable. Alex endured an hour of Spanish too, dull but manageable because all it required of her was memorization. Everyone was chattering about Tara Hutchins, though no one called her by name. She was the dead girl, the murder victim, the townie who got stabbed. People were talking about crisis lines and emergency therapy for anyone triggered by the event. The TA who led her Spanish class reminded them to use the campus walking service after dark. I was right near there. I was there like an hour before it happened. I walk by there every day. Alex heard the same things repeated again and again. There was worry, some embarrassment, another bit of proof that no matter how many chain stores moved in, New Haven would never be Cambridge. But no one seemed truly afraid. Because Tara wasn't one of you, Alex thought, as she picked up her bag. You all still feel safe. Alex had 2 hours free after class, and she meant to spend them hidden away in her dorm room, eating her pilfered sandwiches, and writing her report for Sandow. Then sleeping through the Basso Belladonna crash before she went to her English lecture. Instead, she found her feet carrying her back to Payne Whitney. The intersection was no longer blocked off, and the crowds were gone, but police tape still surrounded the triangular swath of barren ground across the street from the gym. The students who passed cast furtive glances at the scene and hurried along, as if mortified to be seen gawking at something so lurid in the cold gray sunlight. A police cruiser was parked half on the sidewalk, and a news van sat across the street. She had to imagine Dean Sandow and the rest of the Yale administration were having plenty of harried meetings about damage control this morning. Alex hadn't understood the distinctions between Yale and Princeton and Harvard and the cities they occupied. They were all the same impossible place in the same imaginary town. But it was clear from the way that Lauren and Mercy laughed about New Haven that the city and its university were considered a little less ivy than the others. A murder that close to campus, even if the victim hadn't been a student, couldn't be good PR. Alex wondered if she was looking at the place where Tara had been murdered, or if her body had simply been dumped in front of the gym. She should have asked the coroner while he was compelled, but she had to imagine it was the former. If you wanted to get rid of a body, you didn't drop it in the middle of a busy intersection. An image of Helly's shoe, that pink jelly sandal slipping from her painted toes, flashed through Alex's mind. Helly's feet had been wide, the toes crammed together, the skin thick and calloused. The only unbeautiful part of her. What am I doing here? Alex didn't want to get any closer to where the body had been. It was the boyfriend, that's what the coroner had told her. He was a dealer. They'd gotten into some kind of argument. The wounds had been extreme, but if he'd been high, who knew what might have been going on in his head? Still, there was something bothering her about the scene. Last night, she'd approached from Grove Street. But now she was on the other side of the intersection, directly across from the Baker Hall dorms and the empty icy ground where Tara had been found. From this angle, there was something familiar about the way it all looked. The two streets, the stakes driven into the earth where Tara had died or been abandoned. Was it just seeing it in the daylight without the crowds that made it seem different? A false sense of déjà vu? Or maybe the basso belladonna was playing tricks on her as it left her system. The Leigh journals were full of warnings on just how powerful it was. Alex thought of Helly's shoe hanging for a brief moment from her toe, then dropping to the apartment floor with a thunk. Len turned to Alex, struggling with the weight of Helly's limp body, his hands cupped beneath her armpits. Betcha had Helly's knees tucked against his hip as if they were swing dancing. "Come on," Len said. "Open the door, Alex. Let us out." Let us out. She shook the memory away and glanced at the cluster of grays in front of the gym. There were less of them today, and their mood, if they'd ever really had a mood, had returned to normal. The bridegroom was still there, though. Despite her best attempts to ignore him, the ghost was hard to miss. Crisp trousers, shiny shoes, a handsome face like something out of an old movie, big dark eyes and black hair swept back from his brow in a soft wave. The effect spoiled only by the big bloody pockmark of a gunshot wound to his chest. He was an actual haunter, a gray who could pass through the layers of the veil and make his presence felt, rattling windshields and setting off car alarms in the parking garage that stood where his family's carriage factory had once been, and where he'd killed his fiancée and then himself. It was a favorite stop on ghost tours of New England. Alex didn't let her gaze linger, but from the corner of her eye she saw him drift away from the group, sauntering toward her. Time to get gone. She didn't want the interest of grays, particularly grays who could take any kind of real physical form. She turned her back on him and hurried toward the heart of the campus. By the time she got back to Vanderbilt, the crash had hold of her. She felt weak, exhausted, as if she'd just emerged from a week of the worst flu of her life. Her report for Sandow could wait. She didn't have much to say anyway. She would sleep. Maybe she would dream of summer. She could still smell crushed mint on her fingers. She closed her eyes and saw Helly's face, her pale brows bleached by the sun, vomit clinging to her lip. It was Tara Hutchins's fault. Blondes always made Alex think of Helly. But why had the crime scene looked so familiar? What had she seen in that forlorn patch of dead earth bracketed by the flow of traffic? Nothing. She'd just had too many late nights. too much Darlington whispering in her ear. Tara was nothing like Helly. She was like a bad knockoff, generic to Helly's name brand. "No," said a voice in her head. And it was Helly, standing on a skateboard, rocking back and forth on those wide feet, her balance impeccable. Her skin was ashen. Her bikini top was spattered with clumps of her last meal. "She's me. She's you without a second chance." Alex fought her way back from the tide of sleep. The room was dark, little light filtering in from the single narrow window. Helly was long gone, and so were the people who had hurt her. But someone had hurt Tara Hutchins, too. Someone who hadn't been punished. Not yet. Leave it to Detective Turner. That was what the survivor said. Rest easy. Let it go. Focus on your grades. Think of this summer. Alex could see the bridge that Bellbaum had built. She just had to cross it. Alex reached into her dresser for the Basso Belladonna drops. One more afternoon. She could give Tara Hutchins that much before she buried her for good and moved on. The way she'd buried Helly. Aurelian, home to the would-be philosopher kings, the great uniters. Aurelian was founded to embrace ideals of leadership and supposedly to bring together the best of the societies. They modeled themselves as a kind of new Leigh, tapping members from every society to form a leadership council. That didn't last long. Lively debate gave way to raucous argument. New members were recruited, and they soon became as clannish as the other houses of the Vale. In the end, their magic had a fundamental practicality best suited to the working professional, less a calling than a trade. That has made them the object of ridicule by some with more delicate sensibilities. But when Aurelian found themselves banned from their own tomb and without a permanent address, they managed to survive where other houses have foundered, by hiring themselves out to the highest bidder. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. They just lack any kind of style. Sure, they occasionally burp out a senator or an author of middling renown, but Aurelian nights always feel a bit like you've been handed the transcript to a juicy court case. You start out excited, and by page 2 you realize it's all a lot of words and not much drama. Leigh Day's Diary of Michelle Alameddine, Hopper College.
6. Last fall. He started her small, with Aurelian. Darlington figured the big magics could wait for later in the semester, and he knew he'd made the right choice when he came downstairs at Il Baston to find Alex perched on the edge of a velvet cushion, gnawing feverishly on a thumbnail. Dawes seemed oblivious, her attention focused on a companion to Linear B, her noise-canceling headphones firmly in place. "Ready?" he asked. Alex stood and wiped her palms on her jeans. He had her run through the stock of protections in their bags, and Darlington was pleased to see she'd forgotten nothing. "Good night, Dawes," he said as they unhooked their coats from the hall rack. "We won't be home late." Dawes slid her headphones down to her neck. "We have smoked salmon and egg and dill sandwiches." "Dare I ask?" "And avgo lemino." "I'd say you're an angel, but you're so much more interesting." Dawes clucked her tongue. "It's really not a fall soup." "It's barely fall, and there's nothing more fortifying. Besides, after a shot of Hiram's elixir, it was tough to get warm." Dawes smiled as she returned to her text. She liked being praised for her cooking almost as much as she liked being acknowledged for her scholarship. The air felt bright and cold against his skin as they walked down Orange, back toward the green and campus. Spring came on slow in New England, but fall was like rounding a sharp turn. One moment you were sweating through summer cotton, and the next you shivered beneath a sky gone hard enamel blue. "Tell me about Aurelian." Alex blew out a breath. "Founded in 1910. Rooms consecrated in Sheffield, Stirling, Strathcona Hall. Save yourself the mouthful, everyone calls it SSS. SSS. During the 1932 renovations. Around the same time, Bones was sealing off their operating theater, Darlington added. Their what? You'll learn during your first prognostication. But I thought we'd keep the training wheels on for our first journey out. Best that Alex Stern found her footing among the eager, generous Aurelians rather than in front of the Bonesmen. The university gave those rooms to Aurelian as a gift for services rendered. Which services? You tell me, Stern. Well, they specialize in logomancy, word magic. So, something with the contract? The purchase of Sachem's Wood in 1910. It was a huge acquisition of land, and the university wanted to make sure the purchase could never be challenged. That land became Science Hill. What else? People don't take them very seriously. People? Leigh, she amended. The other societies, because they don't have a real tomb. But we're not like those people, Stern. We aren't snobs. You are most definitely a snob, Darlington. Well, I'm not that particular kind of snob. We have only two real concerns. Does their magic work, and is it dangerous? Does it? Asked Alex. Is it? The answer to both questions is sometimes. Aurelian specializes in unbreakable contracts, binding vows, stories that can literally put the reader to sleep. In 1989, a certain millionaire slipped into a coma in the cabin of his yacht. A copy of God and Man at Yale was found beside him, and if anyone had thought to look, they would have found an introduction that exists in no other version, one composed by Aurelian. You may also be interested to know that Winston Churchill's last words were, "I'm bored with it all." You're saying Aurelian assassinated Winston Churchill? That's mere speculation, but I can confirm that half of the dead in Grove Street Cemetery only stay in their graves because the inscriptions on their tombstones were crafted by members of Aurelian. Sounds pretty powerful to me. That was the old magic, when they were still considered a landed society. Aurelian was kicked out of their rooms when union contract negotiations with the university soured. The charge was serving alcohol to minors, but the fact is that Yale felt Aurelian had botched the initial contracts. They lost room 405, and their work has been shaky ever since. These days, they mostly manage the occasional non-disclosure agreement or inspiration spell. That's what we'll be seeing tonight. They passed the administrative offices of Woodbridge Hall and the glowing golden screens of Scroll and Key. The locksmiths had canceled their next ritual. It wouldn't mean any less work for Leigh. Book and Snake had been happy to move into the Thursday night slot in their place, but Darlington wondered exactly what was going on at Key's. There had been rumors of weakening magic, portals that malfunctioned or didn't open at all. It might all be talk. The houses of the Vale were secretive, competitive, and prone to petty gossip. But Darlington would take the delay as an opportunity to dig into what Scroll and Key might be contending with before he dragged his Dante into a possible mess. If Aurelian isn't dangerous, why do we need to be there? Alex asked. To keep the proceedings from being interrupted. This particular ritual tends to draw a lot of grays. Why? All of the blood. Alex's steps slowed. Please don't tell me you're squeamish. You won't make it through a semester if you can't handle a bit of gore. Darlington immediately felt like an ass. After what Alex had survived back in California, of course she'd be wary. This girl had witnessed real trauma, not the theater of the macabre to which Darlington had become so accustomed. I'll be fine, she said, but she was gripping the strap of her satchel with clenched fists. They entered the stark plateau of Beinecke Plaza, the library's windows glowing like chunks of amber. You will be, he promised. This is a controlled environment and a simple spell. We're basically just serving as bouncers tonight. Okay. She didn't look okay. They pushed through the library's revolving door and into the high vault of the entry. Gordon Bunshaft had envisioned the library as a box within a box. Behind the empty security desk, a vast glass wall rose to the ceiling, packed with shelves of books. This was the real library. The stacks, the paper and parchment heart of Beinecke. The outer structure that surrounded it, acting as entry, shield, and false skin. Large windows on every side showed the empty plaza beyond. A long table had been set up not far from the security desk, a comfortable distance away from the cases, where rotating exhibits from the library's collections were displayed, and where the Gutenberg Bible was housed in its own little glass cube, lit from above. A single page of it was turned every day. God, he loved this place. The Aurelians were milling around the table, already in their ivory robes, chatting nervously. That giddy energy alone was probably enough to start drawing grays. Josh Zielinski, the delegation's current president, broke away from the group and hurried over to greet them. Darlington knew him from several American Studies seminars. He had a mohawk, favored oversized overalls, and talked a lot. A woman in her 40s trailed him, tonight's emperor, the alumna selected to supervise the ritual. Darlington recognized her from a rite Aurelian had conducted the previous year to draw up governing documents for her condo board. "Amelia," he said, reaching for the name. "A pleasure to see you again." She smiled and glanced at Alex. "Is this the new you?" It was the same thing they'd asked Michelle Alameddine when she'd taken him around his freshman year. "Meet our new Dante. Alex is from Los Angeles." "Nice," said Zielinski. "Do you know any movie stars?" "I once swam naked in Oliver Stone's pool. Does that count?" "Was he there?" "No." Zielinski looked genuinely disappointed. "We'll start at midnight," said Amelia. That gave them plenty of time to set up a perimeter around the ritual table. "For this rite, we can't block the Greys out completely," Darlington explained as he and Alex walked a wide circle around the table, choosing the path of the boundary they would create. "The magic requires that the channels with the veil remain open. Now, tell me first steps." He'd assigned her excerpts from Fowler's Bindings, and also a short treatise on portal magic from the early days of Scroll and Key. "Bone dust, or graveyard dirt, or any memento mori to form the circle." "Good," said Darlington. "We'll use this tonight." He handed her a stick of chalk made from compressed crematory ash. "It will allow us to be more precise in our markings. We'll leave channels open at each compass point." "And then what?" "Then we work the doors. The Greys can disrupt the ritual, and we don't want this kind of magic breaking loose. Magic needs resolution. Once this particular rite begins, it will be looking for blood, and if the spell gets free of the table, it could literally slice some nice law student studying a block away in two. One less lawyer to plague the world, but I'm told lawyer jokes are passé. So if a Grey tries to come through, you have two options: dust them or death words. Greys loathed any reminder of death or dying. Lamentations, dirges, poems about grief or loss. Even a particularly well-phrased mortuary ad could do the trick. "How about both?" asked Alex. "There's really no need. We don't waste power if we don't have to." She looked skeptical. Her anxiety surprised him. Alex Stern might be graceless and uneducated, but she'd shown plenty of nerve, at least when anything but moths were concerned. Where was the steel he'd glimpsed in her before? And why did her fear disappoint him so acutely? Just as they were finishing their markings to close the circle, a young man passed through the turnstile, his scarf pulled up nearly to his eyes. "The guest of honor," murmured Darlington. "Who's he?" "Zeb Yarraman, Wunderkind, or former Wunderkind. Surely the Germans have a name for prodigies who age out of enfants terribles." "You would know, Darlington." "Too cruel, Stern. I have time yet. Zeb Yarraman wrote a novel his junior year at Yale, published it before he graduated, and was the darling of the New York literary scene for several years running. Good book?" It wasn't bad, Darlington said. Malaise, madness, young love, the usual Bildungsroman fare, all set against the background of Zeb working at his uncle's failing dairy. But the prose did impress. So, he's here to mentor someone? He's here because The King of Small Places was published almost 8 years ago, and Zeb Yarman hasn't written a word since. Darlington saw Zelinsky signal to the Emperor. It's time to start. The Aurelians had assembled in 2 even lines, facing each other on either side of the long table. They wore white cloaks, almost like choir robes, with pointed sleeves so long they brushed the tabletop. Josh Zelinsky stood at one end, the Emperor at the other. They put on white gloves, of the type used to handle archival manuscripts, and unfurled a scroll down the table's length. "Parchment," said Darlington, "made from goat skin and soaked in elderflower. A gift for the muse. But that's not all she requires. Come on." He led Alex back to the first marks they'd made. "You'll watch the southern and eastern gates. Don't stand between the markings unless you absolutely have to. If you see a gray approaching, just step into his path and use your graveyard dirt or speak the death words. I'll be monitoring the north and west." "How?" Her voice held a nervous, truculent edge. "You can't even see them." Darlington reached into his pocket and removed the vial of elixir. He couldn't put it off any longer. He broke the wax covering, unstopped the cork, and before thoughts of self-preservation could intrude, downed the contents. Darlington had never gotten used to it. He doubted he ever would. The urge to gag, the bitter spike that drove through his soft palate and up into the back of his skull. "Fuck!" he gasped. Alex blinked. "I think that's the first time I've heard you swear." Chills shook him, and he tried to control the tremors that quaked through his body. "I clasp profanity with declarations of love, best used sparingly, and only when wholeheartedly meant." "Darlington, are your teeth supposed to chatter?" He tried to nod, but, of course, he was already nodding, spasming, really. The elixir was like dunking your head into the great cold, like stepping into a long, dark winter. Or, as Michelle had once said, it's like getting an icicle shoved up your ass. Less localized, Darlington had managed to joke at the time, but he'd wanted to pass out from the shuddering awful of it. It wasn't just the taste, or the cold, or the tremors. It was the feeling of having brushed up against something horrible. He hadn't been able to identify the sensation then, but months later, he'd been driving on I-95 when a tractor-trailer swayed into his lane, missing his car by the barest breath. His body had flooded with adrenaline, and the bitter tang of crushed aspirin had filled his mouth as he remembered the taste of Hiram's bullet. That was what it was like every time, and would be until the dose finally tried to kill him and his liver tipped into toxicity. You couldn't keep sidling up to death and dipping your toe in. Eventually it grabbed your ankle and tried to pull you under. Well, if it happened, Leigh would find him a liver donor. He wouldn't be the first. And not everyone could be born gifted like Galaxy Stern. Now the shaking passed, and for a brief moment the world went milky, as if he were seeing Beineke's golden glow through a thick cataract of cobwebs. These were the layers of the veil. When they parted for him, the haze cleared. Beineke's familiar columns, the cloaked members of Aurelian, and Alex's wary face came into ordinary focus once more. Except he saw an old man in a houndstooth jacket, hovering by the case that housed the Gutenberg Bible, then strolling past to examine the collection of James Baldwin memorabilia. I think that's... He caught himself before he spoke Frederick Prokosch's name. Names were intimate and risked forming a connection with the dead. He wrote a novel that used to be famous called The Asiatics from a desk at Sterling Library. I wonder if Zeb's a fan. Prokosh had claimed to be unknowable, a mystery even to his closest friends, and yet here he was, moping around a college library in the afterlife. Maybe it was best that the elixir cost so much and tasted so bad. Otherwise, Darlington would be downing it every other afternoon, just for glimpses like this. But now it was time to work. Send him on his way, Stern, but do not make eye contact. Alex rolled her shoulders like a boxer stepping into the ring and approached Prokosh, keeping her gaze averted. She reached into her bag and pulled out the vial of graveyard dirt. "What are you waiting for?" "I can't get the lid off." Prokosh looked up from the glass case and drifted toward Alex. "Then say the words, Stern." Alex took a step backward, still fumbling with the lid. "He can't hurt you," said Darlington, putting himself between Prokosh and the entry to the circle. The ritual hadn't yet begun, but best to keep it clean. Darlington didn't love the idea of dispelling the Grey himself. He knew too much about the ghost as it was, and banishing him back behind the veil risked creating a connection between them. "Go on, Stern." Alex squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Take courage! No one is immortal!" Prokosh shuddered in apprehension and lifted a hand as if to shoo Alex away. He bolted through the library's glass walls. Death words could be anything, really, as long as they spoke of the things Greys feared most. The finality of passing, a life without legacy, the emptiness of the hereafter. Darlington had given Alex some of the simplest to recall, from the Orphic lamellae found in Thessaly. "See?" said Darlington. "Easy." He glanced at the Aurelians, a few of whom were giggling at Alex's ardent declaration, though you needn't shout. But Alex didn't seem to care about the attention she'd drawn. Her eyes were alight, staring at the place where Prokosh had been moments before. "Easy," she said. She frowned and looked at the vial of dirt in her hand. "So easy." "At least crow a little, Stern. Don't deny me the enjoyment of putting you back in your place." When she didn't reply, he said, "Come on, they're ready to start." Zeb Yarraman stood at the head of the table. He had removed his shirt and was naked to the waist, his skin pale, his chest narrow, his arms tight to his sides like folded wings. Darlington had seen many men and women stand at the head of that table over the last 3 years. Some had been members of Aurelian, some had simply paid the steep fee the Society's trust charged. They came to speak their words, make their requests, hoping for something spectacular to happen. They came with different needs, and Aurelian moved locations depending on their requirement. Ironclad prenups could be fashioned beneath the entryway to the law school. Forgeries might be detected beneath the watchful eyes of poor, duped Benjamin West's Cicero discovering the tomb of Archimedes in the University Art Gallery. Land deeds and real estate deals were sealed high atop East Rock, the city glittering far below. Aurelian's magic may have been weaker than that of the other societies, but it was more portable and more practical. Tonight's chants began in Latin, a soothing, gentle recitation that filled Beinecke, floating up, past shelf after shelf encased in the glass cube at the library center. Darlington let himself listen with one ear as he scanned the perimeter of the circle and kept one eye on Alex. He supposed it was a good sign that she was so tense. It at least meant she cared about doing a good job. The chants shifted, breaking from Latin and shifting into vernacular Italian, sliding from antiquity to modernity. Zeb's voice was loudest, beseeching, echoing off the stone, and Darlington could feel his desperation. He would have to be desperate, given what came next. Zeb held out his arms. The Aurelians to his right and his left drew their knives, and as the chants continued, drew 2 long lines from Zeb's wrists up his forearms. The blood ran slowly at first, welling to the surface in red slits, like eyes opening. Zeb settled his hands on the edge of the paper before him, and his blood spread over it, staining the paper. As if the paper had a taste for it, the blood started to flow faster, a tide that crawled down the scroll as Zeb continued to chant in Italian. As Darlington had known they would, the Greys began to appear, drifting through the walls, drawn by blood and hope. When at last the blood tide reached the end of the parchment, the Aurelians each lowered their sleeves, letting them brush the soaked paper. Zeb's blood seemed to climb up the fabric as the sound of the chanting rose. Not a single language now, but all languages. Words drawn from the books surrounding them, above them, tucked away in climate-controlled vaults beneath them. Thousands upon thousands of volumes. Memoirs and children's stories, postcards and menus, poetry and travelogues. Soft, rounded Italian, speared by the spiky sounds of English, the chugging of German, whispery threads of Cantonese. As one, the Aurelians slammed their hands down on the blood-soaked parchment. The sound ruptured the air like thunder, and black spread from their palms. A new tide, as blood became ink and flowed back up the table, coursing along the paper to where Zeb's hands rested. He screamed when the ink entered him, zigzagging up his arms in a scrawl, line upon line, word upon word, a palimpsest that blackened his skin, slowly crawling in looping cursive up to his elbows. He wept and shuddered and wailed his anguish, but kept his hands flat to the paper. The ink climbed higher, to his bent shoulders, up his neck, over his chest, and in the same instant entered his head and his heart. This was the most dangerous part of the ritual, when all of Aurelian would be most vulnerable and the Greys would be most eager. They came faster through the walls and sealed windows, rounding the circle, looking for the gateways Alex and Darlington had left open, drawn by Yarroman's need and the iron-filing pungence of fresh blood. Whatever worry had plagued Alex, she was enjoying herself now, hurling handfuls of graveyard dirt at Greys with unnecessarily elaborate gestures that made her look like a professional wrestler trying to psych up an invisible crowd. Darlington turned his attention to his own compass points, cast clouds of bone dust at approaching Greys, murmuring the old death words when one of them tried to rush past. His favorite Orphic hymn began, "O Spirit of the Unripe Fruit," but it was almost too long to be worth diving into. He heard Alex grunt and glanced over his shoulder, expecting to see her engaged in a particularly acrobatic banishing maneuver. Instead, she was on the ground, scrabbling backward, terror in her eyes, and Greys were walking straight through the circle of protection. It took him a bare moment to understand what had happened. The markings of the southern gateway were smudged. Alex had been so busy enjoying herself, she'd stepped on the markings and ruptured the southern side of the circle. What had been a narrow door to allow the flow of magic had become a gaping hole with no barrier to entry. The Greys advanced, their attention focused on the pull of blood and longing, drawing nearer to the unsuspecting Aurelians. Darlington threw himself into their path, barking the quickest, cruelest death words he knew. "Unwept," he shouted. "Unhonored and unsung." Some checked their steps. Some even fled. "Unwept, unhonored, and unsung," he repeated. But they had momentum now. A mass of Greys that only he and Alex could see, dressed in clothes of every period, some young, some old, some wounded and maimed, others whole. If they reached the table, the ritual would be disrupted. Yarroman would certainly die, and he might well take half of Aurelian with him. The magic would spring wild. But if Beinecke was a living house of words, then it was one grand memorial to the end of everything. Thornton Wilder's death mask, Ezra Pound's teeth, elegiac poems by the hundreds. Darlington reached for the words, "Heart Crane on Melville," Ben Jonson on the death of his son. Robert Louis Stevenson's Requiem. His mind scrambled for purchase. Start somewhere. Start anywhere. A wanton bone, I sing my song and travel where the bone is blown. Good Lord. When taxed with staving off the uncanny, how did he somehow resort to Foley's poem about a skeleton having sex? A few of the grays peeled off, but he needed something with some damn gravitas. Horace. Winter will come on and break the lower sea on the rocks while we drink summer's wine. Now they slowed. Some covered their ears. See in the white of the winter air, he cried. The day hangs like a rose. It droops down to the reaching hand. Take it before it goes. He lifted his hands before him, as if he could somehow push them back. Why couldn't he remember the first verse of the poem? Because it hadn't interested him. Why try to know the future which cannot be known? Winter will come on, he repeated. But even as Darlington pushed the grays back through the ruptured gate and reached for the chalk, he looked through the glass walls of the library. A horde was assembling. A tide of grays visible through the glass walls surrounding the building. He was not going to be able to fix the markings in time. Alex was still on the ground, shaking so hard he could see her trembling even from a distance. When the magic got free, it might kill them both first. Take courage, she said again and again. Take courage. That's not enough. The grays rushed toward the library. Mors vincit omnia, Darlington cried, falling back on the words printed in every Leigh manual. The Emperor and the Aurelians had looked up from the table. Only Zeb Yarraman was still lost to the agonies of the ritual, deaf to the chaos that had entered the circle. Then, a voice pierced the air, high and wobbling, not speaking, but singing. Pariome mi madre en una noche oscura. Alex was singing, the melody hitching on her sobs. Ponime por nombre, niña sin fortuna. My mother gave birth to me on a dark night and called me the girl with no fortune. Spanish, but slanted, some kind of dialect. Ya crecen las hierbas y dan amarillo, triste mi corazón vive con suspiro. He didn't know the song, but the words seemed to slow the gray's steps. The leaves are growing and turning gold. My heavy heart beats and sighs. More, said Darlington. I don't know the rest of the song, Alex yelled. The grays moved forward. Say something, Stern. We need more words. Quien no sabe de mar, no sabe de mal. She didn't sing these words. She shouted them, again and again. He who knows nothing of the sea knows nothing of suffering. The line of grays outside stumbled, looked over their shoulders. Something was moving behind them. Keep going, he told her. Quien no sabe de mar, no sabe de mal. It was a wave, a massive wave, rising from nowhere over the plaza. But how? She wasn't even speaking death words. He who knows nothing of the sea knows nothing of suffering. Darlington wasn't even sure what the words meant. The wave rose, and new words came to Darlington from Virgil, the real Virgil, from the eclogues. Let all become mid-ocean, he declared. The wave climbed higher, blotting out the buildings in the sky beyond. Farewell, ye woods. Headlong from some towering mountain peak, I will throw myself into the waves. Take this as my last dying gift. The wave crashed, and grays were scattered over the stone tiles of the plaza. Darlington could see them through the glass, bobbing like chunks of ice in the moonlight. Hastily, Darlington redrew the marks of protection, strengthening them with heaps of graveyard dirt. What was that? He said. Alex was staring out at the fallen grays, her cheeks still wet with tears. It was just something my grandmother used to say. Ladino. She'd been speaking Spanish and Hebrew, and he wasn't sure what else. It was the language of diaspora, the language of death. She'd gotten lucky. They both had. He offered her his hand. "You're all right?" he asked. Her palm was cold, clammy in his as she rose. "Yes," she said, but she was still shaking. "Fine, I'm sorry, Do not say another word until we're back at Il Bastone. And for God's sake, don't apologize to anyone until we're out of here." Zielinski was striding toward them, the Emperor close behind. The ritual had ended, and they looked furious, though also a bit like clan members who'd gone for a stroll and forgotten their hoods. "What the hell were you doing?" said Amelia. "You almost ruined the ritual with your shouting. What happened here?" Darlington whirled on them, blocking their view of the smudged marks and summoning every bit of his grandfather's authority. "Why don't you tell me?" Zielinski stopped short. His sleeves, now clean and white again, flapped gently as he dropped his arms. "What? Have you performed this ritual before?" "You know we have," snapped Amelia. "Exactly in this way?" "Of course not. The ritual always changes a bit depending on the need. Every story is different." Darlington knew he was on shaky ground, but better to go on the offense than to make Leigh look like a bunch of amateurs. "Well, I don't know what Zeb has in mind for his new novel, but he almost unleashed a whole host of phantoms on your delegation." Zielinski's eyes widened. "There were Greys here?" "An army of them." "But she was screaming." "You put my Dante and me at risk," said Darlington. "I'm going to have to report this to Dean Sandow. Aurelian shouldn't be tampering with forces." No, please," Zielinski said, putting his palms up as if to tamp down a fire. "Please, this is our first ritual as a delegation. Things were bound to get a little tricky. We're campaigning to get our rooms in SSS back." "She could have been hurt," said Darlington, bristling with blue blood indignation. "Killed." "This is a donation year, isn't it?" said Amelia. We can make sure it's a generous one." "Are you trying to bribe me?" "No, not at all. A negotiation. An understanding." "Get out of my sight. You're just lucky no lasting damage was done to the collection." "Thanks," Alex whispered as the Emperor and Zielinski hurried away. Darlington cast her one angry glance and bent to begin the work of clearing the circle. "I did that for Leigh, not you." They cleaned up the leavings of the markings, made sure the Aurelians had left no traces, and that Zeb's arms were bandaged and his vitals were stable. He still had ink stains on his lips and all over his teeth and gums. It trickled from his ears and the inner corners of his eyes. He looked monstrous, but he was grinning, gibbering to himself, already scribbling away in a notebook. He would continue that way until the story was out of him. Darlington and Alex walked back to Il Bastone in strained silence. The night felt colder, not only because of the hour, but because of the lasting effects of Hiram's elixir. Usually he felt a sense of sadness when its magic was gone, but tonight he was perfectly happy for the veil to fall back into place. What had happened during the rite? How could Alex have been so incautious? She'd broken the most basic rules he'd set for her. The circle was inviolable. Guard the marks. Had he been too easygoing about the whole thing? Tried too hard to put her at ease? When they entered Il Bastone, the entry lights flickered, as if the house could sense their mood. Dawes was exactly where they'd left her, in front of the fireplace. She glanced up and seemed to shrink more deeply into her sweatshirt before returning to her array of index cards, happy to turn her back on human conflict. Darlington drew off his coat and hung it by the door, then headed down the hall to the kitchen, not waiting to see if Alex would follow. He turned on the burner to heat Dawes's soup and took the sandwich platter from the refrigerator, setting it down with a loud clatter. A bottle of Syrah had been decanted, and he poured himself a glass, then sat and watched Alex, who had slumped into a chair at the kitchen table, her dark eyes trained on the black and white tiles of the floor. He made himself finish his glass of wine, poured another, and at last said, "Well, what happened?" "I don't know," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "Not good enough. You are literally of no use to us if you can't handle a few grays. They weren't coming at you. They were. 2 of those gates were mine to guard, remember?" She rubbed her arms. "I just wasn't ready. I'll do better next time." "Next time will be different, and the next, and the next. There are 6 functioning societies, and each has different rituals." "It wasn't the ritual." "Was it the blood?" "No, one of them grabbed me." "You didn't say that was going to happen. Darlington couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You're saying one of them touched you?" "More than one. That isn't possible. I mean," he set down his wine, ran his hands through his hair. "Rarely. So rarely. Sometimes in the presence of blood, or if the spirit is particularly moved. That's why true hauntings are so rare." Her voice was hard, distant. "It's possible." Maybe, unless she was lying. "You need to be ready next time. You weren't prepared. And whose fault is that?" Darlington sat up straighter. "I beg your pardon. I gave you 2 weeks to get up to speed. I sent you specific passages to read to keep it manageable." "And what about all of the years before that?" Alex stood and shoved her chair back. She paced into the breakfast room, her black hair reflecting the lamplight, energy sparking off her. The house gave a warning groan. She wasn't sad or ashamed or worried. She was mad. "Where were you?" she demanded. "All you wise men of Leigh with your spells and your chalk and your books. Where were you when the dead were following me home? When they were barging into my classrooms, my bedroom, my damn bathtub? Sando said you'd been tracking me for years, since I was a kid. One of you couldn't have told me how to get rid of them? That all it would take was a few magic words to send them away?" "They're harmless. It's only the rituals that..." Alex grabbed Darlington's glass and threw it hard against the wall, sending glass and red wine flying. "They are not harmless. You talk as if you know, like you're some kind of expert." She struck her hands against the table, leaning toward him. "You have no idea what they can do." "Are you done? Or would you like another glass to break?" "Why didn't you help me?" said Alex, her voice nearly a growl. "I did. You were about to be buried under a sea of grays, if you recall." "Not you." She waved her arm, indicating the house. "Sandow, Leigh, someone." She covered her face with her hands. "Take courage. No one is immortal. Do you know what it would have meant to me to know those words when I was a kid? It would have taken so little to change everything. But no one bothered. Not until I could be useful to you." Darlington did not like to think he had behaved badly. He did not like to think that Leigh had behaved badly. We are the shepherds. And yet they'd left Alex to face the wolves. She was right. They hadn't cared. She'd been someone for Leigh to study and observe from afar. He told himself he was giving her a chance, being fair to this girl who had washed up on his shore. But he'd let himself think of her as someone who had made all of the wrong choices and stumbled down the wrong path. It hadn't occurred to him that she was being chased. After a long moment, he said, "Would it help to break something else?" She was breathing hard. "Maybe." Darlington rose and opened a cupboard, then another, and another, revealing shelf after shelf of Lenox, Waterford, Limoges, glassware, plates, pitchers, platters, butter dishes, gravy boats, thousands of dollars worth of crystal and china. He took down a glass, filled it with wine, and handed it to Alex. "Where would you like to start?"
7. Winter. There had to be a Leigh protocol for murder, a series of steps she should follow that Darlington would have known to follow. He probably would have told her to enlist Dawes' help, but Alex and the grad student had never managed to do much more than politely ignore each other. Like almost everyone else, Dawes had loved shiny penny Darlington. He'd been the only person who seemed totally at ease talking to her, who had managed it without any of the awkwardness that hung over Dawes like one of her bulky, indeterminately colored sweatshirts. Alex was pretty sure Dawes blamed her for what had happened at Rosenfeld Hall. And though Dawes had never said much to Alex, her silence had taken on a new hostility of slammed cupboards and suspicious glares. Alex didn't want to talk to Dawes any more than she had to, so she would consult the Leigh library instead. Or you could just leave this whole thing alone, she thought, as she climbed the steps to the mansion on Orange. A week from now, Darlington might be back beneath this very roof. He might emerge from the new moon right, whole and happy and ready to turn his magnificent brain to the problem of Tara Hutchins's murder. Or maybe he'd have other things on his mind. There was no key to get into Ile Baston. Alex had been introduced to the door the first day Darlington brought her to the house, and now it released a creaky sigh as she entered. It had always hummed happily when Darlington was with her. At least it hadn't sicked a pair of jackals on her. Alex hadn't seen the Leigh hounds since that first morning, but she thought about them every time she approached the house, wondering where they slept, and if they were hungry, if spirit hounds even needed food. In theory, Dawes had Fridays off, but she could almost always be counted on to be burrowed into the corner of the first-floor parlor with her laptop. That made her easy to avoid. Alex slipped down the hall to the kitchen, where she found the plate of last night's sandwiches Dawes had left covered with a damp towel on the top shelf of the fridge. She shoved them into her mouth, feeling like a thief, but that just made the soft white bread, the cucumber coins, and thinly sliced salmon spiked with dill taste better. The house on Orange had been acquired by Leigh in 1888, shortly after John Anderson abandoned it, supposedly trying to outrun the ghost of the cigar girl his father had murdered. Since then, Ile Baston had masqueraded as a private home, a school run by the Sisters of St. Mary's, a law office, and now as a private home perpetually awaiting renovation. But it had always been Leigh. A bookcase stood in the second-floor hallway beside an antique secretary and a vase of dried hydrangea. This was the entry to the library. There was an old panel in the wall beside it that supposedly controlled a stereo system, but it only worked about half the time, and sometimes the music coming through the speakers sounded so tinny and far away it made the house feel more empty. Alex drew the Albemarle book from the third shelf. It looked like an ordinary ledger, bound in stained cloth, but its pages crackled slightly as she opened it, and she swore when a low thrum of electricity jolted through her. The book retained echoes of a user's most recent request, and as Alex flipped to the last page of entries, she saw Darlington's scrawl and the words, Rosenfeld Hall Schematics. The date was December 10th, the last night Daniel Arlington had been seen alive. Alex took a pen from the top of the secretary, wrote out the date, and then Leigh House Protocols. Homicide. She slid the book back onto the shelf between Stover at Yale and a battered copy of New England Cookery Volume 2. She'd never seen any sign of Volume 1. The house gave a disapproving groan, and the shelf shook slightly. Alex wondered if Dawes was too deep in her work to notice, or if she would be turning her eyes to the ceiling, speculating on what Alex might be up to. When the bookcase stopped rattling, Alex gripped its right side and pulled. It swung out from the wall like a door, revealing a 2-story circular chamber lined with bookshelves. Though it was still afternoon, the sky through the glass dome above her glowed the luminous blue of early dusk. The air felt slightly balmy, and she could smell orange blossoms in the air. Leigh had a limited amount of room, so the library had been rigged with a telescope portal using magic borrowed from Scroll and Key and deployed by the late Leigh delegate Richard Albemarle when he was still only a Dante. You wrote down the subject you sought in the Albemarle book, placed it in the bookcase, and the library would kindly retrieve a selection of volumes from the Leigh House collection, which would be waiting for you when you swung open the secret door. The full collection was located in an underground bunker in an estate in Greenwich, and was heavily weighted toward the history of the occult, New Haven, and New England. It had an original printing of Heinrich Kramer's Malleus Maleficarum, and 52 different translations of its text. The complete works of Paracelsus, the secret diaries of Aleister Crowley and Francis Bacon, a spell book from the Zoroastrian fire temple in Choctaw, a signed photo of Calvin Hill, and a first edition of William F. Buckley's God and Man at Yale, along with a spell written on a Yankee Doodle napkin that revealed the book's secret chapters. But good luck finding a copy of Pride and Prejudice, or a basic history of the Cold War that didn't focus entirely on the faulty magic used in the wording of the Eisenhower Doctrine. The library was also a little temperamental. If you weren't specific enough in your request, or if it couldn't find books on your desired subject, the shelf would just keep shaking and eventually start to give off heat and emit a high, frantic whine until you snatched the Albemarle book and murmured a soothing incantation over its pages while gently caressing its spine. The portal magic also had to be maintained through a series of elaborate rites conducted every 6 years. "What happens if you guys miss a year?" Alex had asked when Darlington first showed her how the library worked. "It happened in 1928. And all of the books from the collection crowded into the library at once and the floor collapsed on Chester Vance's Oculus." "Jesus, that's horrible." "I don't know," Darlington had said meditatively. "Suffocating beneath a pile of books seems an appropriate way to go for a research assistant." Alex had always approached the library with caution and didn't get near the bookcase when it was shaking. It was too easy to imagine some future Darlington joking about the delicious irony of ignorant Galaxy Stern being fatally clocked in the jaw by rogue knowledge. She set her bag down on the circular table at the room's center, the wood inlaid with a map of constellations she didn't recognize. It was strange to Alex that the smell of books was always the same, the ancient documents in the climate-controlled stacks and glass cases of Beinecke, the research rooms at Sterling, the changeable library of Leigh House. They all had the same scent as the fluorescent-lit reading rooms full of cheap paperbacks she'd lived in as a kid. Most of the shelves were empty. There were some heavy old books on New Haven history and a glossy paperback titled New Haven Mayhem that had probably been sold in tourist shops. It took Alex a minute to realize that one shelf was packed with reprints of the same slender volume, The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. Initially hardbound and then stapled together more cheaply when Leigh lost some of its pretensions and began watching its budget. Alex reached for the most recent edition, the year 1987 stamped on its cover. It had no table of contents, just pages reproduced crookedly on a copier with the occasional note in the margin, and a ticket stub for Squeeze playing the New Haven Coliseum. The Coliseum was long gone, demolished for apartments and a community college campus that had failed to materialize. Alex had seen a teen gray in an REM t-shirt roaming around the parking lot that had taken the Coliseum's place, moving in aimless circles as if still hoping to score tickets. The entry for murder was frustratingly short. In the event of violent death associated with the activities of the landed societies, a colloquy will be called between the dean, the university president, the active members of Leigh House, the acting centurion, and the president of the Leigh Trust to decide a course of action. See Meeting Protocols. Alex flipped to Meeting Protocols, but all she found was a diagram of the Leigh House dining room, along with a guide to seating according to precedence, a reminder of the need for minutes to be kept by the residing Oculus, and suggested menus. Apparently light fare was prescribed, alcohol to be served only upon request. There was even a recipe for something called minted slush punch. "Big help, fellas," Alex muttered. They talked about death like it was a breach of manners. And she had no idea how to pronounce colloquy, but it was obviously a big-ass meeting she had no intention of calling. Was she really supposed to hit up the president of the university and invite him over for cold meats? Sandow had told her to rest easy. He hadn't said anything about a colloquy. Why? Because this is a funding year. Because Tara Hutchins is town. Because there's no indication the societies are involved at all. So let it go. Instead, Alex returned to the hallway, shut the door to the library, and reopened the Albemarle book. This time the scent of cigars puffed up from the pages, and she heard the clinking of dishes. That was the Leigh memory of murder, not blood or suffering, but men gathered around a table, drinking minted slush punch. She hesitated, trying to think of the right words to guide the library. Then she inscribed a new entry. How to speak to the dead. She slid the book into place, and the bookcase shuddered violently. This time when she entered the library, the shelves were packed. It was hard not to feel that Darlington was somehow looking over her shoulder, the eager scholar restraining himself from interfering in her clumsy attempts at research. "When did you first see them?" Alex had told Darlington the truth. She simply couldn't remember the first time she'd seen the dead. She'd never even called them that in her head. The blue-lipped girl in a bikini by the pool, the naked man standing behind the chain-link fence at the schoolyard, toying lazily with himself as her class ran suicides. The two boys in bloody sweatshirts, seated at a booth in the In-N-Out, who never ordered. They were just the quiet ones. And if she didn't pay them too much attention, they left her alone. That had all changed in a Goleta bathroom when she was 12 years old. But she'd learned to keep her mouth shut about the things she saw. And she'd been doing pretty well. When it was time to start junior high, she asked her mother to start calling her Alex instead of Galaxy, and to fill out her school forms that way. At her old school, everyone had known her as the twitchy kid who talked to herself and flinched at things that weren't there, who didn't have a dad, and who didn't look like her mom. One counselor thought she had ADD. Another thought she needed a more regular sleep schedule. Then there was the vice principal who had taken her mother aside and murmured that Alex might just be a little slow. Some things can't be fixed with therapy or a pill, you know? Some kids are below average, and there's room for them in the classroom too. But a new school meant a fresh start, a chance to remake herself into someone ordinary. "You shouldn't be ashamed to be different," her mother had said when Alex had summoned the courage to ask for the name change. "I called you Galaxy for a reason." Alex didn't disagree. Most of the books she read and the TV shows she watched told her different was okay. Different was great. Except no one was different quite like her. Besides, she thought, as she looked around their tiny apartment laden with dream catchers and silk scarves and paintings of fairies dancing under the moon, it wasn't like she was ever really going to be like everyone else. "Maybe I can work up to it." "All right," Mira said. "That is your choice, and I respect it." Then she'd yanked her daughter into her arms and blown a raspberry on her forehead. "But you're still my little star." Alex had squirmed away, laughing, nearly woozy with relief and anticipation, then started thinking about how she could get her mom to buy her new jeans. 7th grade started, and Alex wondered if her new name was some kind of magic word. It didn't fix everything. She still didn't have the right sneakers or the right scrunchie or bring the right things for lunch. It couldn't make her blonde or tall or prune her thick eyebrows, which had to be vigilantly kept from joining forces to create a unified eyebrow front. The white kids still thought she was Mexican, and the Mexican kids still thought she was white, but she was doing okay in class. She had people to eat with at lunchtime. She had a friend named Megan, who invited her over to watch movies and eat bowls of sugary name-brand cereals shimmering with artificial colors. On the morning of the Goleta trip, when Ms. Rosales told them to buddy up, and Megan seized Alex's hand, Alex felt a gratitude so overwhelming she thought she might vomit up the tiny blueberry muffins the teachers had provided. They spent the morning drinking hot chocolate from foam cups, pressed together on the green vinyl seat of the bus. Both of their moms liked Fleetwood Mac, and when Go Your Own Way came on the bus driver's radio, they sang along with it, mostly shouting, giggling and breathless as Cody Morgan pressed his hands to his ears and yelled at them to shut up. It took nearly 3 hours to get to the Butterfly Reserve, and Alex savored every minute of the drive. The grove itself was nothing special, a pretty sprawl of eucalyptus trees, lined by dusty paths, and a guide who talked about the eating habits and migration patterns of monarchs. Alex glimpsed a slender woman walking through the grove, her arm hanging from her body by the barest scrap of tendon, and quickly looked away, just in time to see a blanket of orange wings gust up from the trees as the monarchs took flight. She and Megan ate their lunches shoulder to shoulder on picnic tables near the entrance, and before they got back on the buses, everyone went to use the bathrooms. They were low slab buildings with damp concrete floors, and both Megan and Alex gagged when they entered. "Forget it," said Megan. "I can hold it till we get back." But Alex had to go. She chose the cleanest metal stall, laid toilet paper carefully on the seat, pulled down her jean shorts, and froze. For a long moment, she wasn't sure what she was looking at. The blood was nearly dry, and so brown that she had trouble understanding it was blood. She'd gotten her period. Wasn't she supposed to have cramps or something? Megan had gotten hers over the summer and had lots of thoughts about tampons and pads and the importance of ibuprofen. The only important thing was that the blood hadn't soaked through to her shorts. But how was she supposed to make it through the ride home? "Megan!" she shouted. But if anyone else was in the bathroom, they'd already cleared out. Alex felt her panic rise. She needed to get to Ms. Rosales before everyone was seated and ready to go. She would know what to do. Alex wound a bunch of toilet paper around her hand and tucked the makeshift pad into her ruined underwear, then pulled up her shorts and shoved out of the stall. She yelped. A man was standing there, his face a mottled mess of bruises. She was relieved when she realized he was dead. A dead man in the girls' bathroom was a lot less scary than a living one. She balled her fists and pushed through him. She hated going through them. Sometimes she got flashes of memory, but this time she just felt a blast of cold. She hurried to the sinks and quickly washed her hands. Alex could sense he was still there, but she refused to meet his gaze in the mirror. She felt something brush the small of her back. In the next second, her face was jammed up against the mirror. Something shoved her hips against the porcelain ledge of the sink. She felt cold fingers tugging on the waistband of her shorts. Alex screamed. She kicked out, struck solid flesh and bone, felt the grip on her shorts loosen. She tried to shove back from the sink, glimpsed her face in the mirror, a blue barrette sliding from her hair. Saw the man, the thing that had hold of her. "You can't do that," she thought. "You can't touch me." It wasn't possible. It wasn't allowed. None of the quiet ones could touch her. Then she was face down on the concrete floor. She felt her hips jerked backwards, her panties yanked down, something nudging against her, pushing into her. She saw a butterfly lying in a puddle beneath the sink, one wing flapping listlessly as if it were waving to her. She screamed and screamed. That was how Megan and Ms. Rosales found her, on the bathroom floor, shorts crumpled around her ankles, panties at her knees, blood smeared over her thighs and a lump of blood-soaked toilet paper wadded between her legs as she sobbed and thrashed, hips humped up and shuddering. Alone. Ms. Rosales was beside her, saying, "Alex, sweetheart!" And the thing that had been trying to get inside her was gone. She never knew why he stopped, why he fled, but she'd clung to Ms. Rosales, warm and alive and smelling of lavender soap. Ms. Rosales sent Megan out of the bathroom. She dried Alex's tears and helped her clean up. She had a tampon in her purse and told Alex how to put it in. Alex followed her instructions, still shaking and crying. She didn't want to touch down there. She didn't want to think about him trying to push in. Ms. Rosales sat beside her on the bus, gave her a juice box. Alex listened to the sounds of the other kids laughing and singing, but she was afraid to turn around. She was afraid to look at Megan. On that long bus ride back to school, in the long wait at the nurse's office, all she had wanted was her mother to be wrapped up in her arms and taken home, to be safe in their apartment, bundled in blankets on the couch, watching cartoons. By the time her mother arrived and finished her whispered conversations with the principal and the school counselor and Ms. Rosales, the halls had cleared and the school was empty. As Mira led her out to the parking lot through the echoing quiet, Alex wished she were still small enough to be carried. When they got home, Alex showered as quickly as possible. She felt too vulnerable, too naked. What if he came back? What if something else came for her? What was to stop him, to stop any of them from finding her? She'd seen them walk through walls. Where could she ever be safe again? She left the shower running and slipped into the kitchen to burrow through their junk drawer. She could hear her mother murmuring on the phone in her bedroom. "They think she may have been molested," Mira said. She was crying. "That she's acting out now because of it. I don't know. I don't know. There was that swim coach at the Y. He always seemed a little off, and Alex didn't like going to the pool. Maybe something happened?" Alex had hated the pool because there was a quiet kid with the left side of his skull caved in who liked to hang around the rusted podium where the diving board had once been. She rooted around in the drawer until she found the little red pocket knife. She took it with her into the shower, setting it on the soap dish. She didn't know if it would do any good against one of the quiet ones, but it made her feel a little better. She washed quickly, dried off, and changed into pajamas, then went out into the living room to curl up on the couch, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. Her mother must have heard the shower turn off because she emerged from her bedroom a few moments later. "Hey, baby," she said softly. Her eyes were red. "Are you hungry?" Alex kept her eyes on the TV screen. "Can we have real pizza?" "I can make you pizza here. Don't you want almond cheese?" Alex said nothing. A few minutes later, she heard her mother on the phone ordering from Amici's. They ate watching TV, Mira pretending not to watch Alex. Alex ate until her stomach hurt, then ate some more. It was too late for cartoons, and the shows had switched to the bright sitcom stories of teenage wizards and twins living in lofts that everyone at school pretended they were too old for. Who are these people? Alex wondered. Who are these happy, frantic, funny people? How are they so unafraid? Her mother nibbled on a piece of crust. Then at last, she reached for the remote and hit mute. "Baby," she said. "Galaxy. Alex. Alex? Can you talk to me? Can we talk about what happened?" Alex felt a hard burble of laughter pushing at her throat, making it ache. If it got free, would she laugh or cry? Can we talk about what happened? What was she supposed to say? A ghost tried to rape me? Maybe he did rape me? She wasn't sure when it counted, how far inside he had to be. But it didn't matter because no one would believe her anyway. Alex clutched the pocket knife in her pajama pocket. Her heart was suddenly racing. What could she say? Help me. Protect me. Except no one could. No one could see the things hurting her. They might not even be real. That was the worst of it. What if she'd imagined it all? She might just be crazy. And then what? She wanted to start screaming and never stop. Baby. Her mother's eyes were filling with tears again. Whatever happened, it's not your fault. You know that, right? You? I can't go back to school. Galaxy. Mama, Alex said, turning to her mother, grabbing her wrist, needing her to listen. Mama, don't make me go. Mia tried to draw Alex into her arms. Oh, my little star. Alex did scream then. She kicked at her mom to keep her away. You're a fucking loser! She shrieked again and again until her mother was the one crying and Alex locked herself in her room, sick with shame. Mira let Alex stay home for the rest of the week. She had found a therapist to take Alex in for a session, but Alex had nothing to say. Mira pleaded with Alex, tried to bribe her with junk food and TV hours, and then at last said, You talk to the therapist or you go back to school. So the following Monday, Alex had gone back to school. No one spoke to her. They barely looked at her. And when she found spaghetti sauce smeared on her gym locker, she knew that Megan had told. Alex got the nickname Bloody Mary. She ate lunch by herself. She was never picked for lab partner or field trip buddy and had to be foisted on people. In desperation, Alex made the mistake of trying to tell Megan what had really happened, of trying to explain. She knew it was stupid even as she'd reeled off the things she'd seen, the things she knew, as she'd watched Megan shift farther away from her, her eyes going distant, twirling a long curl of glossy brown hair around her forefinger. But the more Megan drew away, the longer her silence stretched, the more Alex talked, as if somewhere in all of those words was a secret code, a key that would get back the glimmer of what she'd lost. In the end, all Megan said was, Okay, I have to go now. Then she'd done what Alex knew she would and repeated it all. So when Sarah McKinney begged Alex to meet her at Tres Muchachos to talk to the ghost of her grandmother, Alex had known it was probably a setup, one big joke. But she went anyway, still hoping, and found herself sitting in the food court trying not to cry. That's when Mosh had looked over from the counter at Hot Dog on a Stick and taken pity on her. Mosh was a senior with dyed black hair and 1,000 silver rings on her corpse-white hands. She knew all about mean girls. And she invited Alex to hang out with her friends in the parking lot of the mall. Alex hadn't been sure how to act. So she stood with her hands in her pockets until Mosh's boyfriend offered her the bong they were passing around. She's 12 years old, Mosh had said. She's stressed, I can see it, and she's cool, right? Alex had seen older kids at her school take drags on joints and cigarettes. She and Megan had pretended to smoke, so she at least knew you weren't supposed to blow it out like a cigarette. She clamped her lips on the bong and drew in the smoke, tried to hold it, coughed loud and hard. Mosh and her friends broke into applause. See, said Mosh's boyfriend. This kid is cool. Pretty, too. Don't be a creep, said Mosh. She's just a kid. I didn't say I wanted to fuck her. What's your name, anyway? Alex. Mosh's boyfriend held his hand out. He had leather bracelets on both wrists, a smattering of dark hair on his forearms. He didn't look like the boys in her grade. She shook his hand and he gave her a wink. Nice to meet you, Alex. I'm Len. Hours later, crawling into bed, feeling both sleepy and invincible, she realized she hadn't seen a single dead anything since the smoke first hit her lungs. Alex learned it was a balance. Alcohol worked. Oxy, anything that unwound her focus. Valium was the best. It made everything soft and wrapped her in cotton. Speed was a huge mistake, Adderall especially, but Molly was the worst of all. The one time Alex made that mistake, she not only saw grays, she could feel them, their sadness and their hunger oozing toward her from every direction. Nothing like the incident in the Grove bathroom had happened again. None of the quiet ones had been able to touch her. But she didn't know why, and they were still everywhere. The beautiful thing was that around her new friends, her high friends, she could freak out and they didn't care. They thought it was hilarious. She was the youngest kid who got to hang with them, their mascot, and they all laughed when she talked to things that weren't there. Mosh called girls like Megan the blonde bitches and mutant cutes. She said they were all sad little fishes drinking their own piss in the mainstream. She said she'd kill for Alex's black hair, and when Alex said the world was full of ghosts trying to get in, Mosh just shook her head and said, "You should write this stuff down, Alex, I swear." Alex got held back a year. She got suspended. She took cash from her mom's purse, then little things from around the house. Then finally, her grandfather's silver Kiddish cup. Mira cried and shouted and set new house rules. Alex broke them all. Felt guilty for making her mom sad. Felt furious at feeling guilty. It all made her tired, so eventually she stopped coming home. When Alex turned 15, her mother used the last of her savings to try to send her to a scared straight rehab for troubled teens. By then, Mosh was long gone, off at art school, and she didn't hang with Alex or Len or any of the other kids when she came home for the holidays. Alex had run into her at the beauty supply, still buying black hair dye. Mosh asked how school was, and when Alex just laughed, Mosh had started to offer her an apology. "What are you talking about?" Alex said. "You saved me." Mosh had looked so sad and ashamed that Alex practically ran out of the store. She'd gone home that night, wanting to see her mom and sleep in her own bed. But she woke up to a pair of beefy men shining a flashlight in her eyes and dragging her out of her room as her mom looked on and cried, saying, "I'm sorry, baby. I don't know what else to do." Apparently it was a big day for apologies. They bound her wrists with zip ties, tossed her in the back of an SUV, barefoot in pajamas. They screamed at her about respect and breaking her mother's heart, and that she was going to Idaho to learn the right way to live, and she had a lesson coming. But Len had shown Alex how to snap zip ties, and it only took her 2 tries to get herself free, quietly open the back door, and vanish between 2 apartment buildings before the meatheads in the front seat realized she was gone. She walked 7 miles to where Len was working at Baskin-Robbins. After his shift, they put Alex's blistered feet in a tub of bubblegum ice cream and got high and had sex on the storeroom floor. She worked at a TGI Fridays, then a Mexican restaurant that scraped the beans off the customers' plates and reused them every night. Then a laser tag place and a mailboxes, etc. One afternoon when she was standing at the shipping desk, a pretty girl with chestnut curls came in with her mother and a stack of manila envelopes. It took Alex a solid minute to realize it was Megan. Standing there in her maroon apron, watching Megan chat with the other clerk, Alex had the sudden sensation that she was among the quiet ones. That she had died in that bathroom all of those years ago, and that people had been looking straight through her ever since. She'd just been too high to notice. Then Megan glanced over her shoulder, and the skittery, tense look in her eye had been enough for Alex to come back to her body. "You see me," she thought. "You wish you didn't, but you do." The years slid by. Sometimes Alex would put her head up, think about staying sober, think about a book or school or her mom. She'd fall into a fantasy of clean sheets and someone to tuck her in at night. Then she'd catch a glimpse of a biker, the skin scraped from the side of his face. the pulp beneath studded with gravel. Or an old woman with her housecoat half open, standing unnoticed in front of the window of an electronics store. And she'd go back under. If she couldn't see them, somehow they couldn't see her. She'd gone on that way until Helly, golden Helly, the girl Len had expected her to hate, maybe hoped she would, the girl she'd loved instead. Until that night at Ground Zero, when everything had gone so very wrong. Until the morning she'd woken up to Dean Sandow in her hospital room. He'd taken some papers out of his briefcase, an old essay she'd written when she still bothered going to school. She didn't remember writing it, but the title read, "A Day in My Life." A big red F was scrawled over the top, beside the words, "The assignment was not fiction." Sandow had perched on a chair by the side of her bed and asked, "The things you describe in this essay, do you still see them?" The night of the Aurelian ritual, when the Greys had flowed into the protective circle, taken on form, drawn by blood and longing, it had all come flooding back to her. She'd almost lost everything before she'd begun, but somehow she'd held on. And with a little help, like a summer job learning to brew the perfect cup of tea in Professor Bellbaum's office, for starters, she thought she could hold on a little longer. She just had to lay Tara Hutchins to rest. By the time Alex finished in the Leigh library, the sun had set and her brain felt numb. She made the initial mistake of not limiting the retrieved books to English, and even after she'd reset the library, there were a baffling number of hard-to-parse texts on the shelf, academic papers and treatises that were simply too dense for her to pull apart. In a way, it made things easier. There were only so many rituals Alex could understand, and that narrowed her options. Then there were rites that required a particular alignment of the planets, or an equinox, or a bright day in October, one that demanded the foreskin of a Yonga Honda man of full coraggio, and another that called for the less disturbing but equally hard to procure feathers of 100 golden ospreys. The satisfaction of a job well done was one of those phrases Alex's mom liked. Hard work tires the soul. Good works feed the soul. Alex wasn't sure that what she intended qualified as good work at all, but it was better than doing nothing. She copied the text since her phone wouldn't work in the annex, even to take a photo, then sealed up the library and trudged down the stairs to the parlor. "Hey, Dawes?" Alex said awkwardly. No response. "Pamela?" She was in her usual spot, huddled on the floor by the grand piano, a highlighter shoved between her teeth. Her laptop was set off to one side, and she was surrounded by stacks of books and rows of index cards with what Alex thought might be chapter titles for her dissertation. "Hey," she tried again, "I need you to go with me on an errand." Dawes shuffled from Eleusis to Empoli under Mimesis and the chariot's wheel. "I have work to do," she mumbled around the highlighter. "I need you to go with me to the morgue." Now Dawes glanced up, brow furrowed, blinking like someone newly exposed to sunlight. She always looked a little put out when he spoke to her, as if she'd been on the brink of the revelation that would finally help her finish the dissertation she'd been writing for 6 years. She removed the highlighter from her mouth, wiping it unceremoniously on her nubbly sweatshirt, which might have been gray or navy depending on the light. Her red hair was twisted into a bun, and Alex could see the pink halo of a zit forming on her chin. "Why?" asked Dawes. "Tara Hutchins." "Does Dean Sandow want you to go?" "I need more information," Alex said. "For my report." That was a problem dear Dawes should be able to sympathize with. "Then you should call Centurion." "Turner isn't going to talk to me." Dawes ran a finger over the edge of one of her index cards. "Heretical hermeneutics. Josephus and the influence of the trickster on the fool." Her nails were bitten down to the quick. "Are They charging her boyfriend? Asked Dawes, pulling at her fuzzy sleeve. What does this have to do with us? Probably nothing, but it was a Thursday night, and I think we should make sure. It's what we're here for, right? Alex hadn't actually said Darlington would do it, but she might as well have. Dawes shifted uncomfortably. But if Detective Turner can go fuck himself, Alex said. She was tired. She'd missed dinner. She'd wasted hours on Tara Hutchins, and she was about to waste a few more. Dawes worried her lip as if she was legitimately trying to visualize the mechanics. I don't know. Do you have a car? No, Darlington does. Did. Fuck. For a moment, he was there in the room with them, gilded and capable. Dawes rose and unzipped her backpack, removed a set of keys. She stood in the fading light, weighing them in her palm. I don't know, she said again. She might have been referring to 100 different things. I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know if you can be trusted. I don't know how to finish my dissertation. I don't know if you robbed me of our golden, destined for glory, perfect boy. How are we going to get in? Dawes asked. I'll get us in. And then what? Alex handed her the sheet of notes she transcribed in the library. We have all this stuff, right? Dawes scanned the page. Her surprise was obvious when she said, This isn't bad. Don't apologize, just do the work. Dawes gnawed on her lower lip. Her mouth was as colorless as the rest of her. Maybe her thesis was draining the life right out of her. Couldn't we call a car instead? We may need to leave in a hurry. Dawes sighed and reached for her parka. I'm driving. 8. Winter. Dawes had parked Darlington's car a little ways up the block. It was an old wine-colored Mercedes, maybe from the 80s. Alex had never asked. The seats were upholstered in caramel leather, worn in some places, the stitching a bit threadbare. Darlington had always kept the car clean, but now it was immaculate. Dawes's hand, no doubt. As if asking for permission, Dawes paused before she turned the key in the ignition. Then the car rumbled to life, and they were moving away from campus and out onto the highway. They rode in silence. The office of the chief medical examiner was actually in Farmington, almost 40 miles outside New Haven. The morgue, thought Alex. I'm going to the morgue, in a Mercedes. Alex thought about turning on the radio, the old kind, with the red line that glided through the stations like a finger seeking the right spot on a page. Then she thought of Darlington's voice floating out of the speakers. Get out of my car, Stern! And decided she was fine with the silence. It took them the better part of the hour to find their way to the OCME. Alex wasn't sure what she'd expected, but when they got there, she was grateful for the bright lights, the big lot, the office park feel of it all. Now what? Said Dawes. Alex took the plastic baggie and the tin they'd prepared from her satchel and wedged them into the back pockets of her jeans. She opened her door, shrugged off her coat and scarf, and tossed them onto the passenger seat. What are you doing? Asked Dawes. I don't want to look like a student. Give me your sweatshirt. Alex's peacoat was thin wool with a polyester lining, but it screamed college. That was exactly why she'd bought it. Dawes seemed like she wanted to object, but she unzipped her parka, shucked off her sweatshirt, and tossed it over to Alex, shivering in her t-shirt. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Of course it isn't. Let's go. Through the glass doors, Alex saw that the waiting room had a few people in it, all trying to get their business done before closing. A woman sat at a desk near the back of the room. She had fluffy brown hair that showed a red rinse beneath the office lights. Alex sent a quick text to Turner. We need to talk. Then she told Dawes, wait 5 minutes, and then come in, sit down, pretend you're waiting for someone. If that woman leaves her desk, text me right away, okay? What are you going to do? Talk to her. Alex wished she hadn't wasted her coin of compulsion on the coroner. She had only one left, and she couldn't afford to use it to get past the front desk, not if the plan went the way she hoped. She tucked her hair behind her ears and bustled into the waiting room, rubbing her arms. A poster had been hung behind the desk, sympathy and respect. A small sign read, "My name is Moira Adams, and I'm glad to help." Glad, not happy. You weren't supposed to be happy in a building full of dead people. Moira looked up and smiled. She had some hard living lines around her eyes and a cross around her neck. "Hi," Alex said. She made a show of taking a deep, shuddering breath. A detective said I could come here to see my cousin." "Okay, hon, of course. What's your cousin's name?" "Tara Ann Hutchins." The middle name had been easy enough to come by online. The woman's face grew wary. Tara Hutchins had been in the news. She was a homicide victim, the kind that could draw crazies. "Detective Turner sent me here." Moira's expression was still cautious. He was the lead detective on the case, and his name had most likely been in the media. "You can have a seat while I try to reach him," said Moira. Alex held up her phone. "He gave me his information." She sent another quick text. "Pick up now, Turner." Then she slid to the call screen and dialed on speaker. "Here," she said, holding out her cell. Moira sputtered, "I can't." But the faint sound of the phone ringing and Alex's expectant expression did the trick. Moira pressed her lips together and took the cell from Alex. The call went to Turner's voicemail, just as Alex had known it would. Detective Abel Turner would pick up when he damn well felt like it, not when some pissy undergrad told him to, especially not when she demanded it. Alex hoped Moira would just hang up, but instead she cleared her throat and said, "Detective Turner, this is Moira Adams, Public Outreach at OCME. If you could give us a call back." She gave the number. All Alex could hope was that Turner wouldn't check a voicemail from her number any time too soon. Maybe he'd be really petty and delete it. "Tara was a good girl, you know," she said when Moira handed her phone back. "She didn't deserve any of this." Moira made sympathetic sounds. "I'm so sorry for your loss," like she was reading from a script. "I just need to pray over her, say my goodbyes." Moira's fingers touched her cross. "Of course. She had a lot of problems, but who doesn't? We got her going to church every weekend. You can bet that boyfriend of hers didn't like it." At this, Moira gave a little huff of agreement. "You think Detective Turner will call back soon?" "As soon as he can. He may be tied up." "But you guys close in an hour, right?" "To the public, yes, but you can come back on Monday." "I can't, though." Alex's eyes scanned the photos taped below the ledge of Moira's desk and spotted a woman in Winnie the Pooh scrubs. "I'm in nursing school." "At Albertus Magnus?" "Yeah. My niece is there. Allison Adams? A real pretty girl with red hair?" "That's her," Moira said with a smile. "I can't miss class. They're so tough. I don't think I've ever been this tired." "I know," Moira said ruefully. "They're running Allie ragged. I just need to be able to tell my mama I said goodbye to her. Tara's mom and dad, they all weren't close." Alex was flat out guessing now, but she suspected Moira Adams had her own story about girls like Tara Hutchins. "If I could just see her face, say goodbye." Moira hesitated, then reached forward and gave her hand a squeeze. "I can have someone take you down to see her. Just have your ID ready, and it can be hard, but prayer helps." "It always does," said Alex fervently. Moira pressed a button, and a few minutes later an exhausted-looking coroner in blue scrubs appeared and waved Alex through. It was cold on the other side of the double doors, the floors tiled in heather gray, the walls a melted cream. "Sign in here," he said, gesturing to the clipboard on the wall. "I'll need photo ID, cell phones, cameras, and all recording devices in the bin. You can retrieve them when you return." "Sure," said Alex. Then she held out her hand, gold glinting beneath the fluorescence. "I think you dropped this." The room was larger than she'd expected, and ice cold. It was also unexpectedly noisy, the dripping of a faucet, the hum of the freezers, the rush of the air conditioner. Though it was silent in another way. This was the last place Gray's would come. To hell with Bell Bomb. She should intern at the morgue this summer. The tables were metal, as were the basins and the hoses coiled above them, and the drawers, flat squares slotted into two of the walls like filing cabinets. Had Helly been cut up in a place like this? It wasn't like the cause of death had been a mystery. Alex wished she had her coat, or Dawes's parka, or a shot of vodka. She needed to work fast. The compulsion would give her about 30 minutes to get her work done and get out. But it didn't take her long to find Tara, and though the drawer was heavier than she'd expected, it slid out smoothly. There was something worse about seeing her like this a second time, as if they knew each other. Looking at Tara now, Alex could see it had only been the blonde hair that made her think of Helly. Helly had been strong. Her body remembered the soccer and softball she'd played in high school. And she could surf and skateboard like a girl out of 17 magazine. This girl was built like Alex, ropey but weak. Tara's knees looked brownish-gray. There was stubble near her bikini area, red razor bumps like a rash. She had a tattoo of a parrot at her hip, and below it was written Key West in looping scrawl. Her right arm had an ugly, realistic portrait of a young girl on it. A daughter? A niece? Her own face as a child? There was a pirate flag and a ship on cresting waves, a Betty Page zombie girl in heels and black lingerie. The cameo on Tara's inner arm looked newer, the ink fresh and dark, though the text was nearly illegible in that tired Gothic font. Rather die than doubt. Song lyrics, but Alex couldn't remember what they were from. She wondered if her own tattoos would reappear if she died, or if the art would live inside the address moths forever. Enough stalling. Alex took out her notes. The first part of the ritual was easy. A chant. Sangue saltido. But you couldn't just say the words. You had to sing them. It felt utterly obscene to do in that empty, echoing room, but she made herself sing the chant. Sangue saltido. Salire, saltare. No tune was specified, only allegro. It was on her second round through that she realized she was singing words to the tune of the Twizzlers jingle. So chewy, so fruity, so happy and oh so juicy. But if that's what it took to make the blood dance... She knew it was working when Tara's lips began to pink. Now things were going to get worse. The blood chant was only intended to start Tara's circulation and loosen rigor so that Alex could get her mouth open. Alex took hold of Tara's chin, trying to ignore the newly warm, pliant feel of her skin, and wiggled the girl's jaw open. She took the scarab from the plastic bag in her back pocket and placed it gently on Tara's tongue. Then she took the tin from her other pocket and began to trace waxy patterns over Tara's body with the balm inside, trying to think about anything but the dead skin beneath her fingertips. Feet, shins, thighs, stomach, breasts, collarbone, down Tara's arms to her wrists and middle fingers. Finally, starting at the navel, she drew a line bisecting Tara's torso up to her throat, her chin, and to the crown of her head. Alex realized she'd forgotten to bring a lighter. She needed fire. There was a desk next to the door, beneath a messy whiteboard. The big drawers were locked, but the narrow top drawer slid open. A pink plastic lighter lay beside a pack of Marlboros. Alex took the lighter and held the flame just above the places she'd applied the balm, retracing her path up Tara's body. As she did, a faint haze appeared over the skin, like heat rising off blacktop, the air seeming to wave and shimmer. The effect was denser in certain spots, so thick it blurred and vibrated, as if seen through the spinning spokes of a wheel. Alex put the lighter back in the drawer. She reached out to the blur above Tara's elbow, ran her hand through the shimmer. In a rush, she was racing down the street on a bicycle. In front of her, a car door flew open in her path. She hit the brakes, failed to stop, struck the door at an angle, clipping her arm. Pain shot through her. Alex hissed and drew back her hand, cradling her arm as if the broken bone had been hers and not Tara's. The haze above Tara was a map of all the harm done to her body. Flickers over her tattoos and where her ears had been pierced. Dense clumping above her broken arm. A tiny dim spiral over a pockmark left by a BB on her cheek. The murky darkness that hung suspended over the wounds in her chest. In Leith's books, Alex had found no way to make Tara talk or any way to reach her on the other side of the veil. At least nothing that was achievable without the help of one of the societies. Even if Alex could have managed it, many of the rituals she'd found made it clear that speaking to the newly dead usually risked raising them, and that was always a dangerous proposition. No one could be brought back from beyond the veil permanently, and hauling a reluctant soul back into its body could be wildly unpredictable. Book and Snake specialized in necromancy, and had created numerous safeguards for their rituals, but even they sometimes lost control once a gray found its way to a body. In the late 70s, they tried to summon the spirit of Jenny Kramer, the legendary Belle of New Haven, into the body of a teenage girl from Camden who had frozen to death when she'd passed out drunk in her car during a blizzard. Instead, it was the Camden girl who had returned, shivering with cold and possessed of the ferocious strength of the newly dead. She'd broken through the Book and Snake gates and walked to Yorkside Pizza, where she'd eaten 2 pies and then lain down in one of the ovens in an attempt to get warm. A Leigh delegate had been present and was able to quickly quarantine the area, and through a series of compulsions, convince the customers the girl was part of a performance art piece. The owner was Greek and less easily swayed. He had long carried a gory given to him by his mother, specifically the blue evil eye, or mati, which stymied any attempts at compulsion. Cash proved far more effective. At the owner's request, Leigh also stepped in to make sure Yorkside retained its lease when the majority of other businesses were forced out of Yale's premier shopping district by rising rents designed to bring in upscale retailers. The local businesses along Elm and Broadway had vanished, making way for prestige brands and chain stores, but Yorkside Pizza had remained. So, since Tara couldn't talk, her body would have to. Alex had discovered a ritual to reveal harm, something simpler, lighter, used for diagnoses or for when a patient or witness was unable to speak. It had been invented by Girolamo Fracastoro to discover who had poisoned an Italian countess after she'd keeled over, foaming at the mouth, at her own wedding feast. Alex didn't want to put her hand into the haze above the gruesome wounds on Tara's chest. But that was what she'd come here to do. She took a breath and thrust her fingers forward. She was on the ground, a boy's face above her. Lance. Sometimes she loved him, but lately things had been... The thought left her. She felt herself open her mouth, tasted something acrid on her tongue. Lance was smiling. They were on their way... Where? She felt only excitement, anticipation, the world beginning to blur. "I'm sorry," Lance said. She was on her back, staring up at the sky. The streetlight seemed far away. Everything was moving, and the cathedral beside her melted into a building that blotted out the few stars. It was quiet, but she could hear something, like a boot squelching in mud. Thunk, squelch. Thunk, squelch. She saw a body looming above her, saw the knife, understood the sound was her own blood and bone breaking open as the blade sawed away at her. Why didn't she feel it? What was real and what wasn't? "Close your eyes," said an unfamiliar voice. She did, and was gone. Alex stumbled backward, clutching her chest. She could still hear that horrible squelching sound, feel the warm wet spreading over her chest. But no pain? How had there been no pain? Had she been high? High enough not to feel being stabbed? Lance had drugged her first. He'd told her he was sorry. He must have been high, too. So there was her answer. Tara and Lance had clearly been messing with something other than weed. No doubt by now Turner had been through their apartment, found whatever weird shit they were using and selling. Alex had no way of knowing what Lance had been thinking that night, but if he'd been taking some kind of hallucinogen, it could be anything. Alex looked down at Tara's body. She'd been frightened in those last moments, but she hadn't been hurting. That had to count for something. Lance would go to prison. There would be evidence. That amount of blood? Well, you couldn't hide it. Alex knew. The map still glowed above Tara. Little injuries, big ones. What would Alex's map show? She'd never broken a bone, had surgery. But the worst damage didn't leave a mark. When Helly died, it was as if someone had cut into Alex's chest, cracked her open like balsa wood. What if it really had been like that, and she'd had to walk down the street bleeding, trying to hold her ribs together, her heart and her lungs and every part of her open to the world? Instead, the thing that had broken her had left no mark, no scar for her to point to and say, "This is where I ended." No doubt that was true for Tara, too. There was more pain locked inside her that no glowing map would reveal. But though her wounds were grotesque, there were no organs taken, no blood marks or indication of magical harm. Tara had died because she'd been as stupid as Alex, and no one had come to rescue her in time. She hadn't found Jesus or yoga, and no one had offered her a scholarship to Yale. It was time to leave. She had her answers. This should be enough to appease Helly's memory and Darlington's judgment, too. But something was still tugging at her. That sense of familiarity she'd felt at the crime scene that had nothing to do with Tara's blonde hair or the sad parallel tracks of their lives. "Should we go?" she asked the coroner, standing in the corner in his scrubs, looking vaguely at nothing. "Whatever you like," he said. Alex closed the drawer. "I think I'd like to sleep for 18 hours, Alex said on a sigh. "Walk me out and tell Moira everything went fine." She opened the door and strolled straight into Detective Abel Turner. He seized her arm and drove her backward into the room, slamming the door behind him. "What the living fuck do you think you're doing?" "Hey," Alex said cheerfully. "You made it." The coroner hovered behind him. "Are we going?" he asked. "Stay there a minute," said Alex. "Turner, you're gonna want to let go of me." "You don't tell me what I want, and what the hell is wrong with him?" "He's having a good night," said Alex, her heart pounding in her chest. Abel Turner did not lose his cool. He was always smiling, always calm, but something in Alex liked him better this way. "Did you lay hands on that girl?" he said, fingers digging into her skin. "Her body is evidence, and you are tampering with it. That's a crime." Alex thought about kneeing Turner in the nuts, but that wasn't what you did with a cop, so she went limp. Completely limp. It was a strategy she'd learned to use with Len. "What the hell?" He tried to hold her up as she slumped against him, then released her. "What is wrong with you?" He wiped his hand on his arm as if her weakness were catching. "Plenty," Alex said. She managed to right herself before she actually fell, making sure to stay out of his reach. "What kind of stuff were Tara and Lance getting into?" "I beg your pardon?" She thought of Lance's face floating above her. "I'm sorry." What had they been using that final night together? What were they dealing? Acid? Molly? I know it wasn't just pot. Turner's eyes narrowed, his old, smooth demeanor slipping back into place. Like everything else related to this case, that is none of your business. Were they dealing to students? To the societies? They had a long roster. Who? Turner shook his head. Let's go now. He reached for her arm, but she sidestepped him. You can stay here, Alex told the coroner. The handsome Detective Turner will see me out. What did you do to him? Turner muttered as they stepped into the hall. Freaky shit. This isn't a joke, Ms. Stern. As he hustled her down the hall, Alex said, I'm not doing this for fun either. You get that? I don't like being Dante. You don't like being Centurion. But these are our jobs, and you're screwing it up for both of us. Turner looked slightly put out by that. Of course, it wasn't really true. Sandow had told her to stand down. Rest easy. They stepped into the waiting room. Dawes was nowhere to be seen. I told your friend to wait in the car, said Turner. At least she has the sense to know when she fucks up. And not a single warning. Dawes was a crap lookout. Moira Adams smiled from the desk. You get your moment, hon? Alex nodded. I did, thank you. I'll have your family in my prayers. Good night, Detective Turner. You do some freaky shit to her, too? Turner asked as they stepped into the cold. Alex rubbed her arms miserably. She wanted her coat. Didn't have to. I told Sandow I'd keep him up to date. If I thought any of the young psychopaths under your care were connected, I would be pursuing it. Alex believed that. There could be things you're not seeing. There's nothing to see. Her boyfriend was arrested near the scene. The neighbors heard some ugly arguments the last few weeks. There's blood evidence linking him to the crime. He had powerful hallucinogens in his system. What exactly? We're not sure yet. Alex had stayed away from any kind of hallucinogen after she realized they just made the Greys more terrifying, but she'd held plenty of hands during good and bad trips, and she had yet to meet the mushroom that could make you feel like you weren't being stabbed to death. Do you want him to get away with it? Turner said. What? The question startled her. You tampered with a corpse. Tara's body is evidence. If you mess around with this case enough, it could mean Lance Grissang doesn't go away for this. Do you want that? No, Alex said. He doesn't get away with it. Turner nodded. Good. They stood in the cold. Alex could see the old Mercedes idling in the lot, one of the only remaining cars. Dawes's face was a dim smudge behind the windshield. She raised her hand in what Alex realized was a limp wave. Thanks, Pammy. It was long past time to let this go. Why couldn't she? She tried one last play. Just give me a name. Leigh will find out eventually. If the societies are messing around with illegal substances, we should know. And then we can move on to kidnapping, insider trading, and did cutting someone open to read their innards fall under assault? They'd need a whole new section of the penal code to cover what the societies dabbled in. We can investigate without stepping on your murder case. Turner sighed, his breath pluming white in the cold. There was only one society name in her contacts. Trip Helmuth. We're in the process of clearing him. I saw him last night. He's a bonesman. He was working the door at a prognostication. And that's what he said. Was he there the whole night? I don't know, she admitted. Tripp had been banished to the hallway to stand guard. It was true that once a ritual started, people rarely went in or out, only when someone got faint or sick or if something had to be fetched for the haruspics. Alex thought she remembered the door opening and closing a few times, but she couldn't be certain. She'd been worrying about the chalk circle and trying not to vomit, But it was hard to believe Tripp could have skipped out on the ritual, gotten all the way to Payne Whitney, murdered Tara, and gotten back on duty without anyone knowing. Besides, what homicidal beef could he have with Tara? Tripp was rich enough to buy himself out of any kind of trouble Tara or her boyfriend might have tried to make for him, and it wasn't Tripp's face Alex had seen hovering above Tara with a knife. It was Lance's. "Do not talk to him," Turner said. "I'll send you and the dean the info once we lock in his alibi. You stay away from my case." "And away from your career?" "That's right. The next time I find you anywhere you're not supposed to be, I'll arrest you on the spot." Alex couldn't help the dark bubble of laughter that burst from her. "You're not going to arrest me, Detective Turner. The last place you want me is in a police station making noise. I'm messy, and Leigh is messy, and all you want is to get through this without our mess getting on those expensive shoes." Turner gave her a long, steady look. "I don't know how you ended up here, Ms. Stern, but I know the difference between quality goods and what I find on the bottom of my shoe. And you are most definitely not quality." "Thanks for the talk, Turner." Alex leaned in, knowing the stink of the uncanny was radiating off her in heavy waves. She gave him her sweetest, warmest smile. "And don't grab me like that again. I may be shit, but I'm the kind that sticks." 9. Winter. Alex parted with Dawes near the Divinity School at a sad horseshoe-shaped apartment building in the grad school ghetto. Dawes hadn't wanted to leave the car in Alex's care, but she had papers to grade that were already late, so Alex said she would return the Mercedes to Darlington's home. She could tell Dawes wanted to refuse, papers be damned. "Be careful, and you shouldn't..." But Dawes just trailed off. And Alex had the startling realization that Dawes had to defer to her in this situation. Dante served Virgil, but Oculus served them both, and they all served Leigh. Dawes nodded, kept nodding, nodded all the way out of the car and up the walkway to her apartment as if she was affirming every step. Darlington's house was out in Westville, just a few miles from campus. This was the Connecticut Alex had dreamed of, farmhouses without farms, sturdy red brick colonials with black doors and tidy white trim, a neighborhood full of wood-burning fireplaces, gently tended lawns, windows glowing golden in the night like passageways to a better life, kitchens where something good bubbled on the stove, breakfast tables scattered with crayons. No one drew their curtains. Light and heat and good fortune spilled out into the dark as if these foolish people didn't know what such bounty might attract, as if they'd left these shining doorways open for any hungry girl to walk through. Alex hadn't driven much since she'd left Los Angeles, and it felt good to be back in a car, even one she was terrified of leaving a scratch on. Despite the map on her phone, she missed the turn into Darlington's driveway, and had to double back twice before she spotted the thick stone columns that marked the entry to Black Elm. The lamps that lined the drive were lit, bright halos that made the bare-branched trees look soft and friendly like a winter postcard. The bulky shape of the house came into view, and Alex slammed her foot down on the brakes. A light glowed in the kitchen window, bright as a beacon. Another up in the high tower. Darlington's bedroom. She remembered his body curled against hers, the cloudy panes of the narrow window, the sea of black branches below, the dark woods separating Black Elm from the world outside. Hurriedly, Alex turned off the headlights and the engine. If someone was here, if something was here, she didn't want to scare it away. Her boots on the gravel drive sounded impossibly loud, but she wasn't sneaking. No, she wasn't sneaking. She was just walking up to the kitchen door. She had the keys in her hand. She was welcome here. It could be his mom or dad, she told herself. She didn't know much about Darlington's family, but he had to have one. Another relative. someone else Sandow had hired to look after the place when Dawes was busy. All of those things were more likely, but he's here, her heart insisted, pounding so hard in her chest she had to pause at the door, make herself breathe more steadily. He's here. The thought pulled her along like a child who had hold of her sleeve. She peered in through the window, safe in the dark. The kitchen was all warm wood and patterned blue tiles. The tiles are delved. A big brick hearth and copper pots gleaming from their hooks. Mail was stacked on the kitchen island, as if someone had been in the middle of sorting it. He's here. Alex thought of knocking, fumbled with the keys instead. The second one turned in the lock. She entered, gently shut the door behind her. The merry light of the kitchen was warm, welcoming, reflected back in flat copper pans, caught in the creamy green enamel of the stove that someone had installed in the 50s. "Hello?" she said, her voice a breath. The sound of the keys dropping onto the counter made an unexpectedly loud jangle. Alex stood guiltily in the middle of the kitchen, waiting for someone to chastise her, maybe even the house. But this was not the mansion on Orange with its hopeful creaks and disapproving sighs. Darlington had been the life of this place. And without him, the house felt huge and empty, a shipwreck hull. Ever since that night at Rosenfeld Hall, Alex would catch herself hoping that maybe this was all a test, one given to every Leigh House apprentice, and that Dawes and Sandow and Turner were all in on it. Darlington was in his third-floor bedroom hiding out right now. He'd heard the car in the driveway, he'd raced up the stairs and was huddled there in the dark waiting for her to leave. The murder could be part of it too. There was no dead girl. Tara Hutchins would come waltzing down the stairs herself when this was all over. They just had to be sure Alex could handle something serious on her own. It was absurd. Even so, that voice persisted. He's here. Sandow had said he might still be alive, that they could bring him back. He'd said all they needed was a new moon, the right magic, and everything would be the way it had been before. But maybe Darlington had found his own way back. He could do anything. He could do this. She drifted farther into the house. The light from the driveway cast a yellow dimness over the rooms, the butler's pantry with its white cupboards full of dishes and glasses, the big walk-in freezer with its metal door so like the one at the morgue, the formal dining room with its mirror-shine table like a dark lake in a silent glade, and then the vast living room, with its big black window looking out over the dim shapes of the garden, the humps of hedges and skeletal trees. There was another smaller room off the main living room, full of big couches, a TV, gaming consoles. Len would have wet himself over the size of the screen. It was very much a room he would have loved. Maybe the only thing he and Darlington had in common. Well, not the only thing. Most of the rooms on the second floor were closed up. "This was where I ran out of money," he'd told her, his arms slung across her shoulders as she tried to move him along. The house was like a body that had cut off circulation to all but the most vital parts of itself in order to survive. An old ballroom had been turned into a kind of makeshift gym, a speed bag hung from the ceiling on a rack. Big metal weights, medicine balls, and fencing foils were stacked on the wall, and heavy machines loomed against the windows like bulky insects. She followed the stairs to the top floor and wound her way down the hall. The door to Darlington's room was open. He's here. Again, the certainty came at her, but worse this time. He'd left the light on for her. He wanted her to find him. He would be sitting in his bed, long legs crossed, bent over a book, dark hair falling over his forehead. He would look up, cross his arms. "It's about time." She wanted to run toward that square of light, but she forced herself to take measured steps. A bride approaching an altar, her certainty draining away. The refrain of, "He's here," shifting from one step to the next until she realized she was praying, "Be here, be here, be here." The room was empty. It was small compared to the lodgings at Ilbastone. A strange round room that had clearly never been meant to be a bedroom and somehow reminded her of a monk's chamber. It looked exactly as she had last seen it. The desk pushed against one curved wall, a yellowing newspaper clipping of an old roller coaster taped above it, as if it had been forgotten there. A mini fridge, because of course Darlington wouldn't want to stop reading or working to go downstairs for sustenance. A high-backed chair placed by the window for reading. There were no bookshelves, only stacks and stacks of books piled at varying heights, as if he had been in the process of walling himself in with colored bricks. The desk lamp cast a circle of light over an open book. Meditations on the Tarot, a journey into Christian Hermeticism. Dawes. Dawes had come to see the house, to sort the mail, to take the car out. Dawes had come to this room to study, to be closer to him, maybe to wait for him. She'd been called away suddenly, left the lights on, assumed she'd be back that evening to take care of it. But Alex had been the one to return the car. It was that simple. Darlington was not in Spain. He was not home. He was never coming home. And it was all Alex's fault. A white shape cut through the dark from the corner of her vision. She leapt backward, knocking over a pile of books, and swore. But it was just Cosmo, Darlington's cat. He prowled the edge of the desk, nudging up against the warmth of the desk lamp. Alex always thought of him as Bowie Cat because of his marked-up eye and streaky white fur that looked like one of the wigs Bowie had worn in Labyrinth. He was stupid affectionate. All you had to do was hold your hand out and he would nuzzle your knuckles. Alex sat down on the edge of Darlington's narrow bed. It was neatly made, probably by Dawes. Had she sat here, too? Slept here? Alex remembered Darlington's delicate feet, his scream as he'd vanished. She held her hand down, beckoning to the cat. "Hey, Cosmo." He stared at her with his mismatched eyes, the pupil of the left like an ink blot. "Come on, Cosmo. I didn't mean for it to happen." "Not really." Cosmo patted across the room. As soon as his small, sleek head touched Alex's fingers, she began to cry. Alex slept in Darlington's bed and dreamed that he was curled behind her on the narrow mattress. He pulled her close, his fingers digging into her abdomen, and she could feel claws at their tips. He whispered in her ear, "I will serve you till the end of days." "And love me?" she said with a laugh, bold in the dream, unafraid. But all he said was, "It's not the same." Alex woke with a start, flopped over, gazed at the sharp pitch of the roof, the trees beyond the window striping the ceiling in shadow and hard winter sun. She'd been scared to try fiddling with the thermostat, so she'd bundled herself in 3 of Darlington's sweaters and an ugly brown hat she'd found on top of his dresser, but that she'd never seen him wear. She remade the bed, then headed downstairs to fill Cosmo's water dish and eat some fancy nuts and twigs dry cereal from a box in the pantry. Alex took her laptop from her bag and went to the dusty sunroom that ran the length of the first floor. She gazed out at the backyard. The slope of the hill led to a hedge maze overgrown with brambles, and she could see some kind of statue or fountain at its center. She wasn't sure where the grounds led off, and she wondered just how much of this particular hill the Arlington family owned. It took her nearly 2 hours to write up her report on the Tara Hutchins murder. Cause of death, time of death, the behavior of the Greys at the Skull and Bones prognostication. She'd hesitated over that last, but Leigh had brought her here for what she could see, and there was no reason for her to lie about it. She mentioned the information she'd gleaned from the coroner and from Turner in his capacity as centurion, noting Tripp's name coming up, and also Turner's belief that the bonesman was not involved. She hoped Turner wouldn't mention her visit to the morgue. At the end of the incident report, there was a section titled Findings. Alex thought for a long time. her hand idly stroking Cosmo's fur as he purred beside her on the old wicker love seat. In the end, she said nothing about the strange feelings she'd had at the crime scene, or that she suspected Tara and Lance were probably dealing to other members of the other societies. Centurion will update Dante on his findings, but at this time all evidence suggests this was a crime committed by Tara's boyfriend while under the influence of powerful hallucinogenics, and that there is no connection to Lethe or the Houses of the Vale. She read through twice more for punctuation, and to try to make her answers sound as Darlington-ish as possible. Then she sent her report to Sandow, with Dawes CC'd. Cosmo meowed plaintively as Alex slipped out the kitchen door. But it felt good to leave the house behind her, breathe the icy air. The sky was bright blue, scrubbed clean of clouds, and the gravel of the drive glittered. She put the Mercedes in the garage, then walked to the end of the driveway and called a car. She could return the keys to Dawes later. If her roommates asked where she had been, she would just say she had spent the night at Darlington's, family emergency. The excuse had long since worn thin, but there would be fewer late nights and unexplained absences from now on. She'd done right by Tara. Lance would be punished, and Alex's conscience was off the hook, for this at least. Tonight she'd nurse a beer while her roommate got shit-faced on peppermint schnapps via ice luge at Omega Meltdown, and tomorrow she'd spend all day catching up on her reading. She had the driver drop her in front of the fancy mini-mart on Elm. It wasn't until she was already inside the store that she realized she was still wearing Darlington's hat. She slid it off her head, then jammed it back on. It was cold. She didn't need to be sentimental about a hat. Alex filled her basket with Chex Mix, Twizzlers, sour gummy worms. She shouldn't be spending so much money, but she craved the comfort of junk food. She reached into the drinks case, rooting back for a chocolate milk with a better expiration date, and felt something brush her hand, fingertips caressing her knuckles. Alex yanked her arm back, cradling her hand to her chest as if it had been burned, and slammed the case door closed with a rattle, heart pounding. She stepped back from the case, waiting for something to come crashing through. But nothing happened. She looked around, embarrassed. A guy sporting little round glasses and a navy Yale sweatshirt glanced at her. She bent to pick up her shopping basket, using the chance to shut her eyes and take a deep breath. Imagination. Sleep deprivation. Just general jumpiness. Hell, maybe even a rat. But she'd pop in at the hutch. It was right across the street. She could slip behind the wards to gather her thoughts in a grayless environment. She grabbed her basket and stood. The guy with the little glasses had come up next to her and was standing far too close. She couldn't see his eyes, just the light reflecting off the lenses. He smiled, and something moved at the corner of his mouth. Alex realized it was the waving black feeler of an insect. A beetle crawled from the pocket of his cheek as if he'd been keeping it in there like chewing tobacco. It dropped from his lips. Alex leapt back, stifling a scream. Too slow. The thing in the blue sweatshirt seized the back of her neck and slammed her head into the door of the refrigerator case. The glass shattered. Alex felt the shards slice into her skin, warm blood trickling down her cheeks. He yanked her back, threw her to the ground. "You can't touch me. It isn't allowed." Still, after all these years and all those horrors, that stupid, childish response. She staggered away. The woman behind the register was shouting, her husband emerging from the back room with wide eyes. The man in glasses advanced. Not a man. A gray. But what had drawn him and helped him cross over? And why didn't he seem like any gray she'd ever seen? His skin no longer looked human. It had a sheer, glass-like quality through which she could see his veins and the shadows of his bones. He stank of the veil. Alex dug in her pockets, but she hadn't replenished her supplies of graveyard dirt. She almost always had some on her, just in case. "Take courage," she cried. "No one is immortal." The death words she'd repeated to herself every day since Darlington had taught them to her. But the thing showed no signs of distress or distraction. The shop owners were yelling. One of them had a phone in his hand. Yes, call the police. But they were screaming at her, not at him. they couldn't see him. All they saw was a girl smashing their drinks case and tearing up their store. Alex launched to her feet. She had to get to the hutch. She slammed through the door and out onto the sidewalk. "Hey!" cried a girl with a green coat as Alex smacked into her. The store owner followed, bellowing for someone to stop her. Alex glanced back. The thing with glasses glided around the owner and then seemed to leap over the crowd. His hand latched onto Alex's throat. She stumbled off the lip of the curb into the street. Horns blared. She heard the screech of tires. She couldn't breathe. She saw Jonas Reed on the corner, staring. He was in her English section. She remembered Megan's startled face, the surprise giving way to disgust. She could hear Ms. Rosales gasp, "Alex, sweetheart!" She was going to get choked out in the middle of the street and no one could see it. No one could stop it. "Take courage," she tried to say, but only a rasp emerged. Alex looked around desperately, eyes watering, face suffused with blood. "They can't get to you now," Darlington had promised. She'd known it wasn't true, but she'd let herself believe that she could be protected, because it had made everything bearable. Her hand scrabbled against the thing's skin. It was hard and slippery as glass. She saw something burble up from the clear flesh of its throat, cloudy, dark red. His lips parted. He released her neck, and before she could stop herself, she inhaled sharply just as he blew a stream of red dust into her face. Pain exploded through her chest in sharp bursts as the dust entered her lungs. She tried to cough, but the thing sat with its knees pressing down on her shoulders as she struggled to buck free. People were yelling. She heard a siren wail, but she knew the ambulance would be too late. She would die here in Darlington's stupid hat. Maybe he'd be waiting on the other side of the veil, with Helly, and Len, and all of the others. The world fluttered black. And then, suddenly, she could move. The weight vanished from her shoulders. She released a grunt and shoved to her feet, clutching her chest, trying to find her breath. Where had the monster gone? She looked up. High above the intersection, the thing with the glasses was grappling with something. No, someone. A gray. The bridegroom, New Haven's favorite murder-suicide with his fancy suit and silent movie star hair. The thing in glasses had hold of his lapels, and he flickered slightly in the sun as they careened through the air, slammed into a streetlight that sparked to life and then dimmed, passed through the walls of a building and back out. The whole street seemed to shake as if rumbling with thunder, but Alex knew only she could hear it. The squeal of brakes cut through the noise. A black and white was pulling up on York, followed by an ambulance. Alex took a last look at the bridegroom's face, his mouth pulled back in a grimace as he launched his fist at his opponent. She bolted across the intersection. The pain in her chest continued to unfurl in popping bursts like fireworks. Something had happened to her, something bad, and she didn't know how much longer she'd be able to stay conscious. She only knew that she had to get to the hutch, upstairs to the safety of Leith's hidden rooms. There might be other Greys coming, other monsters. What could they do? What couldn't they do? She needed to get behind the wards. She glanced over her shoulder and saw an EMT running toward her. She leapt up on the sidewalk around the corner and then into the alley. He was right behind, but he couldn't protect her. She would die in his care, she knew this. She dodged left, toward the doorway, out of view. "It's me," she cried out to the hutch, praying it would know her. The door blew open, and the steps rolled toward her, pulling her inside. She tried to take the stairs on her feet, but slid to her knees. Usually, the smell of the hall was comforting. A winter smell of burning wood, cranberries, cooking slowly, mulled wine. Now it made her stomach churn. It's the uncanny, she realized. The garbage stink of the alley outside had at least been real. These false smells of comfort were too much. Her system couldn't handle any more magic. She fastened one hand around the iron railing, the other braced against the lip of the stone step, and pushed herself up. She saw spots on the concrete, black stars looming in lichen clusters on the stairs. Her blood dripping from her lips. Panic reeled through her. She was on the floor in that public bathroom. The broken monarch flapped on one able wing. "Get up! Blood can draw them!" Darlington's voice in her head. "Greys can cross the line if they want something badly enough." What if the wards didn't hold? What if they weren't built to keep something like that monster out? The bridegroom had seemed to be winning. And if he won? Who said he'd be any gentler than the thing in glasses? He hadn't looked gentle at all. She tapped a message into her phone to Dawes. "SOS, 911. There was probably some code she was supposed to use for bleeding from the mouth, but Dawes would just have to make do. If Dawes was at Ilbastone and not here at the hutch, Alex was going to die on these stairs. She could see the grad student clearly, sitting in the parlor of the house on Orange. Those index cards she used to organize chapters spread out like the tarot before her, all of them reading disaster, failure, the queen of pointlessness, a girl with a cleaver over her head. The debtor, a boy crushed beneath a rug. The student, Dawes herself in a cage of her own making. All while Alex bled to death a mile away. Alex dragged herself up another step. She had to get behind the doors. The safe houses were a Matryoshka doll of safety. The hutch, where small animals went to ground. A wave of nausea rolled through her. She retched, and a gout of black bile poured from her mouth. It was moving on the stairs. She saw the wet, shiny backs of beetles. Scarabs, bits of iridescent carapace glinting in whatever blood and sludge had erupted from her. She shoved past the mess she'd made, retching again, even as her mind tried to make sense of what was happening to her. What had that thing wanted from her? Had someone sent it after her? If she died, her petty heart wanted to know who to haunt. The stairwell was fading in and out now. She was not going to make it. She heard a metallic clang, and a moment later understood it was the door banging open somewhere above her. Alex tried to cry out for help, but the sound from her mouth was a small, wet whimper. The smack of Dawes's tivas echoed down the stairs. A pause. Then her footsteps, faster now, punctuated by, "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck." Alex felt a solid arm beneath her, yanking her upward. Jesus, Jesus, what happened? "Help me, Pammy." Dawes flinched. Why had Alex used that name? Only Darlington called Dawes that. Her legs felt heavy as Dawes hauled her up the stairs. Her skin itched as if something was crawling beneath it. She thought of the beetles pouring from her mouth and retched again. "Don't vomit on me," said Dawes. "If you vomit, I'll vomit." Alex thought of Helly holding her hair back. They'd gotten drunk on Jaeger and then sat on the bathroom floor at Ground Zero laughing and puking and brushing their teeth, then doing it all over again. "Move your legs, Alex," Helly said. She was pushing Alex's knees aside, slumping down next to her in the big basket chair. She smelled like coconut and her body was warm, always warm, like the sun loved her, like it wanted to cling to her golden skin as long as possible. "Move your stupid legs, Alex!" Not Helly. Dawes, shouting in her ear. "I am." "You're not. Come on, give me 3 more steps." Alex wanted to warn Dawes that the thing was coming. The death words hadn't affected it. Maybe the wards wouldn't stop it either. She opened her mouth and vomited again. Dawes heaved in response. Then they were on the landing, through the door, toppling forward. Alex found herself falling. She was on the floor of the hutch, face pressed to the threadbare carpet. "What happened?" Dawes asked. But Alex was too tired to reply. She felt herself rolled onto her back, a sharp slap across her face. "Tell me what happened, Alex, or I can't fix it." Alex made herself look at Dawes. She didn't want to. She wanted to go back to the basket chair, Helly like a glowing slice of sun beside her. "A gray, I don't know, like glass. I could see through it." "Shit, that's a glooma." Alex needed her flashcards. The word was there, though, somewhere in her memory. A glooma was a husk, a spirit raised from the recently dead to pass through the world, go-betweens who could travel across the veil. They were messengers, for Book and Snake. There was red smoke. I breathed it in. She heaved again. Corpse beetles. They'll eat you from the inside out. Of course they would, because magic was never good or kind. She heard bustling, and then felt a cup pressed to her lips. Drink, said Dawes. It's going to hurt like hell and blister the skin right off your throat, but I can heal that. Dawes was tipping Alex's chin up, forcing her mouth open. Alex's throat caught fire. She had a vision of prairies lit by blue flame. The pain seared through her, and she grabbed Dawes by the hand. Jesus, Alex, why are you smiling? The glooma, the husk. Someone had sent something after her, and there could only be one reason why. Alex was onto something. They knew she had gone to see Tara's body. But who? Book and Snake? Skull and Bones? Whoever it was had no reason to think she would stop with a visit to the morgue. They didn't know the choice she'd made, that the report had already been filed. Alex had been right. There was something wrong with Tara's death, some connection to the societies, the houses of the Vale. But that wasn't why she was smiling. They tried to kill me, Helly, she rasped as she slid into the dark. That means I get to try to kill them. Manuscript, the young upstart among the houses of the Vale, but arguably the society that has weathered modernity best. It is easy to point to its Oscar winners and television personalities, but their alumni also include advisors to presidents, the curator of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and, perhaps most tellingly, some of the greatest minds in neuroscience. When we speak of manuscript, we talk of mirror magic, illusions, great glamours of the type that can make a star. But we would do well to remember that all of their workings derive from the manipulation of our own perception. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. Don't go to a manuscript party. Just don't. Leigh Day's Diary of Daniel Arlington, Davenport College.
10. Last fall. The night of the manuscript party, Darlington spent the early evening hours with the windows of Black Elm lit, handing out candy, jack-o'-lanterns lining the driveway. He loved this part of Halloween, the ritual of it, the tide of happy strangers arriving on his shores, hands outstretched. Most times, Black Elm felt like a dark island, one that had somehow ceased to appear on any chart. Not on Halloween night. The house lay in the gentle swell of a hill not far from the lands that had once belonged to Donald Grant Mitchell, and its library was stocked with multiple copies of Mitchell's books. Reveries of a Bachelor, Dream Life, and the only title his grandfather had deemed worth reading, My Farm of Edgewood. As a boy, Darlington had been drawn in by the mysterious sound of Mitchell's pen name, Ick Marvel, and woefully disappointed by the lack of anything magical or marvelous in his books. But that had been his feeling about everything. There should be more magic. Not the creased grease paint performances of clowns and hack illusionists, not card tricks. The magic he'd been promised would be found at the backs of wardrobes, under bridges, through mirrors. It was dangerous and alluring, and it did not seek to entertain. Maybe if he'd been raised in an ordinary house with quality insulation and a neatly mowed front yard, instead of beneath Black Elm's crumbling towers, with its lakes of moss, its sudden, sinister spikes of foxglove, its seeping mist that crawled up through the trees in the autumn dusk, maybe then he would have stood a chance. Maybe if he'd been from somewhere like Phoenix, instead of cursed New Haven. The moment that doomed him hadn't even really belonged to him. He was 11 years old, at a picnic organized by the Knights of Columbus, which their housekeeper Bernadette had insisted on bringing him to because boys need fresh air. Once they'd arrived at Lighthouse Point, she sequestered herself beneath a tent with her friends and a plate of deviled eggs and told him to go play. Darlington had found a group of boys around his age, or they'd found him, and they spent the afternoon running races and competing in carnival games, then inventing their own games when those got boring. A tall boy named Mason, with buzzed hair and buck teeth, had somehow become the day's decision-maker. When to eat, when to swim, when a game got dull, and Darlington was happy to follow in his wake. When they tired of riding the old carousel, they walked down to the edge of the park that looked out over the Long Island Sound and the New Haven Harbor in the distance.
"They should have boats," said Mason.
"Like a speedboat or a jet ski,"
said a boy named Liam.
"That'd be cool."
"Yeah," said another kid.
"We could go across to the roller coaster."
He'd been tagging along with them all afternoon. He was small, his face dense with sand-colored freckles and now sunburned across the nose.
"What roller coaster?"
Mason asked. The freckled kid had pointed across the Sound.
"With all the lights on it, next to the pier."
Darlington had looked into the distance, but seen nothing there. Just the fading day and a flat spit of land. Mason stared, then said,
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
Even in the growing twilight, Darlington had seen red spreading hot across the freckled kid's face. The kid laughed.
"Nothing. I was just fucking with you. Tool."
They'd walked down to the thin sliver of beach to run back and forth in the waves, and the moment had been forgotten. Until months later, when Darlington's grandfather opened his paper at the breakfast table, and Darlington saw the headline, "Remembering Savin Rock." Beneath it was a picture of a big wooden roller coaster jutting into the waters of the Long Island Sound. The caption read, "The legendary Thunderbolt, a favorite at Savin Rock Amusement Park, destroyed by a hurricane in 1938. Darlington had cut the picture from the paper and taped it above his desk. That day at Lighthouse Point, that sunburned, freckled boy had seen the old roller coaster. He'd believed they could all see it. He hadn't been pretending or joking around. He'd been surprised and embarrassed, and then he'd shut up quick, as if he'd had something like that happen before. Darlington had tried to remember his name. He'd asked Bernadette if they could go to the Knights of Columbus for bingo, potluck dinners, anything that might put him back in that kid's path. Eventually, his grandfather had put a stop to it with a growled, "Stop trying to turn him into a goddamn Catholic." Darlington had grown older. The memory of Lighthouse Point had grown dimmer, but he never took the picture of the Thunderbolt from his wall. He would forget about it for weeks, sometimes months at a time, but he could never shake the thought that he was seeing only one world, when there might be many. That there were lost places, maybe even lost people, who might come to life for him if he just squinted hard enough or found the right magic words. Books, with their promises of enchanted doorways and secret places, only made it worse. The feeling should have ebbed away with time, worn down by the constant, gentle disappointments of growing up. But at 16, with his brand-new provisional driver's license tucked into his wallet, the first place Darlington had taken his grandfather's old Mercedes was Lighthouse Point. He'd stood at the edge of the water and waited for the world to reveal itself. Years later, when he met Alex Stern, he had to resist the urge to bring her there too, to see if the Thunderbolt might appear to her like any other gray, a rumbling ghost of joy and giddy terror. When full dark fell, and the stream of children in their goblin masks slowed to a trickle, Darlington put on his own costume, the same one he wore every year, a black coat and a pair of cheap plastic fangs that made him look like he'd just had dental surgery. He parked in the alley behind the hutch, where Alex was waiting, shivering in a long black coat that he'd never seen before.
"Can't we drive?"
she asked. "It's freezing."
Californians.
"It's 50 degrees, and we're walking 3 blocks. Somehow you'll manage this journey through the tundra. I pray you're not wearing a skimpy cat ensemble underneath that. We're supposed to project some measure of authority."
I can do my job in hot pants. I can probably do it better. She executed a half-hearted karate kick. More room to move. At least she'd worn practical boots. In the light from the street lamp, he could see she'd heavily lined her eyes and had big gold earrings on. Hopefully she hadn't worn anything too provocative or appropriative. He didn't want to spend the evening fielding judgmental snipes from manuscript because Alex had felt the urge to dress as sexy Pocahontas. He led them up the alley and onto Elm. She seemed alert, ready. She'd done well since the incident at Aurelian, since they'd smashed a few $1,000s worth of glass and china on Il Baston's kitchen floor. Maybe Darlington had done a little better too. They'd watched a series of first transformations at Wolf's Head that had gone without incident, though Shane McKay had trouble coming down, and they had to pen him in the kitchen while he shook off his rooster form. He'd bloodied his nose trying to peck the table, and one of his friends had spent an hour dutifully plucking tiny white feathers from his body. The cock jokes had been interminable. They'd monitored a raising at Book and Snake, where, with the help of a translator, a desiccated corpse had relayed the final accounts of recently dead soldiers in the Ukraine in a bizarre game of macabre telephone. Darlington didn't know who in the State Department had requested the information, but he assumed it would be dutifully passed along. They'd observed an unsuccessful portal opening at Scroll and Key, a botched attempt to send someone to Hungary, which had resulted in nothing but the whole tomb smelling like goulash, and an equally unimpressive storm summoning by St. Elmo at their dump of an apartment on Linwood, which had left the delegation president and attending alumni sheepish and ashamed. "They all have the look a guy gets when he's too drunk to get it up," Alex had whispered. "Must you be so vulgar, Stern? Well, tell me I'm wrong, Darlington. I certainly wouldn't know." Tonight would be a bit different. They would draw no circles of protection, only make their presence known, monitor the power being gathered at the manuscript nexus, and then write up a report. "How long will we be at this thing?" Alex asked as the street forked left. "After midnight, maybe a little later." "I told Mercy and Lauren I'd meet them at the Pearson Inferno." "They'll be so wasted by then they're not going to notice if you're late. Now focus. Manuscript looks harmless, but they're not." Alex cut him a glance. There was some kind of glitter on her cheeks. "You actually sound nervous." Of all the societies, the one that made Darlington most wary was manuscript. He could see the skepticism on Alex's face as they stopped in front of a grubby white brick wall. "Here?" she asked, drawing her coat tighter. The thump of bass and murmur of conversation floated back to them from somewhere down the narrow walkway. Darlington understood Alex's disbelief. The other tombs had been built to look like tombs. The flat Neo-Egyptian plinths of bones, the soaring white columns of Book and Snake, the delicate screens and Moorish arches of Scroll and Key. Darlington's favorite crypt. Even Wolf's Head, who had claimed they wanted to shake off the trappings of the arcane and establish a more egalitarian house, had built themselves an English country estate in miniature. Darlington had read the descriptions of each tomb in Pinnell's Guide to Yale and felt that somehow the analysis of their parts had fallen short of the mystery they evoked. Of course, Pinnell hadn't known about the tunnel beneath Grove Street that led directly from Book and Snake to the heart of the cemetery, or the enchanted orange trees taken from the Alhambra that bore fruit year-round in the Scroll and Key courtyard. But the exterior of manuscript just looked like a squat brick lump, with a bunch of recycling bins stacked along its side. "This is it?" Alex asked. "This is sadder than that place on Linwood." Actually, nothing was sadder than the St. Elmo house on Linwood, with its stained carpet and sagging stairs and roof spiked with tilting weather vanes. Don't judge a book, Stern. This crypt is 8 stories deep and houses one of the best collections of contemporary art in the world. Alex's brows shot up. "So, they're Cali rich?" "Cali rich? In L.A., the really loaded guys dress like bums, like they need everyone to know they live at the beach." "I suspect manuscript was aiming for understated elegance, not I bang models at my Malibu manse, but
Who can say? The tomb had been finished in the early 60s by King Louis Wu. Darlington had never managed more than a grudging respect for mid-century architecture. Despite his best attempts to admire its severe lines, its clean execution, it always fell flat for him. His father had openly mocked his son's bourgeois taste for turrets and gabled roofs. "Here," Darlington said, taking Alex by the shoulders and walking her a little to the left. "Look." It pleased him when she exclaimed, "Oh!" At this angle, the circular pattern hidden in the white bricks emerged. Most people thought it represented a sun, but Darlington knew better. "It can't be seen head-on," said Darlington. "Nothing here can. This is the house of illusions and lies. Keep in mind just how charismatic some of these people can be. Our job is to make sure that no one gets too out of line and no one gets hurt. There was an incident in 1982. "What kind of incident?" "A girl ate something at one of these parties and decided she was a tiger." Alex shrugged. "I watched Salome Nils pull feathers out of a guy's butt in the Wolf's Head kitchen. Pretty sure it could be worse." She never stopped thinking she was a tiger. "What?" Wolf's Head is all about changing the physical, relinquishing human form, but retaining human awareness. Manuscript specializes in altering consciousness. Messing with your head. That girl's parents still have her in a cage in upstate New York. It's a pretty nice setup. Acres to run on, raw meat twice a day. She got out once and tried to maul their mailman. Hell on a manicure. She had him down on the ground and was chewing on his calf. We covered it up as a mental breakdown. Manuscript paid for all of her care and was suspended from activity for a semester. Harsh justice. I didn't say it was fair, Stern. Not much is. But I'm telling you, you cannot trust your own perception tonight. Manuscript's magics are all about tricking the senses. Don't eat or drink anything. Keep your wits about you. I don't want to have to send you upstate with your own ball of yarn. They followed a cluster of girls dressed in corsets and zombie makeup down the narrow alley and in through the side door. Henry VIII's wives. Anne Boleyn's neck was covered in sticky-looking fake blood. Kate Masters perched on a stool by the door with a hand stamp, but Darlington snatched Alex's wrist before she could offer it up. "You don't know what's in the stamp die," he murmured. "You can just let us through, Kate." "Coat room to the left." She winked, red glitter sparkling on her lids. She was dressed as poison ivy, construction paper leaves stapled onto a green bustier. Inside, the music thumped and wailed, the heat of bodies washing over them in a gust of perfume and moist air. The big square room was dimly lit, packed with people circling skull-shaped vats of punch, the back garden strewn with strings of twinkling lights beyond. Darlington was already starting to sweat. "Doesn't look so bad," said Alex. "Remember what I said? The real party is down below." "So 9 levels total? 9 circles of hell?" "No, it's based around Chinese mythology. 8 is considered the luckiest number, so 8 secret levels. The staircase represents a divine spiral." Alex shucked off her coat. Beneath it, she wore a black sheathed dress. Her shoulders were strewn with a cascade of silver stars. "What are you supposed to be?" he asked. "A girl in black with a lot of eye makeup on." She pulled a crown of plastic flowers sprayed with silver paint from her coat pocket and settled it on her head. "Queen Mab." "You didn't strike me as a Shakespeare fan." "I'm not. Lauren got a Puck costume from the Dramit closet. Mercy's going as Titania, so she shoved me in this and said I could be Mab." "You know, Shakespeare called Mab the fairy's midwife." Alex frowned. "I thought she was the queen of the night." "That too. It suits you." Darlington had meant it to be a compliment, but Alex scowled. "It's just a dress." "What have I been trying to tell you?" Darlington said. "Nothing is ever just anything." And maybe he wanted her to be the kind of girl who dressed as Queen Mab.
who loved words and had stars in her blood. Let's walk the first floor before we tackle what lies beneath. It didn't take them long. Manuscript had been built on the open floor plans popular in the 50s and 60s, so there were few rooms or passages to investigate, at least on this level. I don't get it, Alex murmured as they glanced around the scrubby backyard. It was too crowded for comfort, but nothing out of the ordinary seemed to be happening. If tonight is so special to Manuscript, why perform a rite with so many people around? It's not a rite precisely. It's a culling. But that's the problem with their magic. It can't be practiced in seclusion. Mirror magic is all about reflection and perception. A lie isn't a lie until someone believes it. It doesn't matter how charming you are if there's no one to charm. Everybody on this floor is powering what happens below. Just by having a good time? By trying to. Look around. What do you see? People in costumes, horns, false jewels, adorning themselves in tiny layers of illusion. They stand up straighter, suck in their stomachs, say things they don't mean, indulge in flattery. They commit 1,000 small acts of deception, lying to each other, lying to themselves, drinking to the point of delusion to make it easier. This is a night of compacts, between the seers and the seen. A night when people enter false bargains willingly, hoping to be duped and to dupe in turn for the pleasure of feeling brave or sexy or beautiful or simply wanted, no matter how fleetingly. Darlington, are you telling me Manuscript is powered by beer goggles? You do have a way of cutting straight to it, Stern. Every weekend night, every party is a series of these bargains, but Halloween compounds it all. These people enter the pact when they walk through that door, full of anticipation. Even before that, when they put on their wings and horns, he shot her a glance. And glitter. Didn't someone say love is a shared delusion? Cynical, Darlington. Doesn't suit you at all. Call it magic if you prefer. Two people reciting the same spell. Well, I like it, said Alex. It looks like a party from a movie. But the Greys are all over it. He knew that, and yet it still surprised him. After so long, he felt he should be able to sense their presence in some way. Darlington tried to step back, see this place as Alex did, but it just looked like a party. Halloween was a night when the dead came alive because the living were more alive. Happy children high on candy, angry teenagers with eggs and shaving cream tucked into their hoodies, drunk college students in masks and wings and horns giving themselves permission to be something else. Angel, demon, devil, good doctor, bad nurse. The sweat and excitement, the oversugared punches loaded with fruit and grain alcohol. The Greys could not resist. Who's here? He asked. Her dark brows shot up. You want specifics? I'm not asking you to endanger yourself for the sake of my curiosity, just an overview. 2 by the sliding glass door, 5 or 6 in the yard, 1 by the entry, right behind that girl working the door. A whole herd of them clumped by the punch. Impossible to tell how many. She hadn't missed a beat. She was aware of them because she was afraid of them. The lower floors are all warded. You don't have to worry about that tonight. He led her to the top of the stairs, where Doug Farr was leaning against the banister, making sure no one without an invite proceeded below. Blood magic is strictly regulated on Halloween. It's too appealing to the dead. But tonight, Manuscript will siphon off all the desire and abandon of the holiday to power their rites for the rest of the year. Partying is that powerful? Anderson Cooper is actually 5 foot 4 inches tall, weighs 2 bills, and talks with a knee-deep Long Island accent. Alex's eyes widened. Just be careful. Darlington, Doug said. The gentleman of Leigh. You stuck here all night? Just the next hour, and then I'm gonna go get high as fuck. Nice, said Darlington, and glimpsed Alex rolling her eyes. Other than the night they'd gotten drunk after the disastrous Aurelian ritual, he'd never seen her take even a sip of wine. He wondered if she partied with her roommates, or if she'd chosen to stay mostly clean after what had happened to her friends in Los Angeles. "Who's this?" Doug said, and Darlington found himself annoyed by Doug's lazy perusal of Alex's costume. "Your date or your Dante?" "Alex Stern. She's the new me. She'll be watching over all you dullards when I finally get out of here." He said it because they expected him to. But Darlington would never leave this city. He'd fought too hard to remain here, to hold on to Black Elm. He would take a few months to travel, visit the remnants of the library cave in Dunhuang, make a pilgrimage to the monastery at Mont Saint-Odile. He knew Leigh expected him to apply to graduate school, maybe take a research position in the New York office, but that wasn't what he really wanted. New Haven needed a new map, a map of the unseen, and Darlington wanted to be the one to draw it. And maybe, in the lines of its streets, the quiet of its gardens, the deep shadow of East Rock, there would be an answer to why New Haven had never become a Manhattan or a Cambridge. Why, despite every opportunity and every hope for prosperity, it had always foundered. Was it merely chance? Bad luck? Or had the magic that lived here somehow stunted the town, even as it continued to flourish? "So what are you?" Doug asked Alex. "A vampire? Gonna suck my blood?" "If you're lucky," said Alex, and disappeared down the stairs. "Stay safe tonight, Doug," Darlington said as he followed her. She was already out of sight, vanishing down the spiral, and she shouldn't be on her own tonight. Doug laughed. "That's your job." The blast of a fog machine struck him full in the face, and he nearly stumbled. He waved the mist away, annoyed. Why couldn't people just have a quality drink and a conversation? Why all of this desperate pretense? And was some part of him jealous of Doug? Of everyone who managed to be reckless for a night? Maybe. He'd felt disconnected from everything since he'd moved back to Black Elm. Freshmen and sophomores were required to live in the dorms, and though he'd visited Black Elm religiously, he'd liked the feeling of being pulled into other orbits, yanked forcibly from his shell by his well-meaning roommates, drawn into a world that had nothing to do with Leigh or the uncanny. He'd liked Jordan and EJ enough to room with them both years, and he was grateful that they'd felt the same. He kept intending to call them, to invite them out. But another day would go by, and he'd find it lost to books, to Black Elm, to Leigh, and now to Alex Stern. "You should stay behind me," he said when he caught up to her, vexed by the petulant edge to his own voice. She was already on the next level, looking around with eager eyes. This floor resembled the VIP section of a nightclub, the lights dimmer, the bass muted, but there was a dreamy quality to it all, as if every person and every item in the room was limed in golden light. "It looks like a music video," Alex said. "With an infinite budget. It's a glamour." "Why did he call you the gentleman of Leigh?" "Because people who can't be bothered with manners pretend to be amused by them. Onward, Stern." They continued down the next flight of stairs. "Are we going all the way down?" "No. The lowest levels are where the rites are performed and maintained. At any given time, they have 5 to 10 magics working internationally. Charisma spells and glamours need constant maintenance. But they won't be performing any rites tonight, just culling power from the party and the city to store in the vault." "Do you smell that?" asked Alex. "It smells like forest." The next landing brought them to a verdant wood. The previous year it had been a high desert mesa. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of a copse of trees, and the horizon seemed to stretch on for miles. Partiers dressed in white lolled on picnic blankets that had been laid out over the lush grass, and hummingbirds bobbed and hovered in the warm air. From this level on, only alumni and the current members who attended them were permitted. "Is that a real horse?" Alex whispered. "As real as it has to be." This was magic. Wasteful, joyous magic.
and Darlington couldn't deny that some part of him wanted to linger here. But that was exactly why they had to press on. Next floor. The stairs curved again, but this time the walls seemed to bend with them. The building somehow took on a different shape. The ceiling, high as a cathedral, painted the bright blue and gold of a Giotto sky. The floor was covered in poppies. It was a church, but it was not a church. The music here was otherworldly, something that might have been bells and drums, or the heartbeat of a great beast, lulling them with every deep thud. On the pews and in the aisles, bodies lay entwined, surrounded by crushed red petals. "Now, this is more like what I expected," said Alex. "An orgy in a flower-filled cathedral? Excess. That's what this night is all about." The next level was a mountaintop arbor, which didn't even bother trying to look real. It was all hazy peach clouds, wisteria hanging in thick clusters from pale pink columns, women in sheer gowns lazing on sun-warmed stone, their hair caught in an impossible breeze. A golden hour that would never end. They'd walked into a Maxfield Parrish painting. Finally, they arrived in a quiet room, a long banquet table set against one wall and lit by fireflies. The murmur of conversation was low and civilized. A vast circular mirror, nearly 2 stories high, took up the north-facing wall. Its surface seemed to swirl. It was like looking into a huge cauldron being stirred by an invisible hand. But it was wiser to understand the mirror as a vault, a repository of magic fed by desire and delusion. This level of manuscript, the 5th level, marked the central point between the culling rooms above and the ritual rooms below. It was far larger than the others, stretching under the street and beneath the surrounding houses. Darlington knew the ventilation system was fine, but he struggled not to think about being crushed. Many of the partygoers here were masked, most likely celebrities and prominent alums. Some wore fanciful gowns, others jeans and t-shirts. "Do you see the purple tongues?" Darlington asked, bobbing his chin toward a boy covered in glitter, pouring wine, and a girl in cat ears and little else carrying a tray. "They've taken Merity, the drug of service. It's taken by acolytes to give up their will." "Why would anyone do that?" "To serve me," said a soft voice. Darlington bowed to the figure dressed in celadon silk robes and a golden headdress that also served as a half-mask. "How may we address you this night?" Darlington inquired. The wearer of the mask represented Lan Caihe, one of the 8 immortals of Chinese myth, who could move amongst genders at will. At each gathering of manuscript, a different Caihe was chosen. "Tonight I am she." Her eyes were entirely white behind her mask. She would see all things this night and be deceived by no glamour. "We thank you for the invitation," said Darlington. "We always welcome the officers of Leigh, though we regret you never accept our hospitality. A glass of wine, perhaps?" She raised a smooth hand, the nails curled like claws, but smooth and polished as glass, and one of the acolytes stepped forward with a pitcher. Darlington gave Alex a warning shake of his head. "Thank you," he said apologetically. He knew some members of Manuscript took personal offense that Leigh members never sampled the Society's pleasures. But we're bound by protocol. "None of our suggestions for the freshman tap were accepted," said Lan Caihe, her white eyes on Alex. "Very disappointing." Darlington bristled, but Alex said, "At least you won't expect much from me." "Careful now," said Caihe. "I like to be disarmed. You may raise my expectations yet. Who glamoured your arms?" "Darlington." "Are you ashamed of the tattoos?" "Sometimes." Darlington glanced at Alex, surprised. Was she under persuasion? But when he saw Lan Caihe's pleased smile, he realized
Alex was just playing the game. Saiha liked surprises, and candor was surprising. Saiha reached out and ran a fingernail up the smooth skin of Alex's bare arm. "We could erase them entirely," said Saiha. "Forever." "For a small price?" asked Alex. "For a fair price." "My lady," said Darlington in warning. Saiha shrugged. "This is a night of culling, when the stores are replenished and the casks are made full. No bargain will be made. Descend, boy, if you wish to know what's next. Descend and see what awaits you if you dare." "I just want to know if Jodie Foster is here," Alex murmured as Lan Saiha returned to the banquet table. She was one of Manuscript's most famous alums. "For all you know, that was Jodie Foster," said Darlington. But his head felt heavy. His tongue felt too big for his mouth. Everything around him seemed to shimmer. Lan Saiha turned to him from her place at the head of the banquet table. "Descend." Darlington shouldn't have been able to hear the word at this distance, but it seemed to echo through his head. He felt the floor drop away, and he was falling. He stood in a vast cavern carved into the earth, the rocks slick with moisture, the air rich with the smell of turned soil. A hum filled his ears, and Darlington realized it was coming from the mirror, the vault that still somehow hung on the cave wall. He was in the same room, but he was not. He looked into the mirror's swirling surface, and the mists within it parted, the hum rising, vibrating through his bones. He shouldn't look. He knew that. You should never look into the face of the uncanny. But had he ever been able to turn away? No, he'd courted it, begged for it. He had to know. He wanted to know everything. He saw the banquet table reflected in the mirror, the food upon it going to rot, the people around it still shoveling spoiled fruit and meat into their mouths, along with the swirling flies. They were old, some barely strong enough to lift a cup of wine or a withering peach to their cracked lips. All but Lan Saiha, who stood illumined by fire, the golden headdress aflame, her gown glowing ember red, the features of her face changing with each breath. High priestess, hermit, hierophant. For a moment, Darlington thought he glimpsed his grandfather there. He could feel his body quaking, felt dampness on his lips, touched his hand to his face, and realized his nose had started to bleed. "Darlington?" Alex's voice. And in the mirror he saw her. But she looked the same. She was still Queen Mab. No, this time she really was Queen Mab. Night ebbed and flowed around her in a cape of glittering stars. Above the oil-black sheaf of her hair, a constellation glowed. A wheel. A crown. Her eyes were black, her mouth the dark red of overripe cherries. He could feel power churning around her, through her. "What are you?" he whispered. But he didn't care. He went to his knees. This was what he'd been waiting for. "Ah," said Lan Saiha, approaching. "An acolyte at heart." In the mirror, he saw himself, a knight with bowed head, offering his service, a sword in his hand, a sword in his back. He felt no pain, only the ache in his heart. "Choose me." There were tears on his cheeks, even as he felt the shame of it. She was no one, a girl who had lucked into a gift, who had done nothing to earn it. She was his queen. "Darlington," she said. But that was not his true name any more than Alex was hers. If only she would choose him. If only she would let him. She touched her fingers to his face, lifted his chin. Her lips brushed his ear. He didn't understand it. He only wanted her to do it again. Stars poured through him, a cold and billowing wave of night. He saw everything. He saw their bodies entwined. She was above him and beneath him all at once, her body splayed and white as a lotus flower. She bit his ear. Hard. Darlington yelped and flinched back, sense flooding through him. "Darlington," she snarled, "get your shit together." And then he saw himself. He'd hiked up her skirt. His hands were braced on her white thighs. He saw the masked faces around them, sensed their eagerness as they leaned forward, eyes glittering. Alex was looking down at him, gripping his shoulders, trying to shove him away. The cavern was gone. They were in the banquet room. He fell backward, letting her skirt drop, his erection throbbing valiantly in his jeans before humiliation washed over him. What the hell had they done to him? And how? "The mist," he said, feeling like the worst kind of fool, his mind still spinning, his body buzzing with whatever he had inhaled. He'd walked straight through the blast of that fog machine and hadn't thought twice about it. Lon Saiha grinned. "You can't blame a god for trying." Darlington used the wall to push to his feet, keeping clear of the mirror. He could still feel its hum vibrating through him. He wanted to rage at these people. Interfering with representatives of Lethe was strictly prohibited, a violation of every code of the societies. But he also just wanted to get clear of manuscript before he humiliated himself further. Everywhere he looked, he saw masked and painted faces. "Come on," said Alex, taking his arm and leading him up the stairs, forcing him to walk ahead of her. He knew they should stay, see the night past the witching hour, make sure nothing got past the forbidden floors or interfered with the culling. He couldn't. He needed to get free. Now. The stairs seemed to go on forever, turning and turning until Darlington had no idea how long they'd been climbing. He wanted to look back to make sure that Alex was still there, but he'd read enough stories to know you never looked back on your way out of hell. The upper floor of manuscript felt like a wild blaze of color and light. He could smell the fruit fermenting in the punch, the yeasty tang of sweat. The air felt sticky and warm against his skin. Alex shook his arm and pulled him along by his elbow. All he could do was stumble after. They burst into the cold night air as if they'd slid through a membrane. Darlington inhaled deeply, feeling his head clear a little. He heard voices and realized Alex was talking to Mike Awolowo, the manuscript delegation president. Kate Masters was beside him. She was covered in flowering vines. They were going to consume her. No, she was just dressed as Poison Ivy, for God's sake. "Unacceptable," Darlington said. His lips felt fuzzy. Alex kept one hand on his arm. "I'll handle it. Stay here." They'd made it down the street to the hutch. Darlington leaned his head against the Mercedes. He should pay attention to what Alex was saying to Kate and Mike, but the metal felt cool and forgiving against his face. Moments later, they were getting into his car, and he was mumbling the address for Black Elm. Mike and Kate peered through the passenger window as the car drove off. "They're afraid you're going to report them," Alex said. "Damn right I will. They're going to eat a huge fine, a suspension." I told him I'd handle the write-up. "You will not. You can't be objective about this." No, he couldn't. In his head, he was kneeling again, face pressed to her thighs, desperate to get closer. The thought of it made him instantly hard again, and he was grateful for the dark. "What do you want me to say in the report?" Alex asked. "All of it," Darlington muttered miserably. "It isn't a big deal," she said. It had been a big deal, though. He had felt... desire wasn't even the right word for it. He could still feel her skin under his palms, the heat of her against his lips through the thin fabric of her panties. What the hell was wrong with him? "I'm sorry," he said. "That was unforgivable. You got wasted and acted a fool at a party. Relax." If you don't want to continue working with me— Shut up, Darlington, Alex said. I'm not doing this job without you. She got him back to Black Elm and put him to bed. The house was ice cold, and he realized his teeth were chattering. Alex lay down beside him with the covers pulled tight between them, and his heart hurt for the wanting of someone. Mike said the drug should be out of your system in about 12 hours. Darlington lay in his narrow bed, writing and rewriting angry emails in his head to the manuscript alumni and the Leigh board, losing the thread, overwhelmed by images of Alex lit by stars, the thought of that black dress sliding from her shoulders, then returning to his rant and a demand for action. The words tangled together, caught on the spokes of a wheel, the points of a crown. But one thought returned again and again as he tossed and turned, fell in and out of dreams, morning light beginning its slow bleed through the high tower window. Alex Stern was not what she seemed.
11. Winter. Alex woke abruptly. She was asleep, and then she was conscious and terrified, batting at the hands she could still feel around her neck. Her throat felt raw and red. She was on the couch of the common room at the hutch. Night had fallen, and the lights burned low in their sconces, casting yellow half-moons against the framed paintings of rolling meadows, dotted with sheep and shepherds playing their pipes. "Here," Dawes said, perching on the cushions, holding a glass full of what looked like eggnog with a little green food coloring in it up to Alex's lips. A musty smell emanated from the rim. Alex recoiled and opened her mouth to ask what it was, but all that emerged was a faint rasp that made her throat feel like someone had touched a lit match to it. "I'll tell you after you drink it," said Dawes. "Trust me." Alex shook her head. The last thing Dawes had given her to drink had set her insides on fire. "You're alive, aren't you?" Dawes asked. Yes, but right now she wished she were dead. Alex pinched her nose, took the glass, and gulped. The taste was stale and powdery, the liquid so thick it almost choked her going down, but as soon as it touched her throat, the burning eased, leaving only a faint ache. She handed the glass back and wiped a hand over her mouth, shuddering slightly at the aftertaste. "Goat's milk and mustard seed thickened with spider eggs," Dawes said. Alex pressed her knuckles to her lips and tried not to gag. "Trust you?" Her throat was sore, but she could at least talk, and the raging fire inside her seemed to have banked. "I had to use brimstone to burn the beetles out of you. I'd say the cure was worse than the disease, but given that those things eat you from the inside out, I think that would be lying. They were used to clean corpses in ancient times, to empty bodies so that they could be stuffed with fragrant herbs." That crawling sensation had returned, and Alex had to clench her fists to keep from scratching at her skin. "What did they do to me? Will there be lasting damage?" Dawes rubbed her thumb against the glass. "I honestly don't know." Alex pushed up from the pillows that Dawes had placed beneath her neck. She likes taking care of people, Alex realized. Was that why she and Dawes had never gotten along? Because Alex had refused her mothering? "How did you know what to do?" Dawes frowned. "It's my job to know." And Dawes was good at her job, simple as that. She seemed calm enough, but if she gripped that glass any harder, it was going to break in her hands. Her fingers were stained with rainbow splotches that Alex realized were the pale remnants of highlighter. "Did anything try to get in?" Alex wasn't even sure what that would look like. "I'm not sure. The chimes have been ringing off and on. Something's been brushing up against the wards." Alex rose and felt the room spin. She stumbled and made herself take Dawes' solicitous hand. Alex wasn't sure what she expected to see waiting outside. The Glooma's face looking back at her, light glinting off its glasses. Something worse. She touched her fingers to her throat and yanked the curtain back. The street to the left was dark and empty. She must have slept through the entire day. In the alley, she saw the bridegroom pacing back and forth in the yellow light of the street lamp. "What is it?" asked Dawes nervously. "What's there?" She sounded almost breathless. "Just a gray. The bridegroom." He looked up at the window. Alex drew the curtain closed. "You can really see him?" "I've only seen photos." Alex nodded. "He's very tousled, very mournful, very Morrissey." Dawes surprised her by singing, "And I wonder, does anybody feel the same way I do?" "And is evil," sang Alex quietly, "just something you are or something you do?" She meant it as a joke, a way to solidify the bare threads of camaraderie forming between them. But in the eerie, lamplit quiet, the words sounded menacing. "I think he saved my life. He attacked that thing." "The Gluma?" "Yeah." Alex shuddered. It had been so strong and seemingly immune to everything she'd thrown at it, which admittedly hadn't been much. "I need to know how to stop one of those things." "I'll pull whatever we have on them," said Dawes. "But you shouldn't form ties with Greys, especially a violent one." "We don't have a tie." "Then why did he help you?" "Maybe he wasn't helping me. Maybe he was trying to hurt the Gluma. I didn't exactly have time to ask." "I'm just saying—" "I know what you're saying," said Alex, then flinched when a low gong sounded. Someone had entered the stairwell. "It's okay," Dawes said. "It's only Dean Sandow." "You called Sandow?" "Of course," Dawes said, straightening. "You were nearly killed." "I'm fine." "Because a Grey interceded on your behalf." "Don't tell him that," Alex snarled before she could tame her response. Dawes drew back. "He needs to know what happened." "Don't tell him anything." Alex wasn't sure why she was so afraid of Sandow knowing what had gone down. Maybe it was just old habit. You didn't talk. You didn't tell. That was how CPS got called. That was how you got locked up for observation. Dawes planted her hands on her hips. "What would I tell him? I don't know what happened to you any more than I know what happened to Darlington. I'm just here to clean up your messes." "Isn't that what they pay you for?" "Empty the fridge, a little light dusting, save my worthless life." Damn it. "Dawes." But Sandow was already pushing open the door. He startled when he saw Alex by the window. "You're up. Dawes said you were unconscious." Alex wondered what else Dawes had said. "She took good care of me." "Excellent," Sandow said, draping his overcoat on a bronze post shaped like a jackal's head and striding across the room to where the old-fashioned samovar sat in a corner. Sandow had been a Leigh delegate in the late 70s, and a very good one, according to Darlington. Brilliant on theory, but just as good on field work. He fashioned some original rights that are still on the books today. Sandow had returned to campus as an associate professor 10 years later, and since then, he had served as Leith's liaison with the university president. Excluding a few alums who had been taps themselves, the rest of the administration and faculty knew nothing about Leigh, or the society's true activities. Alex could imagine Sandow happily working away in the Leigh library or fastidiously marking a chalk circle. He was a small, tidy man with the trim build of a jogger and silvery brows that steepled in the center of his forehead, giving him a permanent look of concern. She'd seen little of him since she'd begun her education at Leigh. He'd sent her his contact information and an open invitation to office hours that she'd never taken him up on. Sometime in late September, he'd come to a long, awkward lunch at Il Bastone, during which he and Darlington discussed a new book on women and manufacturing in New Haven, and Alex hid her white asparagus beneath a bread roll. And of course, he was the one Alex texted the night Darlington disappeared. Sandow had come to Ile Baston that night with his old yellow Labrador, Honey. He made a fire in the parlor grate and asked Dawes for tea and brandy as Alex tried to explain not what had happened. She didn't know what had happened. She only knew what she'd seen. She was shaking by the time she finished, remembering the cold of the basement, the crackling smell of electricity on the air. Sandow had patted her knee gently and set a steaming mug before her. "Drink," he'd said. "It will help. That must have been very frightening." The words took Alex by surprise. Her life had been a series of terrifying things she'd been expected to take in stride. "It sounds like portal magic. Someone playing with something they shouldn't." But he said it wasn't a portal. He said... "He was scared, Alex," Sandow had said gently. "Probably panicked. For Darlington to disappear that way, a portal must have been involved. It may have been a kind of anomaly created by the nexus beneath Rosenfeld Hall." Dawes had drifted into the room, hovering behind the couch with her arms crossed tight, barely holding herself together while Sandow murmured about retrieval spells and the likelihood that Darlington simply had to be pulled back from wherever he'd gone. "We'll need a new moon night," Sandow had said, "and then we'll just call our boy home." Dawes burst out crying. "Is he... Where is he?" Alex had asked. "Is he suffering? Is he scared?" "I don't know," said the Dean. "That will be part of the challenge for us." He sounded almost eager, as if presented with a delicious problem. "A portal of the size and shape you described, stable enough to be maintained without practitioners present, can't have gone anywhere interesting. Darlington was probably transported to a pocket realm. It's like dropping a coin between the cushions of a couch." "But he's trapped there." "He probably isn't even aware he's gone. Darlington will come back to us thinking he was just in Rosenfeld and furious that he'll have to repeat the semester." There had been emails and text chains since then, Sandow's updates on who and what would be needed for the rite, the creation of the Spain cover story, a flurry of apologetic and frustrated messages when the January new moon had to be scrapped due to Michelle Alameddin's schedule, followed by profound silence from Dawes. But that night, the night when Darlington had gone from the world, was the last time they'd all been in a room together. Sandow was the fire alarm they weren't supposed to pull without good cause. Alex was tempted to think of him as the nuclear option, but really, he was just a parent. A proper adult. Now, the Dean stirred sugar into his cup. "I appreciate your quick thinking, Pamela. We can't afford another..." He trailed off. "We just need to see the year out and..." Again, he let his sentence dissolve as if he dunked it into his tea. "And what?" Alex nudged, because she really did wonder what was supposed to come next. Dawes was standing with her hands clasped, as if about to sing a choir solo, waiting. "I've been thinking about that," said Sandow at last. He sank down into a wing-backed chair. "We're ready for the new moon. I'll pick up Michelle Alameddin from the train station Wednesday night and bring her directly to Black Elm. I have every hope that the rite will work and that Darlington will be back with us soon. But we also need to be prepared for the alternative." "The alternative?" said Dawes. She sat down abruptly. Her face was tight. Angry, even. Alex couldn't pretend to understand the mechanics of what Dean Sandow had planned, but she would have bet Dawes did. "It's my job." She was there to clean up the messes that invariably got made, and this was a big one. "Michelle is at Columbia, working on her master's. She'll be with us for the new moon rite. Alex, I think she could be persuaded to come up on the weekends and continue your education and training. That will reassure the alumni if we have to..." He brushed his finger over his graying mustache. "Bring them up to date. What about his parents? His family?
The Arlingtons are estranged from their son. As far as anyone knows, Daniel Arlington is studying the Nexus beneath San Juan de Gastalugache. If the right fails...
If the right fails, we try again, said Dawes.
Well, of course, said Sandow.
And he seemed genuinely distressed.
Of course. We try every avenue. We exhaust every possibility. Pamela, I'm not trying to be callous.
He held out a hand to her.
Darlington would do everything he could to bring one of us home. We'll do the same.
But if the right failed, if Darlington couldn't be brought back, then what? Would Sandow tell the alumni the truth? Or would he and the board invent a tale that didn't sound like, we sent 2 college kids into situations we knew they couldn't handle and one died? Either way, Alex didn't like that it would be so easy for Leigh to close Darlington's chapter. He had been a lot of things, most of them annoying, but he had loved his job and Leigh House. It was cruel that Leigh couldn't love him back. This was the first time Sandow had even broached the possibility that Darlington wouldn't return, that he couldn't just be yanked from between the interdimensional cushions of a cosmic couch. Was it because they were only days away from trying? Sandow picked up the empty glass coated in film from the vile green milk drink.
Axtapa. You were attacked by a gluma?
His voice had been smooth, diplomatic, pensive when he discussed Darlington, his Dean voice. But at the thought of a gluma, a deep crease appeared between his worried brows. That's right, Alex said solidly, though she still wasn't entirely sure what that implied. Then she made the leap. I think someone sent it after me. Maybe Book and Snake. Sandow huffed a disbelieving laugh.
Why would they ever have cause to do something like that?
Because Tara Hutchins is dead, and I think they had something to do with it. Sandow blinked rapidly, as if his eyes were defective camera lenses.
Detective Turner says...
This is what I think. Not Turner. Sandow's gaze snapped to hers, and she knew he was surprised by the surety in her voice. But she couldn't afford the deferential dance she knew he would prefer.
You've been investigating?
I have.
That isn't safe, Alex. You aren't equipped to.
Someone had to. And Darlington was far away.
Do you have evidence a society was involved?
Book and Snake raises the dead. They use glumas.
Glume,
murmured Dawes. Glume, as messengers to talk to the dead. One of them attacked me. Seems like a solid theory.
Alex,
he said gently, a faint scold in his voice.
We knew when you came here that someone of your abilities had never been in such a position. It's possible, likely even, that simply being here has disrupted systems we can only guess at.
You're saying I triggered the gluma attack? She hated the defensive edge in her voice.
I'm not saying you did anything,
said Sandow mildly.
I'm just saying by dint of what you are, you may have brought this on.
Dawes crossed her arms. That sounds a lot like she was asking for it, Dean Sandow. Alex couldn't quite believe what she was hearing. Pamela Dawes disagreeing with Dean Sandow on her behalf. Sandow set his mug down with a clatter.
That's certainly not what I meant to imply.
But that is the implication, said Dawes in a voice Alex had never heard her use before, clear and incisive. Her eyes were cold. Alex has indicated her own concerns regarding her assault, and instead of hearing her out, you've chosen to question her credibility. You may not have meant to imply anything, but the intent and the effect were to silence her. So it's hard not to think this stinks of victim blaming. It is the semantic equivalent of saying her skirt was too short. Alex tried not to smile. Dawes had leaned back in her chair, legs and arms crossed, head cocked to one side, somehow both angry and at ease. Sandow's face was flushed. He put his palms up as if trying to gentle a beast. Easy now.
Pamela, I hope you know me better than that.
Alex had never seen him so flustered. So, Dawes knew how to speak the Dean's language, the threats that counted.
Someone sent that monster after me, Alex said, pushing the advantage Dawes had given her. And it isn't a coincidence that a girl died just days before. Tara's phone log showed calls to Trip Helmuth. That points to Bones. A Glooma just tried to murder me in the street. That might point to Book and Snake. Tara was killed on a Thursday night, a ritual night. And if you read my report, you know that at the same time someone was carving her up, I saw 2 formerly docile Greys completely lose their shit. Sandow's brows pinched further together, as if such language pained him. You, Leigh, brought me here for a reason. And I'm telling you that a girl is dead, and there's a connection to the societies. For a minute, just pretend I'm Darlington and try to take me seriously. Sandow studied her, and Alex wondered if maybe she'd gotten through to him. Then he shifted his gaze to Dawes. Pamela, I believe we have a camera facing the intersection at Elm and York.
Alex saw the way Dawes' shoulders softened, her head lowering as if Sandow had spoken the words to break whatever spell she had been under. She rose and retrieved her laptop. Alex felt something twist in her gut. Dawes struck a few keys on her computer, and the mirror on the far wall brightened. A moment later, the screen showed Elm Street teeming with cars and people, a sea of gray and darker gray. The timestamp in the corner read 11:50 a.m. Alex searched the tide of people moving along the sidewalk, but everyone just looked like a bulky lump in a coat. Then a flash of movement outside the Good Nature Market caught her eye. She watched the crowd part and ripple, instinctively moving away from violence. There she was, fleeing the store, the owner shouting at her, a girl with black hair and a woolly hat. Darlington's hat. She must have lost it in the fight. The girl on the screen stepped off the sidewalk and into traffic, all of it in cold silence, a pantomime. Alex remembered the Glooma's furious grip as it had dragged her into the street. But there was no Glooma on the screen. Instead, she saw the dark-haired girl throw herself into the flow of cars, stumbling and wild, screaming and clawing at nothing. Then she was on her back. Alex's memory said the Glooma was on top of her. But the screen showed nothing at all, just her lying in the center of the street, as cars swerved to avoid her. Her back bowing and flexing, her mouth wide, her hands clawing at nothing, convulsing. A moment later, she was on her feet, lurching toward the alley that ran behind the hutch. She saw herself look back once, eyes wide, face streaked with blood, mouth open in horror, the corners pulled down like the corners of a sail pulled taut. I was seeing the bridegroom fight the Glooma. Or was I? It was the face of a madwoman. She was back on that bathroom floor, shorts around her ankles, screaming and alone.
Alex, everything you say may be true, but there is no proof of what attacked you, let alone who might be responsible. If I show this to the alumni, it's essential that they see you as stable, reliable, particularly given how precarious things are now.
Given that Darlington had disappeared. Given that it had happened when she was supposed to be watching his back. "Isn't this why we're here?" asked Alex. A last try, an appeal on behalf of something bigger than herself, something Sandow might value more. To protect girls like Tara? To make sure the societies don't just do whatever they want?
Absolutely. But do you really believe you're equipped to investigate a homicide by yourself? There's a reason I told you to stand down. I'm trying to keep things as normal as they can be in a world where monsters live. The police are investigating the Hutchins murder. The girl's boyfriend has been arrested and is awaiting trial. Do you honestly think that if Turner found a connection to one of the societies, he wouldn't pursue it?
No, admitted Alex. I know he would. Whatever she thought of him, Turner was a bloodhound with a conscience that never took the day off.
If he does, we will absolutely be there to lend him support. And I promise to pass along everything you've learned, but right now, I need you to focus on getting well and staying safe. Dawes and I will both put our minds to what might have triggered the Glooma attack, and if there may be other disruptions caused by your ability. Your presence here on campus is an unknown factor, a disruptor. The behavior of those Greys during the prognostication, Darlington's disappearance, a violent death near campus, now a Glooma.
Wait, said Alex. You think my being here has something to do with Tara getting killed?
Of course not, said the dean. But I don't want to give the Leigh board reasons to start drawing those kinds of conclusions. And I can't afford to let you play amateur detective in a matter this serious. Our funding is up for review this year. We exist by the university's good graces, and we keep our lights on through the continued support of the other societies. We need their goodwill.
He released a long breath.
Alex, I don't mean to sound cold. The Hutchins murder is gruesome and tragic, and I'm absolutely going to monitor this situation. But we have to tread cautiously. The end of last semester, what happened at Rosenfeld changed everything. Pamela, do you want to see Leith's funding pulled?
No, Dawes whispered. If she spoke Sandow's language, Sandow was also fluent in Dawes. Leigh was her hiding place, her bunker. There was no way she was going to risk losing it. But Alex was only half paying attention to the dean's speech. She was staring at the old map of New Haven that hung above the mantel. It showed the original 9-square plan for the New Haven colony. She remembered what Darlington had said that first day as they crossed the green.
This town was meant to be a new Eden, founded between two rivers, like the Tigris and the Euphrates.
Alex looked at the shape of the colony, a wedge of land bracketed by West River and the Farmington Canal, two slender channels of water rushing to meet each other at the harbor. She finally understood why the crime scene had looked so familiar. The intersection where Tara Hutchins's body had been found looked just like the map. That slab of empty land in front of Baker Hall was like the colony in miniature. The streets that framed that plot of land were the rivers, flowing with traffic, joining at Tower Parkway. And Tara Hutchins had been found in the middle of it all, as if her punctured body lay at the heart of a new Eden. Her body hadn't just been dumped there. It had been placed there deliberately.
Honestly, Alex,
Sandow was saying,
what possible motive could any of these people have for hurting a girl like that?
She didn't really know. She just knew that they had. Then someone had found out Alex visited the morgue. Whoever it was thought Alex knew Tara's secrets, at least some of them, and that she had enough magic at her disposal to learn more. They decided to do something about it. Maybe they'd been trying to kill her, or maybe discrediting her was enough. And the bridegroom? Why had he chosen to help her? Was he part of this somehow?
Alex, I want you to thrive here, said Sandow. I want us to get through this difficult year, and I want all of our attention focused on the new moon rite and bringing Darlington home. Let's get through this, and then take stock.
Alex wanted that too. She needed Yale. She needed her place here. But the dean was wrong. Tara's death hadn't been the easy, ugly thing that Sandow wanted it to be. Someone from the societies was involved, and whoever it was wanted to silence her. I'm in danger, she wanted to say. Someone hurt me and I don't think they're finished. Help me. But what good had that ever done? Somehow Alex had thought this place was different, with all of its rules and rituals and Dean Sandow watching over them. We are the shepherds. But they were children at play, Alex looked at Sandow sipping his tea, one leg crossed over the other, light glinting off his shiny loafer as his knee bounced. And she understood that at some level he truly did not care what harm came to her. He might even be hoping for it. If Alex got hurt, if she vanished, she would take with her all the blame for what had happened to Darlington, and her short, disastrous tenure at Yale would be written off as an unfortunate mistake in judgment, an ambitious experiment gone wrong. He'd get his golden boy back at the new moon and make everything right. He wanted to be comfortable. And wasn't Alex the same, dreaming of a peaceful summer and mint in her tea, while Tara Hutchins lay cold in a drawer? Rest easy. She'd been ready to do just that. But someone had tried to hurt her. Alex felt something dark inside her uncoil. "You're a flat beast," Helly had once said to her. "Got a little viper lurking in there ready to strike. A rattler, probably." She'd said it with a grin, but she'd been right. All this winter weather and polite conversation had put the serpent to sleep, its heartbeat slowing as it grew lazy and still, like any cold-blooded thing. "I want us to get through this too," said Alex, and she smiled for him. A cowed smile, an eager smile. His relief gusted through the room like a warm front, the kind that New Englanders welcome, and that Angelenos know means wildfires. "Good, Alex. Then we will." He rose and put on his coat, his striped scarf. "I'll submit your report to the alumni, and I'll see you and Dawes Wednesday night at Black Elm." He gave her shoulder a squeeze. "Just a few more days and everything will be back to normal." "Not for Tara Hutchins, you ass." She smiled again. "See you Wednesday." "Pamela, I'll send you an email on refreshments. Nothing fancy. We're expecting 2 representatives from Aurelian along with Michelle." He gave Alex a wink. "You're going to love Michelle Alameddine. She was Darlington's Virgil, an absolute genius." "Can't wait," said Alex, returning the dean's wave as he saw himself out. When the door shut, she said, "Dawes, how tough is it to talk to the dead?" "Not difficult at all if you're in Book and Snake." "They're last on my list. I try not to ask for help from people who might want to kill me." "Limits your options," Dawes muttered to the floor. "Ah, Dawes, I like you bitchy." Dawes shifted uncomfortably and tugged at her murky gray sweatshirt. She closed the laptop. "Thanks for backing me with the dean. And for saving my life." Dawes nodded at the carpet. "So what are my other options if I need to talk to someone on the other side of the veil?" "The only one I can think of is Wolf's Head." "The shapeshifters?" "Do not call them that. Not if you're looking for favors." Alex crossed to the window, pulled open the curtain. "Is he still there?" Dawes said from behind her. "He is there." "Alex, what are you doing? Once you let him in, you know the stories about him, what he did to that girl." "Open the door, Alex." "I know he saved my life and he wants my attention. Relationships have been built on less." The rules of Lethe House were opaque and convoluted. Catholic, Darlington had said. Byzantine. Still, the big stuff wasn't tough to remember. Leave the dead to the dead. Turn your eyes to the living. But Alex needed allies, and Dawes wasn't going to be enough. She knocked on the window. Below, on the street, the bridegroom looked up. His dark eyes met hers in the light from the street lamp. She did not look away. Wolf's Head, 4th of the Houses of the Vale, though Berzelius would argue the point. Members practice therianthropy and consider simple shape-shifting to be base magic. They focus instead on the ability to retain human consciousness and characteristics while in animal form. Primarily used for intelligence gathering, corporate espionage, and political sabotage. Wolf's Head was a major recruitment ground for the CIA in the 1950s and 60s. It can take days for someone to shake off the traits of an animal after a shifting ritual. Keep discussions of an important or sensitive nature around animals to a minimum. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. I'm tired and my heart won't stop racing. My eyes look pink. Not the whites, the irises. When Rogers said we were going to fuck like rabbits, I didn't think he meant actual rabbits. Leigh Day's Diary of Charles Chase McMahon. Saybrook College, 88. 12. Winter. Alex knew she couldn't go to Wolf's Head empty-handed. If she wanted their help, she had a stop to make at Scroll and Key first to retrieve a statue of Romulus and Remus. Wolf's Head had been badgering Leigh to orchestrate its return since it went missing during their Valentine's Day party the year before, when they'd opened their doors to other society members, as was tradition. Although Alex had since spotted the statue sitting on a shelf in the locksmith's tomb, with a plastic tiara slung over it, Darlington had refused to get involved. Leigh doesn't concern itself with petty squabbles, he'd said. These kinds of pranks are beneath us. But Alex needed a way into the temple room at the heart of the Wolf's Head tomb. And she knew exactly what their delegation president, Salome Nils, would demand in payment. Alex drank one of Darlington's disgusting protein shakes from the fridge. She was hungry, which Dawes claimed was a good sign, but her throat couldn't tolerate anything solid yet. She wasn't eager to leave the safety of the wards when she didn't know exactly what had happened to the Gluma, but she couldn't just sit still. Besides, whoever had sent the Gluma thought she was laid up somewhere being consumed by corpse beetles from the inside out. As for her public fit in the middle of Elm Street, at least there hadn't been too many witnesses, and aside from Jonas Reed, it was unlikely any of them knew her. If someone did, she'd probably be getting a call from a concerned therapist at the health center. Alex had known the bridegroom would be waiting as soon as she and Dawes stepped out into the alley. It was almost dawn and the streets were quiet. Her protector followed them all the way to Scroll and Key, where she found a harried locksmith writing a paper and convinced him to let her into the tomb to look for a scarf Darlington had left behind during the last rite they'd observed. Leigh was usually permitted entry to the tombs only on ritual nights and during sanctioned inspections. Gets chilly in Andalusia, she told him. The locksmith hovered in the doorway, eyes on his phone as Alex pretended to search. He swore when the bell beside the front door rang again. Thank you, Dawes. Alex nabbed the statue and shoved it into her satchel. She glanced at the round stone table where the delegation gathered to work their rites, or try to. A quote was carved into the table's edge, one she'd always liked. Have power on this dark land to lighten it, and power on this dead world to make it live. Something about those words rang a bell, but she couldn't pry the memory loose. She heard the front door slam and hurried out of the room, thanking the locksmith, now muttering about drunk partiers who couldn't find their damn dorms, on her way out. There was a very good chance Scroll and Key would point the finger at her once they noticed the statue was missing, but she would just have to deal with that later. Dawes was waiting around the corner by the Gothic folly that served as an entrance to the Bass Library. Darlington had told her that the stone swords carved into its decoration were signs of warding. This is a bad idea, Dawes said, bundled into her parka and radiating disapproval. At least I'm consistent. Dawes's head swiveled on her neck like a searchlight. Is he here? Alex knew she meant the bridegroom, and though she would never admit it, she was unnerved by how easy it had been to secure his attention. She doubted it would be that easy to shake it. She glanced over her shoulder, where he trailed them by what could only be called a respectful distance. Half a block away. He's a murderer, Dawes whispered. Well, then we have something in common, thought Alex. But all she said was, beggars can't be choosers. She didn't like the idea of letting a gray get close to her. But she'd made her choice, and she wasn't going to rethink it now. If someone from the societies was responsible for slapping a target on her back, she was going to find out who, and then she was going to make sure they didn't have a chance to hurt her again. Even so. Dawes, she murmured. When we get back, let's start looking for ways to break the link between people and grays. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with Morrissey peering over my shoulder. The easiest way is not to form a bond to begin with. Really? Said Alex. Let me write that down. The Wolf's Head tomb was only a few doors away from the hutch, a grand gray manor house, fronted by a scrubby garden and surrounded by a high stone wall. It was one of the most magical places on campus. The alley that horseshoed around it was bordered by old fraternity houses, sturdy brick structures long ago ceded to the university, ancient symbols of channeling carved into the stone above their doorways, beside unremarkable clusters of Greek letters. The alley acted as a kind of moat, where power gathered in a thick, crackling haze. Passing through, most people wrote off the shiver that seized them to a shift in weather or a bad mood, then forgot as soon as they had moved on to the Yale Cabaret or the AFAM Center. Wolf's Head's members took great pride in the fact that they'd housed protesters during the Black Panther trials, but they'd also been the last of the Ancient Eight to let in women, so Alex considered it a wash. On ritual nights, she regularly saw a gray standing in the courtyard, mooning the offices of the Yale Daily News next door. Alex had to ring the bell at the gate twice before Salome Nils finally answered and let them inside. "Who's this?" Salome asked. For a second, Alex thought she could see the bridegroom. He had drawn closer, matching Alex step for step, a small smile quirking his lips as if he could hear the hummingbird beat of her heart. Then she realized Salome was talking about Dawes. Most people in the societies probably had no idea Pamela Dawes even existed. "She's assisting me," said Alex. But Salome was already leading them into the dark foyer. The bridegroom followed. The tombs were kept unwarded to allow the easy flow of magic, but that meant grays could come and go as they pleased. It was what made Leith's protections necessary during rites. "Do you have it?" Salome asked. The interior was nondescript. Slate floors, dark wood, leaded windows overlooking a small interior courtyard where an ash tree grew. It had been there long before the university, and would probably still be stretching its roots when the stones around it crumbled to dust. A magnetic board by the door showed which delegation members were currently at the tomb, a necessity given the size of the place. They were listed by their Egyptian god names, and only Salome's Ankh, labeled Kefren, had been moved to the at-home column. "Got it," said Alex, pulling the statue from her bag. Salome seized it with a happy shriek. "Perfect! Keys is going to be so pissed when they realize we got it back." "What does it do?" Alex asked, as Salome led them back into another dark room, this one with an elongated lozenge of a table at its center, surrounded by low chairs. The walls were lined with glass cases full of Egyptian curios and depictions of wolves. "It doesn't do anything," Salome said with a withering look. She set the statue back in the case. "It's the principle of the thing. We invited them into our house, and they shat on our hospitality." "Right," said Alex. "That's awful." But she felt that angry rattle inside her twitch, vibrating against her sternum. Someone had just tried to kill her, and this princess was playing stupid games. "Let's get this started." Salome shifted her weight. "Listen, I really can't open up the temple without approval from the delegation. Not even alumni are allowed in." Dawes released a small humming sigh. She was clearly relieved at the prospect of turning right around to go home. That wasn't going to happen. "We had a deal. Are you actually trying to run game on me? Alex asked. Salome grinned. She didn't feel the least bit bad about it, and why would she? Alex was a freshman, an apprentice, clearly out of her element. She'd been nothing but quiet and deferential around Salome and the Wolf's Head delegation, always letting Darlington, the real presence, the gentleman of Leigh, do the talking. Maybe if Leigh had rescued her from her life sooner, she could have been that girl. Maybe if the Glooma hadn't attacked and Dean Sandow hadn't ignored her, she could have kept pretending to be her. I got you your stupid figurine, said Alex. You owe me. Except, you weren't really supposed to do that, were you? So, most drug deals were done on credit. You got your supply from someone with the real connections. You proved you could move it for a good price. Maybe next time you got the chance at a bigger bite. You know why your boy is amateur, and will stay amateur? Eitan had asked Alex in his heavy accent once. He'd hiked a thumb at Len, who was giggling over a bong while Betcha played Halo beside him. He's too busy smoking my product to make anyone but me rich. Len was always scraping by, always coming up a little short. When Alex was 15, she'd come back to Len without his money, confused and flustered by the investment banker she'd met in the parking lot of the Sherman Oaks Sports Authority. Len usually handled him, leaving sweet-faced Alex to do runs at the colleges and malls. But Len had been too hungover that morning, so he'd given her bus fare, and she'd ridden the RTD down to Ventura Boulevard. Alex didn't know what to say when the banker told her he was short on cash. That he didn't have the money right then, but he was good for it. She'd never had someone flat out refuse to pay. The college kids she dealt with called her Little Sis, and sometimes they even invited her to smoke up with them. Alex had expected Len to be pissed, but he'd been furious in a way she'd never seen before. Frightened, screaming it was on her, and she was going to have to answer to Eitan. So she'd found a way to pay back the money. She'd gone home for the weekend and stolen her grandmother's garnet earrings to hawk. Had gotten a shift at Club Joy, the worst of the strip clubs, full of losers who barely tipped and owned by a tiny guy called King who wouldn't let you out of the dressing room without copping a feel first. It was the only place willing to take her on with no ID and nothing to fill her bikini. Some guys like that, King had said before shoving his hand in her top. But not me. She'd never come back short again. Now she looked at Salome Nils, lean and smoothed face, a Connecticut girl who rode horses and played tennis, her heavy bronze ponytail tucked over one shoulder like an expensive pelt. Salome, how about you rethink your position? How about you and your spinster aunt run home? Salome was taller than Alex. So Alex grabbed her by the lower lip, hard, and yanked. The girl squeaked and bent at the waist, flailing her arms. Alex! Dawes yelped, hands pressed to her chest like a woman pretending to be a corpse. Alex wrapped her arm around Salome's neck, looping her into a chokehold, a grip she'd learned from Minky, who was only 4'5", and the one girl at Club Joy who King never messed with. Alex fastened her fingers around the pear-shaped diamond drop that hung from Salome's ear. She was aware of Dawes' shocked presence, of the bridegroom stepping forward, as if chivalry demanded he do so. The way the very air around them was shifting, changing, the haze dissipating, so that Salome and Dawes and maybe even the Grey could see her clearly for the first time. Alex knew it was probably a mistake. Better not to be noticed, to keep your head down. Remain the quiet girl, in over her head, but no threat to anyone. But, like most mistakes, it felt good. I really like these earrings, she said softly. How much did they cost? Alex! Dawes protested again. Salome scrabbled at Alex's forearm. She was strong from sports like squash and sailing, but she'd never had anyone lay hands on her, probably never seen a fight outside of a movie theater. You don't know, right? They were a present from your dad on your sweet 16, or on graduation or some shit like that. Alex jostled her, and Salome squeaked again. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to let me into that room, or I'm going to tear these things out of your ears and shove them both down your throat, and you can choke on them. It was an empty threat. Alex wasn't in the business of wasting a nice pair of diamonds, but Salome didn't know that. She started crying. Better, Alex said. We understand each other? Salome gave a frantic nod of her head, the sweaty skin of her throat bobbing against Alex's arm. Alex released her. Salome backed away, hands held out in front of her. Dawes had pressed her fingers to her mouth, and even the bridegroom looked disturbed. She'd managed to scandalize a murderer. You're insane, said Salome, touching her fingertips to her throat. You can't just... The snake inside Alex stopped twitching and uncoiled. She curled her hand into the sleeve of her coat and slammed it through the glass case where they kept their little trinkets. Salome and Dawes shrieked. They both took another step back. I know you're used to dealing with people who can't just, but I can. So give me the key to the temple room and let's get square so we can forget all about this. Salome hovered, poised on the tips of her toes, framed by the doorway. She looked so light, so impossibly slender, as if she might simply lose contact with the ground and float up to the ceiling to bob there like a party balloon. Then something shifted in her eyes, all of that Puritan pragmatism seeping back into her bones. She settled on her heels. Whatever, she muttered, and fished her keys from her pocket, slipping one from the ring and setting it on the table. Thank you, Alex winked. Now we can be friends again. Psycho. So I hear, said Alex. But crazy survived. Alex snatched up the key. After you, Dawes? Dawes passed through to the hallway, keeping a wide distance between herself and Alex, eyes on the floor. Alex turned back to Salome. I know you're thinking that as soon as I'm in the temple, you're going to start making calls, try to get me jammed up. Salome folded her arms. I think you should do that. Then I'll come back and use that wolf statue to knock your front teeth in. The bridegroom shook his head. You can't just... Salome, Alex said, shaking her finger. Those words again. But Salome clenched her fists. You can't just do things like that. You'll go to jail. Probably, said Alex, but you'll still look like a brother-fucking hillbilly. What is wrong with you? Dawes spat as Alex joined her at the nondescript door that led to the temple room, the bridegroom trailing behind. I'm a bad dancer and I don't floss. What's wrong with you? Now that the wave of adrenaline had passed, remorse was setting in. Once a mask was off, you couldn't just slide it back into place. Salome wouldn't be calling the cavalry. Alex felt pretty sure of that. But she felt equally certain that the girl would talk. Psycho, crazy bitch. Whether she would be believed was another thing entirely. Salome had said it herself. You can't just. People here didn't behave the way that Alex had. The more pressing concern was how good Alex felt, like she was breathing easy for the first time in months, free from the suffocating weight of the new Alex she'd tried to construct. But Dawes was breathing hard, as if she'd done all the work. Alex flipped a light switch, and flames flared to life in the gas lanterns along the red and gold walls, illuminating an Egyptian temple built into the heart of the English manor house. An altar was laden with skulls, taxidermied animals, and a leather ledger signed by each of the delegation's members before the start of a ritual. At the center of the back wall was a sarcophagus topped with glass. A desiccated mummy pilfered from a Nile Valley dig inside. It was all almost too expected. The ceiling was painted to look like a vaulted sky, acanthus leaves and stylized palms at the corners, and a stream cut through the center of the room, fed by a sheet of water that toppled from the edge of the balcony above, the echo overwhelming. The bridegroom drifted across the stream, as far from the sarcophagus as he could get. "I'm leaving," Salome shouted from down the hall. "I don't want to be here if something goes wrong." "Nothing's going to go wrong," Alex called back. They heard the front door slam. "Dawes, what did she mean if something goes wrong?" "Did you read the ritual?" Dawes asked, as she walked the perimeter of the room, studying its details. "Parts of it. Enough to know it could put her in touch with the bridegroom. You have to cross into the borderland between life and death." "Wait, I'm going to have to die?" She really should start doing the reading. "Yes. And come back? I mean, that's the idea." "And you're going to have to kill me?" Timid Dawes, who at the first sign of violence had curled into a corner like a hedgehog in a sweatshirt. "You okay with that? It's not going to look good for you if I don't make it back." Dawes expelled a long breath. "So make it back." The bridegroom's face was bleak, but that was sort of his look. Alex contemplated the altar. "So, the afterlife is Egypt? Of all the religions, the ancient Egyptians got it right?" "We don't really know what the afterlife is like. This is one way into one borderland. There are others. They're always marked by rivers." "Like Leigh to the Greeks?" "Actually, to the Greeks, Styx is the border river. Leigh is the final boundary the dead must cross. The Egyptians believed the sun died on the western banks of the Nile every day, so to journey from its eastern bank to the west is to leave the world of the living behind." And that was the journey Alex would have to make. The river, bisecting the temple, was symbolic, hewn of stone mined from the ancient limestone tunnels beneath Tura. Hieroglyphs from the Book of Emerging Forth into Night, carved into the sides and base of the channel. Alex hesitated. Was this the crossroads? Was this the last foolish thing she would do? And who would be there to greet her in the beyond? Helly? Maybe Darlington? Len and Betcha? Their skulls crushed in, that cartoonish look of surprise still stuck on Len's face. Or maybe they'd be made whole somewhere on the other shore. If she died, would she be able to cross back through the veil and spend an eternity flitting around campus? Would she end up back home, doomed to haunt some dump in Van Nuys? So make it back. Make it back or leave Dawes holding her dead body and Salome Nils to share the blame. The last thought wasn't entirely unpleasant. "All I have to do is drown?" "That's all," said Dawes, without a hint of a smile. Alex unbuttoned her coat and drew off her sweater, while Dawes shed her parka, drawing 2 slender green reeds from her pockets. "Where is he?" she whispered. "The bridegroom? Right behind you." Dawes flinched. "Kidding. He's by the altar, doing his brooding thing." The bridegroom's scowl deepened. "Have him stand opposite you on the western shore." "He can hear you fine, Dawes." "Oh, yes, of course." Dawes made an awkward gesture and the bridegroom drifted to the other side of the stream. It was narrow enough that he crossed it with a single long step. "Now you both kneel." Alex wasn't sure if the bridegroom would be so quick to follow instructions, but he did. They knelt. He seemed to want this little talk as much as Alex did. She could feel the cold of the floor through her jeans. She realized she was wearing a white t-shirt and it was going to get soaked. "You're about to die," she scolded herself. "Maybe now isn't the time to worry about giving a ghost a look at your boobs." "Put your hands behind your back," said Dawes. "Why?" Dawes held up the reeds and recited. "Let his wrists be bound with stalks of papyrus. Alex put her hands behind her back. It was like getting arrested. She half expected Dawes to slide a zip tie around her wrists. Instead, she felt Dawes drop something into her left pocket. It's a carob pod. When you want to come back, put it in your mouth and bite down. Ready? Go slow, said Alex. Alex bent forward. It was awkward with her hands behind her back. Dawes braced her head and neck and helped her fall forward. Alex hovered for a moment above the surface, raised her eyes, met the bridegroom's gaze. Do it, she said. She took a deep breath and tried not to panic as Dawes shoved her head underwater. Silence filled her ears. She opened her eyes but could see nothing but black stone. She waited, breath leaking from her in reluctant bubbles as her chest tightened. Her lungs ached. She couldn't do this, not this way. They'd have to come up with something else. She tried to push up, but Dawes's fingers were claws on the back of Alex's skull. It was impossible to break her grip in this position. Dawes's knee pressed into her back. Her fingers felt like spikes digging into Alex's scalp. The pressure in Alex's chest was unbearable. Panic came at her like a dog slipped free of its leash, and she knew she'd made a very bad mistake. Dawes had been working with Book and Snake, or Skull and Bones, or Sandow, or whoever wanted her gone. Dawes was finishing what the Glooma had started. Dawes was punishing her for what had happened to Darlington. She'd known the truth of what had gone down that night at Rosenfeld all along, and this was her revenge on Alex for stealing away her golden boy. Alex bucked and thrashed in silence. She had to breathe. Don't. But her body wouldn't listen. Her mouth opened on a gasp. Water rushed into her nose. Her mouth filled her lungs. Her mind was screaming in terror, but there was no way out. She thought of her mother, the silver bangles stacked on her forearms like gauntlets. Her grandmother whispered, Soma salmika simbicaro. Her gnarled hands gripped the skin of a pomegranate, spilling the seeds into a bowl. We are little souls without sin. Then the pressure on the back of her neck was gone. Alex hurled herself backward, chest heaving. A rush of gritty water spewed from her mouth as her body convulsed. She realized her wrists were free and pushed up to her hands and knees. Deep, rattling coughs shook her body. Her lungs burned as she gulped at the air. Screw Dawes. Screw everyone. She was sobbing, unable to stop. Her arms gave way and she fell to the floor, flopped onto her back, sucking in breath, and wiped a wet sleeve over her face, trailing snot and tears. And blood. She'd bitten her tongue. She squinted up at the painted ceiling. There were clouds moving across it, gray against the indigo sky. Stars glinted above her in strange formations. They were not her constellations. Alex forced herself to sit up. She touched her hand to her chest, rubbing it gently, still coughing, trying to get her bearings. Dawes was gone. Everything was gone. The walls, the altar, the stone floors. She sat on the banks of a great river that flowed black beneath the stars. The sound of the water a long exhalation. A warm wind moved through the reeds. Death is cold, thought Alex. Shouldn't it be cold here? Far across the water, she could see a man's shape moving toward her from the opposite shore. The water parted around the bridegroom's body. So he had a true physical form here. Had she stepped behind the veil then? Was she truly dead? Despite the balmy air, Alex felt a chill creep through her as the figure drew closer. He had no reason to harm her. He'd saved her. But he's a killer, she reminded herself. Maybe he just misses murdering women. Alex didn't want to go back into the water, not when her chest still rattled with the memory of that violent pressure and her throat was raw from coughing. But she had come here with a purpose. She rose, scrubbed the sand from her palms. and waded into the shallows, her boots squelching in the mud. The river rose warm against her calves, the current pulling gently at her knees, then her thighs, then her waist. She drifted past the spiky bowls of lotus flowers, resting gently on the surface, still as a table setting. The water tugged at her hips, the current strong. She could feel the silt shift beneath her feet. Something brushed against her in the water, and she glimpsed starlight glinting off a shiny ridged back. She flinched backward as the crocodile passed, a single golden eye rolling toward her as it submerged. To her left, another black tail flicked through the water. "They cannot harm you." The bridegroom stood only a few yards away. "But you must come to me, Miss Stern." To the center of the river, where the dead and the living might meet. She didn't like that he knew her name. His voice was low and pleasant, the accent almost English but broader in the vowels, a little like someone imitating a Kennedy. Alex waded in farther until she stood directly in front of the bridegroom. He looked just as he had in the living world, silver light clinging to the sharp lines of his elegant face, caught in his dark mussed hair, except here she was close enough to see the creases of the knot in his necktie, the sheen of his coat. The bits of bone and gore that had splattered the white fabric of his shirt were gone. He was clean here, free of blood or wound. A boat slid past, a slim craft topped by a pavilion of billowing silks. Shadows moved behind the fabric, dim shapes that were men one moment and jackals the next. A great cat lady at the edge of the boat, its paw playing with the water. It looked at her with huge diamond eyes, then yawned, revealing a long pink tongue. "Where are we?" she asked the bridegroom. "At the center of the river, a place of Ma'at, divine order. In Egypt, all gods are the gods of death and life as well. We don't have much time, Miss Stern. Unless you wish to join us here permanently. The current is strong, and inevitably we all succumb." Alex looked over his shoulder to the shore beyond, west to the setting sun, to the dark lands and the next world. "Not yet. I need you to look for someone on the other side of the veil," she said. "The murdered girl?" "That's right. Her name is Tara Hutchins." "No small feat. This is a crowded place." "But I'm betting you're up to the task. And I'm guessing that you want something in return. That's why you came to my rescue, isn't it?" The bridegroom didn't answer. His face remained very still, as if waiting for an audience to quiet. In the starlight, his eyes looked almost purple. "If I'm to find the girl, I'll need something personal of hers, a beloved possession. Preferably something that retains her effluvia." "Her what?" "Saliva, blood, perspiration." "I'll get it," Alex said, though she had no idea how she was going to manage that. No chance she was going to be able to talk her way back into the morgue, and she was all out of coins of compulsion. Besides, Tara might be underground or ashes by now for all she knew. "You'll need to bring it to the borderlands." "I doubt I can come back here. Salome and I aren't exactly on friendly terms." "I can't imagine why." The bridegroom's lips pursed slightly, and in that moment he reminded her so much of Darlington she felt a tremor pass through her. On the western shore she could see dark shapes moving, some human, some less so. A murmur rose from them, but she couldn't tell if there was reason in the noise, if it was language or just sounds. "I need to know who murdered Tara," she said. "A name." "And if she doesn't know her attacker?" "Then find out what she was doing with Trip Helmuth. He's in Skull and Bones. And if she knew anyone in Book and Snake." I need to know how she's connected to the societies. If she was connected at all. If it wasn't just coincidence. Find out why the hell... A bolt of lightning flashed overhead. Thunder cracked, and the river suddenly seemed alive with restless reptilian bodies. The bridegroom raised a brow. They don't like that word here. Who? Alex wanted to ask. The dead? The gods? Alex dug her boots into the sand as the current tugged at her knees, urging her west into darkness. She could ponder the mechanics of the afterlife later. Just find out why someone wanted Tara dead. She has to know something. Then let us come to terms, said the bridegroom. You shall have your information. And in return, I wish to know who murdered my fiancé. This is awkward. I was under the impression you did. The bridegroom's lips pursed again. He looked so prim, so put out, Alex almost laughed. I'm aware. Murder-suicide? Shot her, then yourself? I did not. Whoever killed her was responsible for my death as well. I don't know who it was. Just as Tara Hutchins may not know who harmed her. All right, Alex said dubiously. Then why not ask your fiancée what she saw? His eyes slid away. I can't find her. I've been searching for her on both sides of the veil for over 150 years. Maybe she doesn't want to be found. He nodded stiffly. If a spirit doesn't wish to be found, there's an eternity to hide in. She blames you, Alex said, fitting the pieces together. Possibly. And do you think she'll stop blaming you if you find out who really did this? Hopefully. Or you could just leave her be. I was responsible for Daisy's death, even if I didn't deal her the blow. I failed to protect her. I owe her justice. Justice? It's not like you can seek revenge. Whoever killed you is long since dead. Then I will find him on this side. And do what? Kill him real good? The bridegroom smiled then, the corners of his mouth pulling back to reveal an even, predatory set of teeth. Alex felt a chill settle over her. She remembered the way he'd looked, wrestling with the Gluma, like something that wasn't quite human, something even the dead should fear. There are worse things than death, Miss Stern. Again the murmuring rose from the banks of the western shore, and this time Alex thought she could pick out the sound of what might have been French. Jean du Monde? It might be a man's name or just nonsense syllables her mind was trying to shape into meaning. You've had over 100 years to try to find this mystery killer, Alex said. Why do you think I'm going to have any better luck? Your associate, Daniel Arlington, was looking into the case. I don't think so. An old murder that headlined Haunted New England tours wasn't Darlington's style at all. He visited the place where we fell. He had a notebook with him. He took photos. I highly doubt he was just sightseeing. I can't get past the wards of the house on Orange Street. I want to know why he went there and what he found. And Darlington isn't... He isn't there? With you? Even the dead don't know where Daniel Arlington is. If the bridegroom hadn't found Darlington on the other side, then Sandow had to be right. He was just missing, and that meant he could be found. Alex needed to believe that. Find Tara, Alex said, eager to be out of the water and back to the world of the living. I'll see what work Darlington left behind, but I need to know something.
Tell me you didn't send that thing, the Glooma, after me. Why would I? To form a connection between us, to make me indebted to you and lay the groundwork for this little partnership. I didn't send that thing after you, and I don't know who did. How am I to convince you? Alex wasn't sure. She'd hoped she'd somehow be able to tell, that there was some vow she could force him to make, but she supposed she'd know soon enough. Assuming she could figure out what Darlington had discovered, if anything. The factory that had been the murder site was a parking garage now. Knowing Darlington, he'd probably gone there to take notes on the history of New Haven concrete. Just find Tara, she said. Get me my answers and I'll get you yours. This is not the pact I would have chosen, nor are you the partner I would have sought. But we will both make the best of it. You're quite the charmer. Daisy like that way with words? The bridegroom's eyes turned black. Alex had to force herself not to take a step backward. Quick temper. Just the type of guy to off a lady who got sick of his shit. Did you? I loved her. I loved her more than life. That isn't an answer. He took a deep breath, summoning his composure, and his eyes returned to their normal state. He held out his hand to her. Speak your true name, Miss Stern, and let us make our bargain. There was power in names. It was why the names of Greys were blacked from the pages of Leith's records. It was why she would rather think of the thing before her as the bridegroom. The danger lay in connection, in the moment when you bound your life to someone else's. Alex fingered the carob pod in her pocket. Best to be ready in case... What? He tried to drag her under? But why would he? He needed her and she needed him. That was how most disasters began. She took his hand in hers. His grip was firm, his palm damp and ice-cold against hers. What was she touching? A body? A thought? Bertram Boyce North, he said. That's a terrible name. It's a family name, he said indignantly. Galaxy Stern, she said. But when she tried to pull her hand back, his fingers closed tighter. I have waited a long time for this moment. Alex popped the carob pod into her mouth. Moments pass, she said, letting it rest between her teeth. You thought me sleeping, but I heard you say that you were no true wife. Again, Alex tried to pull away. His hand stayed closed hard around hers. I swear I will not ask your meaning in it. I do believe yourself against yourself, and will henceforward rather die than doubt. Rather die than doubt. Tara's tattoo. The quote wasn't from some metal band. Idols of the King, she said. You remember now. She'd had to read the whole long sprawl of Tennyson's poem as part of the preparation for Darlington's and her first visit to Scroll and Key. There were quotes from it all over their tomb, tributes to King Arthur and his knights, and a vault full of treasures plundered during the Crusades. Have power on this dark land to lighten it, and power on this dead world to make it live. She remembered the words etched into the stone table at the locksmith's tomb. Alex shook free of the bridegroom's grip. So Tara's death was potentially connected to 3 societies. Tara was tied to Skull and Bones through Trip Helmuth, to Book and Snake by the Glooma attack, and unless Tara had a secret taste for Victorian poetry, she was linked to Scroll and Key by her Tennyson tattoo. North bowed slightly. When you find something that belonged to Tara, bring it to any body of water, and I will come to you. They are all crossing places for us now.
Alex flexed her fingers, wanting to be free of the feel of the bridegroom's hand in hers. "I'll do that." She turned from him, biting down on the carob pod, her mouth flooding with a bitter, chalky taste. She tried to push toward the eastern bank, but the river yanked at her knees and she stumbled. She felt herself pulled backward as she lost her footing, her boots seeking purchase on the riverbed as she was dragged toward the host of dark shapes on the western shore. North had his back to her, and he already seemed impossibly far away. The shapes did not look quite human anymore. The shapes were too tall, too lean, their arms long and bent at wrong angles like insects. She could see their heads silhouetted against the indigo sky, noses lifted as if scenting her, jaws opening and closing. "North!" she shouted. But North did not break his stride. "The current claims us all in the end," he called without turning. "If you want to live, you have to fight." Alex gave up trying to find the bottom. She wrenched her body toward the east and swam, kicking hard, fighting the current as she plunged her arms into the water. She turned her head to gasp for breath, the weight of her shoes drawing her down, her shoulders aching. Something heavy and muscular bumped her, driving her back. A tail lashed her leg. Maybe the crocodiles couldn't harm her, but they could do the river's work. Fatigue sat leaden in her muscles. She felt her pace slow. The sky had gone dark. She couldn't see the shore any longer, wasn't even sure she was swimming in the right direction. If you want to live. And wasn't that the worst of it? She did want to live and always had. "Hell!" she shouted. "Goddamn hell!" The sky exploded with forked lightning, a little blasphemy to light the way. For a long, horrible moment, there was only black water. And then she spotted the eastern shore. She drove forward, plowing her hands through the water until at last she let her legs drop. The bottom was there, closer than she'd thought. She crawled through the shallows, crushing lotus blossoms beneath her sodden body, and slumped down on the sand. She could hear the crocodiles behind her, the low engine rumble of their open mouths. Would they nudge her back to the river's grasp? She dragged herself a few more feet, but she was too heavy. Her body was sinking into the sand, the grains weighing her down, filling her mouth, her nose, drifting beneath her eyelids. Something hard struck Alex's head again, then again. She forced her eyes open. She was on her back on the floor of the temple room, choking up mud and staring at Dawes's frightened face, framed by the painted sky. Mercifully static and free of clouds. Her body was shaking so hard she could hear the thump of her own skull on the stone floor. Dawes seized her, wrapped her up tight, and slowly, Alex's muscles stopped spasming. Her breath returned to normal, though she could still taste silt and the bitter remnants of carob in her mouth. "You're all right," said Dawes. "You're all right." And Alex had to laugh because the last thing she would ever be was all right. "Let's get out of here," she managed. Dawes slung Alex's arm around her shoulders with surprising strength and pulled her to her feet. Alex's clothes were bone dry, but her legs and arms felt wobbly, as if she'd tried to swim a mile. She could still smell the river, and her throat had the raw, fish-slick feel of water going up her nose. "Where do I leave the key?" asked Dawes. "By the door," said Alex. "I'll text Salome." "That seems so civil." "Never mind. Let's break a window and pee on the pool table." Dawes released a breathy giggle. "It's okay, Dawes. I didn't die. Much. I went to the borderlands. I made a deal." "Oh, Alex. What did you do?" "What I set out to do." But she wasn't sure how she felt about it. "The bridegroom is going to find Tara for us. That's the easiest way to figure out who hurt her." "And what does he want?" He wants me to clear his name. She hesitated. He claims Darlington was looking into the murder-suicide. Dawes's brows shot up. That doesn't sound right. Darlington hated popular cases like that. He thought they were ghoulish. Tawdry, said Alex. A faint smile touched Dawes's lips. Exactly. Wait. Then the bridegroom didn't kill his fiancée? He says he didn't. That's not quite the same thing. Maybe he was innocent. Maybe he wanted to make peace with Daisy. Maybe he just wanted to find his way back to the girl he had murdered. It didn't matter. Alex would hold up her end of the bargain. Whether you made a deal with the living or the dead, best not to come up short. We may wish to pass more quickly over Book and Snake, and who could blame us? There is an element of the unsavory to the art of necromancy, and this natural revulsion can be nothing but increased by the way the lettermen have chosen to present themselves. When entering their giant mausoleum, one can hardly forget one is entering a house of the dead. But it is perhaps best to put aside fear and superstition and instead contemplate a certain beauty in their motto. Everything changes, nothing perishes. In truth, the dead are rarely raised beneath their showy pediments. No, the bread and butter of the letterman is intelligence, gathered from a network of dead informants who traffic in all manner of gossip and who needn't listen at keyholes when they can simply walk unseen through walls. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. Tonight, Bobby Woodward coaxed the location of an abandoned speakeasy from what looked like little more than the remnants of a spine, a broken jawbone, and a hunk of hair. There is no amount of jazz-age bourbon that can make me forget that sight. Lethe Day's Diary of Butler Romano, Saybrook College, 65.
End of Part 1 of Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo. Read for you by Michael David Axtell, Lauren Fortgang. The Best Audiobooks presents. Thank you for listening.